defensive side here on Icebox, and Loud already making their way up towards Nobody. It looks like there could be a fight on his hands, but Nobody, he spotted them down below. The info's there for EDG.
Yes, just started. We are right on time.
As Loud look to quicken the pace towards this site, Nobody's tucked into the corner, has an opportunity to catch him on the way, but again, just fades back. Nice shot by QCK. The advantage now for Loud, but the players have fully rotated in. EDG will attempt this retake moments from now when this wall falls, or when they step right on through it. The spams the game for now, and a wide swing from QCK opens up all the space. Loud have got their pistol in the bag.
Yeah, a solid start from then, and kind of what you expect to see
on
this attack side. I think EDG are going to be waiting to get onto theirs. That was where they had the real success. Of course, this is one of those matchups where I almost feel like teams were playing a bit of chicken when it came down to the veto. Obviously, the initial ban coming through from EDG of Ascent was very surprising, considering Loud have looked shaky, their identity looking a little bit lost, but a map that they smashed them on at Champs, and maybe just having some flashbacks.
almost again real देख रही थी इसलिए लेट हो गया सॉरी
कैम फिक्स किया ना अभी तुमने टेबल के नीचे जाके
टुकड़ है रील देख रही थी
Shut up.
somewhat in the favor of Loud. I
नहीं
feel like
पता
the
कैम
map
खराब
was
है
just that little bit deeper.
क्योंकि कल चल रहा
When
था ना
EDG go into their
मेरे को
opponent's
ऐसे पता
map
होगा कैम खराब है
throughout this tournament thus
पर
far, they
छोटा
have
नहीं
been
करोगे
very, very
तुम
good.
ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं मैच देखना है तो सही तुमको देखना है
Well, this round doesn't have a lot to speak for, but
अभी
the
लगाया
flank
ना
up by
कैम के
Chichu, the
डिफॉल्ट
sneaky
पे है ना
play
वो
on mid. He had been spotted
मेरे पास
earlier,
कीबोर्ड भी नहीं है
saw
इसमें
Sadik
अबे
take
गिर गिर कुछ
engagement with
कुछ
him.
हाँ तो
So
छोटा
Loud
लेकिन वो
aren't allowing
साइजिंग
any free
10
space to
यही
be
है ना
taken
इसमें
by
ऐसे
that
यहाँ से
defensive
ऑल्ट
side.
क्लिक
The
करके
problem here is if they do feel boxed in by Chichu and any potential B pushes, they'd be running into an A stack. We can see EDG have fully stacked up that site. But as you can see, Loud are not looking to commit blindly. They've spread
ऊपर
back
करो
out
क्या
and
होता है
found
ऊपर से
some
मैंने
space.
नीचे किया ही
Yeah,
नहीं
I actually think that that's really important that they go back and get that fight, because it does put the doubt in the minds of their opponents a little bit. EDG were able to stack up on A because they had the information that they had control for anybody rotating back. Even still, though, with 40
EDG
seconds
gonna
left,
win
it does look
2-1,
like they're
ठीक
gonna be
है
pushing into the EDG stack,
Last
which
time
is probably one of the only
EDG
ways they can really
beat
take any damage in this round.
You know, this is perfect. You've taken down Chichu. At this point, you assume there's someone towards B. They'll hear the Viper wall go up. You don't have control of mid, so the rotates will go towards that side. But there was nobody there from EDG. Everybody still patiently waiting on A, and now's their chance to get some value. One kill is all they'll get. A big stop by Loud. Even though they run into the stack, they find all the value. In the second round, cleanly in their pocket.
Yeah, nice work from them. Just taking their time.
Ankkita,
Obviously, on
Brazil
the other
ऐसा
side of
नहीं
things, EDG didn't really have anything, so I don't think they're going to feel too hard done by the fact that they don't really get too many kills. Now they're looking to invest back in with the rifles on every single player. Now, I do think it's going to be fairly important for EDG to get off to a good start in this series, because we've already seen that a couple of times in their match versus Gen G. They did very well in the early, and then they seem to teeter out a little bit, slow down, and Loud are a team that will punish you if they're able to get off the mark. And this is one of the players we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on. As it was said on the desk, he may not directly be coming in as an Aspas replacement, but when you're coming up against a player like Khan, you need that star power. Already though, Smoggy off to a flying start. Cow and Zine is dropped, Sova gone. And it's definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult now that you don't have your initial.
Hello Mandeep, hello guys, what is up, what is up?
QCK getting into sights, and without having a Sova to reveal them up, it's going to be a bit tougher. Now no flank protection.
What's up? My round of EDG. How's it gonna go? एक के बाहर है, तीन बंद है.
Final attempt will be to group up to make some value out of this lower buy round for Loud. I want to drop a couple of weapons out of EDG's hands, but just look how patient and passive this defensive side is being. They're willing to give up the site control and play the retakes together.
Yeah, they've already got them pretty much boxed in once again. The same push has come through.
यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं बढ़िया है.
That'll be calm down, making this one at least a little bit more competitive, trying to get a bit more aggressive as he's going to go through the utility that has been placed down. That flank is the major danger, but with how far forward they've actually gone, I don't know if there's anybody that can actually be picked off. He needs to go huge from this position.
लेके गया.
There comes Chichu in from behind.
बैकस्टैब आ गया है Chichu.
There probably isn't anybody else.
Why don't you
Even he can't win out that one.
Not the end of the world at all. I mean, they get the 2 kills.
खाना खा लिया yes evening snack था अभी dinner नहीं खाया dinner 8:30 बजे नहीं करते हम लोग थोड़ा 10 10:30 11 11:30 12 12:30 बजे करते हैं ऐसा कुछ
This is the formality of early
किसको
Valorant
support
out of
आज
the way.
निशान good
Here,
question
did not see that third round one. Most of the games we've been covering, Thomas, it's been pure chaos by now.
good question
But, well, PRX game later on. Stay tuned for that.
To be fair, we have been doing China versus
Why
Pacific
is
in every
supporting
game so
China?
far, so I think it's
I am
understandable why
asking
some of
you.
these games have gone the other way. Even still,
I have my answer decided
this is where things get interesting. QC
my answer is that I want to support EDG but because United is supporting them I want to support Loud
an extra 4,000 credits in the bank.
who are you
so
supporting
he's pretty well
because
stacked
our region मतलब
to go for this early push. Howdong's
close to us because they are close to us that's why geographical reasons के लिए EDG
it's going to be to delay as much as possible. For the other side of things, they're just taking their time.
geographical
Rightfully
reasons
so, bit of map control, pushing the EDG side out of position, grabbing orbs and looking for picks.
but United support कर रहा है तो मुझे उसके side पे नहीं रहना है क्योंकि वो हारता है तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है is that bad I'm not mean
after seeing that control, grabbing their orb and not finding any advantages,
but हम geographical reasons के लिए support कर रहे हैं
They had
EDG
no
को
plan to ever go in this direction. The spike was dropped outside.
वालों खेलेगा अमनदीप कल नहीं ना बहुत पार्टी कल और परसों गेम नहीं परसों तो वायरल होगा कल
only one player left on the site, but EDG have made the realization pushing players up mid, got nobody deep in control. They've also got Chichu rotating in, but they are about to be under some serious pressure.
it's the right call again. Same thing we've seen from EDG, just a passive play on A, very confident in their retake game. No big ultis online to help them with shots through the wall that actually hurt Kankan. He's down to half HP, a little below. Not going to be ideal for the fight back through. The plant seems to be
तो कोई 4 साल से प्लान नहीं बना होगा अब भी बना है प्लान
but that's not going to deter them. Now it's time to fight back in, and they've already
करके
lost
दिखाओ
their
ये
entry match.
जब मिनी आएगा तब दूंगी रिटर्न
Galaxy's still in position. The Blade Storm looking to find value. Players up top as well. I mean, Loud are not playing a retake on this. They're not trying to deny the defuse. They're trying to deny any boots on the ground. They've lost a few fights.
don't make me
Is very low. They've got to be extremely careful here. And with less down, even more so. Sonic dropped, and it's only the 30 HP 2Es left to try and close this round out. Already being stuck down.
हाँ राइट से आ रहा है मार देगा ये oh I told you
And the shot is perfect.
Tui
Definitely got a little bit dicey in the end. I think that pre-fire shot from
Hi Riddhi
basically made it interesting. Because up until that point I was like, yeah, 3v2 post one, you've still got less alive. I'm like, okay, I'm not really too worried for them. And then he hits that shot, and it gets very interesting. The thing is, though, I feel like so far Loud have been fantastic with their orb management. They make sure at the beginning of the round that the reason they push B is to get 2Es that orb even, and then he moves back in the other direction, plants as well, so then he's able to actually use the Reckoning. So that's what kept them back for so long. That's what allowed Loud to garner so much space. And okay, it gets a little bit dicey in the end.
रेग सर क्यों नहीं खेलते क्या खेलूं
I really like the way we just saw that round play out. As we said, right off rip, Loud had a game
मेरे को
plan.
वैल्यू
It didn't
खेलने
look
आता है
like
मेरे से
EDG
उतना
threw
होता
any
है
spanners into the works, try as they might. We saw the re-aggression when Loud had gone up on
Ascendant
B of Howdong.
You cannot
got
disrespect
behind
me,
yellow
bro.
and actually had really
I'm not
good
a diamond
spacing
player now.
in making it there
Ascendant.
if Loud hadn't been committing. He's been quite good.
You are
at
not
that.
till you don't go
That
radiant no
flow
don't tell me
around.
anything
Here, he's
when
made the
I
right
see
call.
radiant
Stand
when I
behind
open
that.
game and I
Because
see
Loud
you
are going
radiant
to get the plant on B.
no you're not I already
Might have an
checked
opportunity here. The opportunity's gone.
shut
Yeah,
up
he was hoping that he could make the player vulnerable and then right-click them as they moved away. I don't mind the idea, ultimately only having a classic, but now it's looking like a formality. Not much
कल के जैसे rivalry चल रही इन लोग का पता नहीं हमारा झगड़ा
at
जरूर
least the
हो रहा
Guardian onto Kankan, he's immediately
है
dead.
गुस्सा आ रहा है
Already though, we're actually going to see that Hunter's Fury thrown in. I guess they really believe they could take this round away from them. Chichu's managed to find another one. Maybe they might be right, but Sadak still just holding down the fort. Smoggy's found one more. Eventually, though, it does look like Loud are going to stabilize, and that's a pretty big ult to commit off rip.
Right? I mean, it's not even like they were already positioned to have a chance. They just went whole
There's
hog
a
on it.
one-for-one trade and a post plant.
And they had pistols on the way back through.
Timeout ले लो तुम भी.
Yeah, it's just a bit strange.
ले लिया टाइम
Timeout from EDG. And okay, looking at where their ults are, it's not like they're gonna have a huge problem in the ult economy. They've got a couple big.
I'm just calling to inform that Shagni बोल रहा है कि आप में ज़्यादा demand नहीं
है.
है.
Is the fact that SADC has a lockdown now, and they're not gonna have too much to deal with it. They're gonna have to rely on other well-placed utility.
Yeah, at least a lot of ults other than that are coming online. That could be the reasoning from EDG, is to make this one a bit more costly, have a chance to win the round, and then we've got one online and 3 very close. So it could just be an argument of, okay, we don't actually just want to have them all at the same time and then just spam one round. But yeah, definitely an audacious attempt. Again though, Loud already 4-1 in the lead. As said, I feel like expectations are there.
मेरा highest Valorant is Ascendant 3, जो मैं थी 1 हफ्ते पहले.
Especially EDG, really when they did manage to beat out.
But अब मेरा नया mouse है ना.
And it's why Kankan really came alive. That's my major worry though. Is so far in this tournament, going by ACS, going by ADR, going by most stats that involve kills, Kankan's at the top. Right now, he has 1, which is not a great sign of EDG are going to be winning this, because there have been serious vulnerabilities. Even games that they've lost, he's still been in the 20+ kills bracket. So I'm a little bit worried for them at this point in time that if he doesn't
पेड़ का उसने yes देखा तो चांद में वो ऑडियंस में थी ना बंदी कितना अच्छा बॉस ले गया था उसने पेड़ का.
I mean, we saw a good attack side from EDG on this map up against
Shagnik bhaiya ka highest rank is Radiant something.
Foundations here on the defense so
What?
far.
97, no?
It's been pretty lights out from Loud.
Radiant.
And the movement towards B.
Radiant
Quick.
kuch to.
They're making a lot of noise on the way through, but again, it has the same vibe as before. Just look at the dots on the mini-map. Falling back. They've dragged a huge rotation from EDG. There's now 3 players on the B side, 1 close by around mid, and only 1 man. Standing alone is nobody on the A side, up on pipes. And if he doesn't move quickly, he won't have a way to fall back. He's going to have to commit to this angle in the next couple seconds. Unless we see him retreat.
Nobody's playing A.
He's
Nobody's playing.
Nobody's playing A.
I wonder what the idea here is. Maybe a flash from afar to allow him to swing around the corner. Maybe he'll just go for it. Just the one to be found. That's it.
There's a pocket of space. Kankan has managed to survive at the back, but now there's a rotation in the other direction once more. Still a player lurking around this position. Howdong waits patiently, but he has to be careful that he's not caught out. There are a lot of players pushing from a lot of different angles. He might just, no, he's missed the timing just by a millimeter. That's enough, and actually, G2's now gone down. Again, this round is starting to get really dangerous. There are so many angles he has to be careful of, and Les is going to win that first. Howdong caught in no man's land, and for 4v3, it might be down to just 1. Tui's waiting patiently. Loud have managed to recover from a position that looked really dangerous to making this round look comfortable.
I think they've just had a really strong decision. The entire we had 2 rounds ago where Loud seemed to be in control the whole way through.
The timeout worked. Never mind, I spoke too soon.
EDG didn't put them on the back foot. It looked like the same thing here, even with the disruption of nobody finding a kill. Right now, Smoggy grabs 1, but it's too late to get back in to deal with 2. Maybe he can do some more damage, and that maybe it's turning to a reality. That's a free kill for him.
Yay!
But even still, the reality is Loud have just gotten away with highway robbery, stealing this out from EDG. It was a close one that EDG might even have had the upper hand in, but they got chopped up into individual fights all across the map just by not having a read on what the hell Loud were trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, because I think for Howdong I can kind of forgive. Like, he ended up surrounded because of where the battles went elsewhere, but every other player ends up alone. Like, not a single one of those fights was tradable, and Loud just play off that. Just position themselves fantastically well, and yeah, the mid-round calls were great, because that initial take for them, even using a lockdown, it didn't go very well. EDG did well, but it's just the way that they play in the mid-round that was sublime. Now 5-1 up over on that attack side. This is definitely looking a little bit ropey at this stage. Kankan's going to try and pad the gap. He has had a quiet match so far. Got his 2nd kill in the last round, but it didn't really matter too much.
Harsh, big sapne, big sapne. Yes, up, Mohit, main badhiya hu. I'm good, you guys.
Here.
Ooh. Oh no,
Potential's not realized this time around, is it? I think the other problem being that, okay, Chichu might be able to get them back in the next round for retakes. I doubt he's going to be using lockdown here. And there's a Hunter's Fury on.
Oh, देखो Fnatic वाला classic
not going to be deploying that anytime soon, I reckon. So there's a like the safety nets that appear to be forming underneath EDG aren't really there. Damage being done.
वो फनाटिक का
Actually
क्लासिक
is keeping Loud's
Team color
economy
combination
low
होगा।
despite a
अरे वो
5-1
फनाटिक
lead.
का क्लासिक
If
यूज
they lose a
करता
couple
है
more players here,
यूज
it
करता है।
will end up being costly enough that EG might be able to reasonably force an eco out of this squad with 1 or 2 wins, depending on how investments go.
Last player standing.
The reality is there hasn't been a lot of hope in these rounds, and this one's not really the one to give us any extra. If Les goes down, it could be an advantage, or if he gets the kill, just one away from a Viper's pit, and he's sticking around. This looks like it'll be his fight, and not one he'll win, but that does still get the pit online. Costs you a rifle, but it doesn't give Chicho an orb. He already had the lockdown.
No, again, it ends up actually being fine. Like, Loud may not be keeping these as clean as they'd like, but they're still comfortably able to buy for at least a couple of rounds. Their ult economy again.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं क्या कर रहे हैं क्या कर रहे हैं क्या कर रहे हैं
Someone's tripping out. For the side of EDG, they're already going to
क्या
be
हो गया
taking
बीच
their
में
second pause, but I
हेलो
don't blame them because these rounds,
अरे
even though okay, there's been casualties, I don't think any of them have looked particularly close. Especially once you get to the second portion of the round, and they need to start getting onto the board. Because sure, there's expectations that their attack side is going to be better, but they need to actually have a decent sort of foundation to actually build upon, because let's not pretend like Loud are just going to allow them back into the game. Like, they've got some fantastic players over on their side that, like, you'd bet your house on at least one round Les is just going to win it. Like, let's be real. He has been one of the best players, I would say, in the tournament, but of the last year, 2 years, like, you could keep going back. He has been up there. So I think at this stage there needs to be a decent change. And EDG in the past, Chichu, there was that interview.
Two times in 7 rounds.
They really do rely on their coaches. They learn a lot. They take
जिंक्स कर दे बोलो गाइस आज किसको जिंक्स करूं यार आज पता नहीं किसको जिंक्स करना है यार
Coach Alex's pause yesterday and the impact that it had for PRX.
हाय भाव्या
11 out of 13.
शादी बेड पे बैठे यार मैं बोल रही हूँ उसको फिर बाजू बाजू बैठने सुनना नहीं है इसको What is wrong with you? Why would you say something like that?
Teams in the world will refer to those pistols as coin flips.
I am not aware, Nishant. I have no idea. प्रशम पहले ये वाला ही प्रेडिक्ट नहीं हो रहा मेरे से हाय फोनाइटेड ये कौन सा क्लासिक यूज करता है बता ये बताएगा पॉज करके स्क्रीनशॉट लेके देगा ये कि वो फोनाइटेड का क्लासिक यूज करते हैं
lockdown on Chichu, as we said, not really going to be that threatening when Kalanzi's still up.
Every nerve.
Yeah, he's probably just holding the Hunter's Fury for that exact reason. So already. Oh no, never mind. No, he wants to kill. He's gunning for blood, and he's going to get it as well. Might even get a tag onto Smoggy, not far away. Nobody's been having a bleak time over on this A side. Smoggy has to give it up. The ranking is going to force him back completely, and I imagine we're going to see, it's an plan, because they're just going to play this one passive. You want to go for a lockdown? Sure. We're going to be sitting so far back that it's not even going to matter. And I'm also starting to have a look at that rotation coming through from Les. He's looking to backstab them.
He's going to be caught. That's the only downside, but maybe they'll think he's around middle, not up here. No, they're checking it, and he's won the fight with 2 snake bites in a post plant. You'd imagine he'd be setting up for that right now, but instead they're committing more resources with 2E's moving through mid. This is a counter to what EDG just put through. A lockdown used, but their back is now wide open. And as they push forward, Les is doing exactly the same. Snake bite up top just to secure no diffuse, but there's no one near the diffuse. No one near the spike. In fact, as 2E's is about to realize, swinging into heavy traffic. And it's not nice to have 4 kills in a round and have to go and save, but that's the reality for EDG. 7 now on the board for Loud.
Yeah, this one's gonna come.
Hi Visual, hi Psycheron, what's up guys? Yeah, so far to help just didn't miss at all.
Every single round we're witnessing, they have a
game plan.
Okay, they've got a lockdown. Let's put ourselves in a post plan that doesn't allow that to work. Let's have less round on the back and basically just put this round to bed with the amount of downs that their opponents are going to have. Like right now, this is looking like a masterclass from Select and Loud, and EDG haven't yet turned up to the party.
I think that's spot on, Tom. It's been a really rough one to watch if you're an EDG fan.
I didn't see what he looks like.
Talk a lot about
Wasn't focused on the camp, I'm focused on the game.
It looks like it might be on its way to being broken.
He got a
7-1, a strong scoreline and a strong start as they once again on the side of Loud push EDG out of control over Belong.
Do they actually go beat this round, or are they just going to take the orb and go
No,
back?
it's got to be an orb.
They haven't left a lurk. I think they're going
It could be the Viper's pit.
बहुत time है
There's no one lurking. It's a B take.
You actually are spot on with that one. Previously, they've always had that extra player behind. This time, it's commitment. But EDG are committing. They haven't played like this up behind yellow. It hasn't been spotted, but the reveal now gives away the game. It's a disaster for Loud. Or for EDG, pardon. It's a miracle for Loud. Free as can be.
QCK took some damage, and honestly, that's
it's
a disaster.
Over. It's EDG are gonna win the round. Easy peasy. Oh man, they can't get anything to fall in place for them. Even there, it was a cloudburst that wouldn't fall in the right spot.
Oh, there we go. The 3 players at this stage might actually just go for this. But again, Loud's post plants have been sublime. It hasn't even been particularly close. That knife was nice. It's basically caught everybody. They know where they are, but there's nothing they can do. And Kawazine, he is not looking to be kind. Already spotting out Chichu, an awkward fight. He is still surviving. Timmy the turret trying to help out at least a little bit. Looking to reposition, take the fight, and he's going to get rid of Smoggy as well. Just removing the weapons that they're trying to save. Finally, they'll deal with him. But again, the round is over. It's been over for another 25 seconds. They're just looking to fight to hold their guns. That's the game at the moment for EDG.
They are fighting a different battle every single round. Like we saw the previous one, it was on A. They pushed up forward to try and deal with the post plant. Ended up being flanked themselves. Round was over. This time, it's all the whole squad is here to deal with this one Sova lurking in 2.
The funny thing is, I feel like there, Kankan tries to fall back, get picked by the dart. I don't know if that's...
हाँ वहीं पे DM कर दे पाप मेरे को कोई तो पता मेरे DM ऑफ है मेरे को पता नहीं था
isn't someone else there.
मतलब मेरे को कोई
QCK just runs around the corner and headshots him anyway. Like, it made no difference what the plan was. He just domes both. And QCK has been having a much better performance. The setup's been there, let's not beat around the bush. Well, Chichu's at least going to get one, and no trade. Actually, the high tide kind of helping them out here. Another one for Howdong, but Sadak has found 2 in response.
Yeah, Tui's hasn't had the best round with his util there, chopping up the map to stop them to keep control of mid, but EDG took it. Chichu on the flank. Good position, but Sadak is still up, and he's on his way back, so that util is going to be online. Has to be broken, now they know. Now they're ready for the fight, and a little closer than expected. It's Kawazine looking to take Chichu down yet again. And on this angle, he's not losing it clean. Shot to the head. Viper's pick went up and online. And that is stopping any chance of them defusing. Surely, they've got to... Oh, that's actually a nice recon up top. It hasn't caught him, but it's given away that he's there. Maybe the spams can find value. Kankan's got to wait a moment as nobody steps forward. He's dodging the spam, but Kawazine steps in on an unexpected play. Even the pit dropped in the end for Les to find that kill. Tom, this is looking like a mismatch.
Send you the tweet.
EDG's map pick, and they've yet to get off one round.
This is a masterclass. Genuinely a masterclass from Loud. It seems like their decision-making has been perfect pretty much all the way through the game. Again, this started off with a decent individual play coming out from Chichu, but then Sadak pops up, they get into the afterplot, and the second that spike has gone down, my belief in EDG winning the round has gone down to about 5%, because it just hasn't even been remotely close. 9-1. We've already seen this happen once when they played Breeze versus Genji.
Yeah, he will get me another one.
Didn't show up to the party in this map, and it's not looking good. Kankan has been diffed. That's not something I think has been said in his entire career.
Oh, he's been hot this tournament as well. One of the big reasons I was coming in here believing in EDG, but I can't even point to one player not showing up. One piece of the puzzle, the whole puzzle's missing. All I've got is the front cover to think about what could have been. And hopefully we'll eventually find those missing pieces. EDG are searching frantically. It's a Hunter's Fury pulled out of the bag. Not finding its mark just yet. Some damage quickly trade that back. Very few defenders left. Standing it back now, just one. Howdong tries to get through. Single shot. It's Sadak utterly demolished.
मैं इससे बात नहीं कर रही हूँ.
I mean, he's been doing it so far with his calling.
बात करते हुए मेरा मिस हो गया.
This time he takes it into his own hands, 10-1.
I didn't enjoy that.
Oh, this is hard to watch.
Yeah, they used the Hunter's Fury there, and they used.
नहीं ले सकते चिडोरी.
They used the knockdown and the Hunter's Fury, and they didn't even get a kill in the round. I think we've just got to start thinking about map 2. This is not even remotely what we were expecting coming into today, and we've already seen in the past the back and forth between Kankan and Sadak. The sniper and the sniper's mocker. Well, 2 and 11. Normally, I'm not one to highlight the kill. It's
2-0?
not particularly relevant in most
क्यों
games.
अभी इनका वार्म अप जाएगा सेकंड मैप
When
तक?
Kong goes, as said, the number 1 when it comes to ACS, AER, kills per round.
मेरे घर पे
He's
आती हो
been
तो
up
वो
there
मैं
in
किधर
every
बैठता
single
हूँ?
stat
उठो
this
उठो
tournament.
वो ना ये सीधा
Right
करके
now,
बैठो.
he is non-existent. Howdong
वो शॉट वाला पास है
doesn't even
वो
have any shields
इधर
here. That's
होगा.
how bleak this is at the moment, and they just can't catch a break.
ये
Not
शॉट
even
पास है
connecting
ना.
their shots at this point. No one can even hit a bullet. I think they're mentally boomed. They don't even know if they're going to kill this round. No, it's nothing. It's a flawless round 10 and a half. Can we just call it there and go map 2?
Switching sides.
I think
13-1
I
GG.
might have just got EDG's coach comms there. Was that you or them? I
What
wouldn't blame him.
camo?
That's a tough one. But you rarely see a master class like this. And you gotta say, those first 5 or 6 rounds, it was all static. This guy pushing and pulling the map perfectly for his squad, with his squad. EDG didn't know what to do. In fact, we caught up with Static earlier on. So let's hear a little bit from him.
Meu nome é Matias, também conhecido como Sage Hack, e sou o capitão da Loud. Em preparação para esse jogo, eu acho que foi muito mais a gente ter confiança
पहली बार आके केबल का डाल दिया
criar
खुद का बहुत तो समझ रहा है.
essa situação na que a gente está. Então, o segundo mapa foi difícil, mas eu estava com muita confiança, sabíamos que a gente podia. Eu sabia que podíamos trazer isso de volta, então pedi para que eles confiassem em mim que ia dar tudo certo.
ज़्यादा वाइड होएगा भी.
about this on the way back through. Sadak just stomping onto site. But a 1-for-1 trade. The numbers
क्यों United?
towards Loud.
लेने का सोच रहा है?
It's all on Autumn. This guy has been a rock star for this side, but a brutal position, a brutal round to potentially go home on. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it.
A gente já se enfrentou no passado contra eles.
We know they're a great
time
team.
muito bom. A EDG em particular.
Particularly speaking, knows very well how to change the pace of the game. Sometimes they play very slowly, sometimes they play very quickly. That makes it hard to predict their strategy, right? Sometimes we and they lurk, it's really hard.
Realmente é difícil.
He played really well. He translated. I don't think he's speaking in English.
Para os fãs, amamos
To
vocês.
the fans, we love you. Thank you for the support. You're amazing.
Incríveis. Espero que vocês assistam nós, continuem apoiando nós. Se fica muito cedo
It's
para
sorry
vocês,
for
peço
you. I'm
perdão
sorry.
pelo
That's
que
all we
temos
have
para
for
hoje.
today.
E é isso. Beijo
That's all a
gigante,
huge kiss and a lot of
apoio para
support
vocês.
for us.
Well, Tom,
बहुत
Khan
अच्छा
said in the video earlier on
Huh?
fearless
that he wanted to strike
Is it
fear in the
gameplay
hearts of his
after, like,
opponents
as
when they saw his
people-
as a
name.
player.
Well, they're going to have
As
to
a
look way
player?
down the scoreboard to see
Like, he
his name
seems
on this
positive?
map. That is a rare thing.
I don't
And
know
on the
what
attack
to do.
side, Tom,
Kick him while he's down.
Like a
there's
happy
basically
person.
no hope. There's essentially no hope. An
What do you
11-1
want to
comeback,
explain everything?
Mini
Because
couldn't
I
even
want to
make
know
this
reason.
happen.
No reason.
Give him a ring. See what
Don't
he
talk
says.
to girls if you don't want to explain
Phone
anything.
friend?
Just talk to
Yes.
boys.
Or
Oh wow,
50-50.
क्या अच्छा है. हाँ सही है.
Let's see how good
Hey.
Mini's Chinese is.
मुझे ये पसंद है. हाँ ठीक है. मेरे हिसाब से ये उससे better player है. हाँ
To be
ठीक है.
honest,
Posters probably taught him.
I wouldn't even be surprised.
No.
But here we go. 11-1. It has not been a good start. Still, potential of a turnaround in the next map.
ज़्यादा
Maybe
हो रहा है.
some life in this pistol round.
Yeah.
They are going to be able to get off
Game
to a
देखो ना
strong
समझो
start.
हाँ
Less
sorry.
looking to find.
chat.
ये
Whoa.
मरे जा रहे हैं.
Oh.
कंकंग मरे जा
They've
रहे
got to be careful not to let this one slip
Okay.
away. Already looking like it could happen. Chichu
Oh.
eventually will be able to find one.
Ooh.
Kawazin,
Oh.
he's very close.
Oh. ये वो box है ना उधर.
And I almost feel like Chichu's tempting fate. They have got themselves in a
इधर मार
massive
रहे हो.
advantageous position though. An open plant that
Oh.
normally you could only dream of. Multiple positions.
Like.
Actually, I think the cross maybe missed
Oh.
here. The headshot wasn't even needed, but
Doable,
he has managed to
doable.
find that first kill.
There's no chance, though. With the time so low, look how far back they're playing. Still with a reveal.
11 is all they
You
get.
have to force one of the fights. Smoggy's already tucked in. At this stage, miracle work needed. 45 HP as well. Nobody cleans it up. And there it is, Tom. They've doubled their rounds. It's a consolation prize for the time being. Oh, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I want
Hi
to actually see if they
Siddhant.
can just even
Chemistry का paper tough
build
गया
into
but
it.
फिर भी अच्छा करके है. Very nice.
Ankkita needs a warm-up.
Yeah, exactly. This is basically his aim labs before his aim labs. Like that's what I want to see. Just
पूछ रहा है
take the
अमनदीप को
time to
तुमको क्या
sort
लग रहा है कौन जीतेगा?
of get themselves into a good position
Overall, not
because
ये
they've
map.
come in cold and they've been shut down
Loud?
by Loud, who have
लेकिन तुम
looked
EDG के side
fantastic
पे हो.
throughout this map. So I think even just a few rounds,
Geographical
getting themselves
reasons
feeling
for
more
this.
comfortable back on that stage, it could be a pretty big deal for the side of EDG. And in this round, as you can see, there's no real safety there. They're just going straight in with those rifles. Chichu won't be the one
Excuse
to
me,
advance
Fnatic,
the
क्या
full
film?
gamble. But already with the drone giving away where this push is going to be coming in, the full force of Loud will be coming in on the rotation. A few upgraded pistols, but for SADAC, the only goal, slow them down and see if they can do a bit of damage.
What a round it would be to take off them, but yeah, you're right. The goal here is just to drop rifles, run that cost. Boy, giving Concon that little boost of energy. Just playing with the Outlaw, waiting for this wall to fall. They'll have some targets. Loud, very patient, but EDG are starting to make a read on this.
brother,
There's
सब
a lot
इधर
of
है.
players
जा,
around
ये पे
here,
plant
some
कर,
utility
कोई
in
नहीं
play,
है.
and the spike
Nobody
on
is
its way
going-
back towards A, leading the charge.
Nobody is
by himself.
going
It's a
A.
little concerning. If there was still a lurker around A, nobody would have
क्या joke
I mean,
मारते
he's
हो?
68 HP as well. He'd have a serious fight in his hands, but it looks like he might get away with it scot-free. Although, actually, the timing is kind of poor here as he goes through the wall.
Oh,
Kawanzi's
no.
waiting. Now the spike's down. There's a rifle there, but it can't be retrieved.
Where the waiting
Chichu's
be?
lurking
What's
around mid to catch those
happening?
rotates, but he's going to be spotted in a second. In fact, spotted now.
Dude.
Now he's stuck. And
Kyo?
his players swinging from all
Kya
directions.
kar rahe ho?
Loud all of a sudden are in a 5v3. 12 seconds left as the spike is
कैसे
planted.
बचाइए?
They can breathe a sigh of relief. The clock
Reward the
is now
opening.
on their side, and the players pushing back in.
पूछो ना
haven't
कौन
got
सा
big
keyboard है,
weapons.
तुम
Even the
Peter
kill
को
they
game
got
करो.
on mid was just a sheriff,
That's
so
really-
nothing big retrieved. Kawanzine already fallen. Okay, EDG are starting to get their hands on the reins again. It's back under control. It's not looking too scary, although a couple players are low. The time is ticking.
Olé!
Con, this is his chance. His aim labs, right? He just needs to hit a few shots.
What shots they hit, no?
Again. Oh, 12 rounds
ये
for
तो नहीं
Loud,
है
and
बहुत अलग लग
EDG
रहा
probably
है
wishing
एकदम
they could
और
have
ये
just
इनका ही
jumped to
map
the
पे
next
है.
map. This is more demoralizing.
Dracarys.
Mastercard thrifty.
Was it, Tom? Did they not buy? No, they didn't force buy that?
I think it was two ghosts and then classics, and
Yeah,
I think
wasn't it?
they picked up the sheriff. Even the sheriff that he got 2 more kills.
सब देखता
with
देखती सब लिख दिया ना तूने United.
He didn't even buy the sheriff, Mitch. He didn't even buy that sheriff.
It's okay, because they're going to map 2, man. They're really good on their opponent's map picks, Tom. Yeah, there we go.
Odin
Well, fair play.
He's
fair,
got an
fair
Odin
play.
in
Oh,
Okay.
पूरे 4-man mid-swing मारे Odin लेके hold कर रहा था
Maybe. Who are you kidding? There's so much still that needs to be done.
हो गया
Still
मोटर
3
चालू
players standing for either side. The early battles at least being even. I thought the Odin had
एक इंसान हंस भी नहीं सकता.
QCK
हंसने के इंसान हंसेगा नहीं तो
neither
क्या?
spotted the other. Concon is just looks
वो देख ही नहीं रहा.
दो जन mid push कर
They've all walked past. If anybody
अरे
turns around,
नीचे
I'm just
दे
gonna
दे
see him.
पीछे तो देखो. अरे वो मुड़ के पीछे देख लिया वो गलत इंसान ने कॉल सुन ली मेरी.
Traded though. It's the players with the weapons. Still, that push up from Tuiz and obviously the turret no longer online. As they do look to head in towards this A site. Wraparound's coming. You can see less. It's just waiting, watching, buying extra time, even putting the wall up just to slow them down that little bit further. This is all an attempt to try and just give opportunities to his teammates. At
Guns
this
नहीं है
stage, he
लोग के
should
पास
know.
Vandal switch करना चाहिए
Exactly
आगे
why
को nobody को Vandal
These
नहीं
players are coming from the snake bite again just to make them that little bit weaker as Tuiz continues his sneaky little play around the back. His opponent's none the wiser that he's going to be right up behind them. First kill's free and he'll close it as well. It has been a map to forget for the side of EDG as
Okay.
Loud come in
One map.
with one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant performance we've seen in the tournament so far. They are one step away from making it to the top 4.
Nothing but smiles from SADAC up on that stage, and I'd be
Oh,
surprised if
can't
they
get
saw
this,
anything
can't
else.
get it, can't
We know
get it, can't
EDG
get
are good on their opponent's map
See that
picks.
sign?
No.
Okay, we're gonna toss it. I don't want to talk about that.
Bad
We'll let the
game.
desk maybe bring it down
Yeah,
after
bad
the
game.
break.
ही आ गई
मैंने तो देखना भी स्टार्ट नहीं किया था ठीक से. Hi Rocky.
Hello, Rocky.
Rocky, do you have any reels in mind? You can send me tomorrow.
What is
Reel.
it?
UF.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl.
Right.
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
ये तुम्हारे लिए ऐड है स्पेशल.
मेरे लिए स्पेशली.
हाँ, एम ठीक करने के लिए.
हाँ. तुम क्या यूज करते हो?
हाँ. करता हूँ वार्म अप में.
ये वाला?
ये ऐप यूज करता हूँ. तो दूसरा बस.
एम लैब? मेरे को भी चाहिए. मैं भी करूँगी वार्म अप. Real fever is real. देखना. अरे अभी थोड़ी खेलेंगे ना मनदीप. मैंने बोला जब सब गेम्स हो गए तब आ जाओ. वॉच पार्टी चल रही है उसके बीच में. मेरे साथ खेल लो, मेरे साथ खेल लो. रुको यार थोड़ा.
खेलो ना. बोल रहा है ऐसे क्यों कर रही हो? बाबा बोल रहे तो खेलने के लिए खेलो. वॉच पार्टी छोटा कर दो. एक तो सा वॉच पार्टी, एक तो सा गेम और एक तो सा कैम.
और तुम्हारा एक तो सा दिमाग.
और वो जो खेल रहा है उसका भी कैम लो. उसका भी कैम लगा छोटू सा.
तुम अपना दिमाग मत लगाओ छोटू सा.
You be here unlike you.
Shut up. हाय थॉर. फीलिंग सैड निशान. कोई बात नहीं. अभी तो है ना 2 और मैप है. यूनाइटेड वैसे भी 2-1 बोला था. किसको देख रहे हो?
नहीं आज गाना नहीं गा रही.
जाओ देखो. हेलो सायराम. हेलो दर्शन. आज सूखा ब्रेड खाया मैं. क्या? यूनाइटेड ने बटन ले लिया इसलिए. वाओ. ये तुम्हारे ऑप्शन. प्रेमिका ने प्यार से जो भी कह दिया. हाँ जी जोकर. Do you need a hand? Come from the side, no? Wow, so smart. बाद में मैंने कितना अच्छा आइडिया डाल दिया. And no sleeping now. And if one pillow falls behind, no? You are pissing me off since yesterday.
I can second. I can buy you 10 pillows.
Please buy.
No.
I want pillow fort. वहां से ट्वीट करके स्क्रीन पे ट्वीट के थ्रू हाय बोलो ना. शाग्निक ट्वीट करो ना कुछ. वीसीटी मास्टर्स ये सब हैशटैग के साथ.
तुम करो. मैं तुम कर रही हूँ वॉच पर. देखो इतना जल्दी क्यों खत्म हो गया. अभी तक जस्ट मैं आया.
अभी तो स्ट्रीम चालू हुई थी.
Hey guys, I am here with SCK from Loud. Congratulations on that first map. Now the team has shared previously that this tournament is very challenging for them, but despite that, Loud has been very consistent with their energy. Who on the team contributes the most to keeping that energy up, especially for very important matches like this?
I think that Sazahak is this guy. He always like have a smile on his face. He always like time to cheer and make it the environment really good. I'm a kind of this guy that always listening music and all of that. So we have a little bit jet lag, but
प्रेमिका ने प्यार से जो कह दिया अरे अभी मैच चालू करो ना दूसरा
looks like a really happy guy, so let's see if
he had to talk to his teammates who are holding him.
Well, they have plenty of reasons, Mika, to be happy.
Oh, I like her jacket.
13-2
Nice jacket.
over the Chinese #1 seed.
सेकंड खाने पे 10 पिल्लों के पैसे मिलते हैं सुन लिया
Very much here to play.
Ready to like my last match wow bhai
That was honestly, I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Bye Prasham, hope so.
What is going on with EDG? Back to back, they start a map with an 11-1 half against them. They crumbled in that Gen G series. They show up here against Loud, and they look like they are crumbling again. This is not the team we've come to know from EDG. Loud absolutely picked them apart.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the logic that EDG applied to pick in this map. By the way, their pick was, okay, we beat Gen G on this map. Gen G beat Loud, so therefore we should be able to beat Loud. But it looked like a rock, paper, scissors. It looked like a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation.
Transitive property, I said process of elimination.
Yeah.
No, I was wrong, you were right.
Neither of us actually pathed 4th grade mathematics.
But yes, like you can see the logic there. But I can't. There's no logic in that game.
It's not about the map pool. I think they could have showed up to any map and looked like that. It is about confidence. This is a team. You look at their faces. No one is yelling. No one is making noise. No one is giving that energy that EDG thrives on. Think of when this team is at their best. Kung is up, standing, screaming. He's shooting an operator at the camera. They're showmen when they're great. And right now they look completely deflated.
Finals पॉइंट तेरे को लग रहा है ठीक है
they did still play a really
EDG will lose next match to Laris is better bhai ऐसा नहीं है
an absolutely stunning match.
Yeah, exactly. And
we भी हो सकता है कुछ भी हो सकता है अरिजीत
it's all about that mid-round calling.
घुमा सकते हैं उन लोग
are very hard shooters, so it's only the fundamentals and actually the reads on the map that you can win in this matchup. We were seeing that
अभी हो गया ना चालू अभी थोड़ा सा डेस्क पे बातें हो रही है
unable
फिर हो
to
जाएगा
close them
चालू
up
अभी
because of the adaptation and the moving around the map that Loud was having round after round. You know, maybe they won 2 rounds, but let's think about the 2 rounds that they won. The 3rd round, right after, Loud is on a bonus, and then Pistol on the 2nd half. This could have perfectly been, this could have perfectly been.
सब कोरोना में यूज करे इसका तो मैं भी अपने कोरोना में यूज करूंगी.
Inches away from that happening, but you see in the rounds the variety of the calling for Loud. Even when they're losing, they're going for a lot of fakes. They're going for these interesting ideas with the B split, and I think we have seen that historically when they play this.
मजा बैठा ना बीच में. Yo, dude, I'm on TV.
More kind of adaptability than with the comps when teams are playing without the Harbor. Without the Hammer or without the double controller in general, most teams it's just an A-hit simulator. You go there always. Sometimes you throw in a B-hit. You have to fight deep. But yeah, it's so different for this squad. The variety they have.
Well, let's go to the aim lab shoot around real fast. We'll check in with Chichu and we'll continue the conversation regarding
Come on, yaar,
EDG.
don't be such a bastard.
Something that I thought I would never see as I'm
warm up कर रहा है शाग्निक.
because obviously
aim labs में warm up कर रहा है ये बंदा.
Kung.
EDG
4 frags total, like the whole map, which is
सब warm up कर रहे हैं.
because
angle clear कर रहे हैं.
You would see him on screen here and there. It didn't feel like his aim was aligned there. Like it wasn't like it was like big battles. No, it honestly just felt like he was just getting diffed.
Yeah, exactly. Not many things were working on the side
Skin
of
select कर रहा है. ठीक है अच्छी skin लगाना.
And I repeat, this is the map that they
चलो.
chose. Now we should be moving on.
Sunset चालू हो रहा है शाग्निक कम.
Theoretically, Loud is going to be more comfortable in.
Yeah, and honestly, the wildest thing to me about that match, besides the crumble as a whole, was that QCK was diffing Kung. He's the guy we were saying needed to step up, needed to be great on the jet. We hadn't seen him at his peak yet. And he was
मसल मम्मी कह विशा पहले मैं basic fitness बन जाऊँ. Basic
in the opening.
health.
But you're right, Bea. We've hit a reset point. We've gone into sunset. But man, am I worried about EDG. It's so hard to reset. Not just, sometimes you lose a match, you can
wow, दूसरी language में game देख रही हूँ.
2 maps in a row where it's been the same story.
Yeah, probably they ran out of fuel maybe too soon in the tournament. We were talking about, is Loud top-notch right
In
now?
Sunset, I love Gecko.
Are they really up there to be the winners of the tournament? EDG right now is not looking like a fair opponent to them because Loud, after what they did yesterday on Sunset, how good they were feeling, how everything was falling onto place. A 13-5 against FPX, where FPX were having crazy rounds. I think that Live and Ultim were final bosses. for this one, things are getting even harder for EDG.
Yeah.
Phoenix लिया है Loud ने. Double controller, double initiator. मैं तुमको बता रही हूँ lineup. Double controller, double initiator. अभी EDG वाला नहीं बताऊँगी. बाहर में जाओ. खुद उठ के देख लो देखना है तो. क्या है?
Multitude of flashes. They're
क्या है?
really good at holding down space in the mains, in fighting forward against EDG. They don't have that same initiator power to fight back in. So for EDG, I think this attack side is about getting mid control, baiting out Util, going for
मैंने
these
बताऊँगी
round
breach
hits if they
क्या
want to win. But that's all out the window. This is
जिसको
a
देखना है वो
map
खुद उठ के
about
देख सकते हैं.
confidence. EDG
हाँ,
to
हाँ.
remember who they are.
Hi,
A team
Vanshika.
who's been dominating in China, who comes to international events and beats
ओ इसका eyebrow
the best of
piercing है
them.
मैंने देखा नहीं था
It's
पहले.
absolutely unacceptable for them to go out with a whimper. This team needs to remember why they're great.
मैं भी एक बार कराने वाली थी जब मैंने ये इधर ऊपर pierce कराया था.
Likes to play it slow, likes to play it with time, but Loud with this composition and with that
तब मैंने
first
सोचा था
map
eyebrow
that they
piercing भी
gave us,
कराती
they
हूँ. फिर
want
मुझे
to
मना
take
कर
it
दिया
all
गया
and
eyebrow
make it into
piercing के लिए.
playoffs.
Is this how it ends for EDG? Will Loud push
Hi,
forward
Akash.
into the playoffs? Let's find out. Send it right back
Hello
over to
Saksham.
Top.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our wonderful analyst desk, Tom. As we
Lineup
move
जा
into
रहा है,
this
lineup
next
जा रहा
one,
है.
You know, I pity our analysts for having to look at that last one and break it down because it's tough to be nice to EDG after that. It was a really, really rough showing on their map pick, but the promise, they're good on their opponent's map picks. Tom, you opened up the series by saying that. I hope to God you're right.
But that's the thing. We now have to do what EDG did and forget that ever happened and move straight on. And Loud, they run quite an explosive comp. Kicking it off on this defensive side, you can expect aggression, you can expect pressure. And basically, EDG have to forget that has been a rough performance. Boombot gone, shock dart counted. Now going to be looking for the split straight through to mid. Still though, there are plenty of players from Loud around these angles. QCK already, as said, is looking good on the last map, looking to try and take control. And it's Less and Howdong with the first couple, but Loud have come out on top.
Still a bit of a struggle to get in towards B main, and Spike dropped. Everybody split up. And it's only Con left. He's fired off to find Kawanzin the first, but a double peek quickly secures the round for Loud. And that's another pistol underneath Loud's control. All three so far have gone to them. For EDG, it's going to be a minute before they can heat back up. They're down to pistols.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice for them just to get off to a good start on this map. Try and, as said, forget what happened. But the fact is, it's always difficult when Loud play the way they do. Like, I feel like there's going to have to be real dedication to just being wary of where QCK is going to be, because he could be everywhere. Like, the fact is, he is going to pressure all over the map. He's going to have supportive utility from Kawanzin at times. He's also going to be looking to farm up those ult orbs, because it really does help with the aggression. So I feel like EDG are going to have to play their defaults well, and in the last round particularly, losing B main like that and having no way in, that was definitely a problem.
Immediate spams through the smoke. Well, Howdong's definitely got the shorter end of that stick. Les has been tagged up a little bit, and 2 is down. Okay, EDG, they've got a little bit of punch packed in this one. For the defensive side, they've lost full mid control. So it's time to go walkabouts. A side is under threat from behind, so they're going to secure the front. QCK's already made it past, but the timing is key, and he's picked his angle. Picked the right angle indeed, although the shots don't land. The flash in hand, and it almost cost him his life, but the timing was good. With Howdong down, the heal can be found by QCK, and he's out of there, actually. He's just going to give up the control entirely.
Yeah, not wanting to try and stick around versus the pistols. The thing is, though, the B site is under the control of their opponents. They don't really have the
guys, मेरी call सुनो.
Many others from Chichu on the other side that gives them that extra bit of information. We've seen a lot of teams really utilize.
मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से दोनों के 50-50 चांस है. यही कैलकुलेशन तो सुनना था.
He was one of the major dangers. Look at the rest of the weaponry
This is the calculation we needed.
It definitely isn't pretty. Even an extra kill or two though in this post plant could be huge.
Well, this is it, especially with the plant spot, right? Like, this is all about spamming. The downside is 2 classics, not really going to have the best at times. Nobody know where to go. Found an angle eventually, and a kill. But Chichu on another. Now there's a real chance for damage. Shock dart close, and the spray doesn't land. Kawanzin's now the last man standing. He might not even be able to win this anymore. If he does, it's going to be at a heavy, heavy cost, and he's out.
Fair play. That was a point I had absolutely no belief in the fact that EDG would be able to take that home. Already getting themselves a MasterCard 350, and that's going to be a huge boost to the confidence. some great individual ability there, but also just the goal to just sit in a snake bite and then peek after the two pulses. That's
It's 90-10.
An aftershock, like the changes that they made to it from 3 pulses to 2, actually making a major difference, because otherwise he is dead.
One enemy remaining. Just about made it out with his life.
Yeah.
Hit the shots. And even with the shock darts finding them, a player swinging who's got a fully auto rifle when you're so low, just didn't matter. EDG have got their early start. This is what we wanted to see. I thought we weren't seeing it with the pistol. The smile on my face. As Loud now have the weaker weapons, and EDG will face off against them with confidence. Concon straight around that angle. One of the major dangers. It's already been dropped. Both rifles that Loud have are now on the floor.
This is a confident looking Concon. Was already looking dangerously missing in the last map. And he did have a rough performance the last time they played Sunset as well versus PRX, so I was a little bit worried, but the fact is this round decimating less. 2Es now. Again, it's about getting a kill, getting anything, make things more costly. They know exactly where he is. Now, not shooting it might bait the idea that he's round the corner, but Concon is making sure he's not giving him anything away. To bounce back off pistols and then go into a flawless round, that's about as good of an economy boost as you're ever going to get.
Well, they lost the pistol. They're 2-1 up, and they've got a showstopper on Concon, a player that was, as you said, just completely missing on the previous map. A player that is really the reason that people are believing in this squad being able to pull it across the line, because he's been so strong this tournament. And I was terrified. If he didn't show up here, the game was already over. But very early on, we found out that he's here to play. And round number 4 is going to see a full buy for both squads. Run it back online.
I'm here to party.
Insta-pop the showstopper. Again, this just has to be a moment for Loud where they just give up the site. Almost played straight into the retake. He's garnered quite a bit of space, but because he's gone the direction of elbow, they actually haven't managed to get into an after-plant position off of the back of this. And maybe almost trying to sell the idea that this was a ruse. I like this from EDG. They're now breaking the door, and I feel like this is putting in some real hesitation in the side of Loud. Like, they're clearing things out. They've seen absolutely nothing on A after your opponent bursts a showstopper into the elbow. This is a really... This must be a peculiar round for them. And now just patiently waiting. Timing going to be everything. I think Select caught a glimpse, though.
He saw one. He might have seen 2. Decent shock dart as well. Some damage done. EDG on their way through, though. They will make the A play. QCK securing mid and now looking to move forward. This is where I expect to run it back, and indeed, it's already popped. He's on his way through. Peek is good for some damage. QCK focused on the site, gets dropped eventually, but he's back in the fight now. Alongside Kawanzin, who's just burned the ball as util. Didn't manage to run anyone out of position, but the Molly certainly has. They're all well, sat around the same position, just nobody who's up on full. He's the first to swing, post on the wide angle, and find quite a bit of control for himself. Plant still to be secured with 15 seconds.
Plant नहीं हुआ है.
Find a safe haven to get that done, and it's the corner up close. Nobody has to hold strong with him down. The round is already done. You imagine. Come on.
क्या क्यों लेकिन उन लोग
that maybe there was some belief.
जो वॉल छोड़ा सब क्या पूरे साइड देखा था.
Like I don't mind the ideas from EDG, like the start. If that was the game plan, because they take so much control with the showstopper. Okay, that's fine. Then they pause, which I definitely think puts some doubt in the minds of their opponents. But then they don't really take that space, and they take so long to get into an after-plant position and lose the battles in mid. That was one of the major detriments of the round, was that you already saw Loud having such a large advantage that, okay, I think nobody ends up doing quite well to at least make that one look competitive, but ultimately the round doesn't go their way. Now, luckily, as we've mentioned, plenty of cash available.
मेरे को पानी मारना पड़ेगा. वाइड ड्रॉप की वजह से ड्राई होकर वो पाउडर हो जाता है.
For the side of EDG, even Hunter's Fury online. Something to fall back on. Close to getting a null command as well. 2Es, well, he might have his by the end of the round. We'll see if that has any impact. Round 5 starts off with a spray, and Concon getting put in his place by Kawanzin. As we saw, that was just blind fire straight through the smoke, but an angle that's going to be very frequently spammed.
Again, now Loud are able to fall back into these more passive positions. 2E's about to be put under pressure, but the fact is he'll probably just fall back offer this, call for some rotations. And you can see Loud are starting to group up together to potentially make a play back into mid. Now this is being watched by Smoggy, and because of that they are just going to have to fall back. Chichu potentially wanting to try and find some sort of trade, but in the meantime they have again completely given up this A site. But as we've already witnessed, Loud are very happy to go.
वाह अमनदीप, वाह क्या प्रेडिक्शन है। अमनदीप बोल रहा है अगर ऐसे खेले तो दोनों में से कोई भी जीत सकता है।
An angle that was checked
मेरे
before
हिसाब से भी
many
दोनों में से कोई भी
times.
जीत
Allowed on the
सकता
way
है।
back through, but they decided to leave it open this time. That's going to delay the rotates to A. They even allow EDG to get into position on the post plants.
रुका इधर
Although
चीटू
Chichu
गाना।
might not be there to help them out. I don't think he's expecting QCK to be quite that close. And we'll take him out of the retake for a while. Buy some time for the squad of EDG to bunker down. Don't know where these players from the side of Loud are. I mean, again, QCK is on the other side.
करना, अरे करना,
They handled it the right way, but there's no one to follow up on it. There's no one there.
करना,
QCK is caught. Okay,
करना,
good position,
no,
only the one to be found. They know where Smoggy is.
अले
So
ले
they're
what
holding the
shot
angle. Clean as
taking,
can be. Nobody though. Still holding strong. He sees the shot.
अले ले nobody.
Or the bullets either. Couldn't decide. 3 rounds for Loud.
Yeah, they've been good in these retakes. I thought for a moment that paranoia looked like it could catch all 3 players as they went for the retake, but wasn't quite placed out. Well, it was placed well, but there wasn't anybody to actually capitalize
I'm
on
an hour.
And then in the end, it just came down to some slightly
Looking for a lengthy OTS long stream check.
well close to being devastating, but close is not going to win you these rounds. Still, though, EDG are going to be able to bounce back once again. They still have the finances available to them to invest in this round. Now the A site, they've been able to get into the post plants. I actually think a lot of their problems right now is the fact that they are trying to play the map so much. I think they've been given quite a lot of opportunities on A, but they always have a deficit by the time they get there.
You know, when you think about how those retakes were established for Loud, 30 seconds before Spike goes down, you have players being dropped, you have QCK miles out of position, even caught on the rotate as well.
सामान इधर उधर करते मजा आता है उन
Still
लोग।
able to get a
उनका टाइम पास होता है। आज हम दिन में, आज हम घर में सारा फर्नीचर बदल देते हैं।
This time
ये
focus on
टेबल उधर कर दो,
flank
वो
watch
इधर कर दो,
Chichu.
भाई इधर
Tons
दीवार
of
छोड़ के
players
इधर
pushing up,
बिल्डिंग
but I don't
बनाएंगे।
know that he has a way
क्रॉस
out this
करते हैं उन
time.
लोग।
Stun was good, and they're closing the
बहुत मजा आता है
distance.
इन
The
लोग को।
Phoenix flash soon around the corner,
Yeah.
and Chichu's in so much trouble. But in the meantime, the spike's being planted, so Loud again have to go for the retake. As we said, they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they've done really well to isolate the flank every single time. Chichu hasn't managed to really get anything. And now it's up to the heroes on the other side to try and hold this one down. QCK off to a flyer. Can't wait in the corner. Looks away, still manages to snap back. But again, it comes down to one. Nobody already spawning the first. Just looking to try and wrap back around into that 1v1. The dart should reveal the player on the spike. Knows exactly where SADAC is. Looking for him to try and tap that. It's going to come down to one. And SADAC is a safe pair of hands once again. Loud will convert a 4th round into their favor.
शरीफ को स्टूल पे क्यों बिठा रखा है? It's a chair with like a cushion.
SADAC's been leading by example in so many of these rounds.
Not a stool. This is a real coconut tree.
Him to close out. This should be giving them a pretty good lead. Because I expect EDG to take a much lighter vibe. Maybe some serious deficits for them. On the way back in, we're seeing again and again that this squad, when they have disadvantages, they're able to fight their way through. With the advantages, it got close this time.
Yeah. मेरे को मारेगा।
They're still winning those clutches, and that's all they need. The weakness is actually not that apparent on the side of EDG. They're going for all light shields, which is allowing them 4 rifles to play with. So still some very good potential to this buy from the attackers.
My ultimate's ready.
You look at the ults. That's the major deficit that they have already, getting the run it back online. Hunter's Fury. Again, they look perfectly set up if they end up in a retake. And that's what Loud have been playing for in these rounds. A good start, though. Getting rid of Cowsy and also getting rid of a boatload of utility. And EDG are not going to just run off.
अभी साइफर जाके उधर अल्ट मारेगा और ये लोग एक
rotation from SADAC. And instead, they're looking
माफ
to
कर
fall
रहे
back to the other
देखो
side.
इधर जाके चलो। Where is everyone hiding?
We've seen this a couple of times from EDG. Now with a little bit more information.
हाँ अब कर जा bro जा bro। Go, bro, go, alt, bro.
Loud
Go,
previously
go,
pushed
bro.
up on A to try to seize this space. That's not the play this time, and it's Red on the other side.
क्यों नहीं कर
Chichi
रहा?
sees that. He wants to take the space for himself. A very late flank. 35 seconds left on the clock while he's creeping up elbow. We see the B site can heavy threat. Less in the corner.
करना.
He hasn't been pushed out of it, but now he's being spotted.
करना.
This can spell danger
Oh, no.
for nobody being tracked. And he's down low. So is Haodong. Everybody, in fact, has seen their fair share.
सब मार दिए तो सब डॉज के लिए ऑलरेडी भी खींच दिया भी काम करना नहीं एक ही जगह पे बैठे
A quick double for him, a triple in fact, and it looks like it's all
ये
sealed.
राउंड
QCK even popped the ulti as well.
Dead.
He's running it back, taking down
Start again,
Sonic.
round.
Little showmanship for
हो
5
सकता
to
था ये
2.
round.
Yeah, they look like they're right back in the
What do you
driver's
think
seat.
who will win?
A shaky start to
Huh?
this map for Loud.
Huh?
4 rounds in a row once again.
बोलो ना हम लोग loud.
They've just looked superior so far throughout this map. And the funny thing is, on the entry, you watch both players at the back of site have all of their utility taken away. The second it comes back online, the snake bites are perfect. The counter utility, the smokes they're putting down, just making things so much more awkward. And then also you just have Tui's just pop in anyone's head that even looks at him for a second.
Well, I think that's also part of it. You have Les in the corner firing
EDG
with his
का भी
rifle,
एक है.
letting them know he's there. He throws the snake bite, player gets close, and as soon as the second one's fired, he's running at him to punish him. But not able to. Now when Tui's is there, quick shut down to this round with 3 fast kills. QCK right down on mid, and so is the whole force of Loud. You know, 4-player mid push with a Phoenix leading charge. It's not easy to deal with that. Chichu's the last
I got
man
B, guys.
alive. Yeah.
Guys, I've got B.
On the upside,
B is clear.
They've kept their credits for the next round, Tom. That's I think they're pretty thankful for that now.
Yeah, he had
Loud ball must be
one
there.
hero rifle to try and do some damage, and the worst thing is that I feel like they've already made the realization that he must have pushed through behind them. Nice shots from Chichu. They need a whole lot more, but somehow Sadak, even when he doesn't have his gun in hand, still manages to just dodge the bullets. 6-2. It's a little bit more costly than maybe it should have been, but I don't think Loud are going to care. An operator in hand in EDG, I feel like we're right back on Icebox again. 5 rounds in a row, a pause taken, and the coaching staff once again given a chance to try and stem the bleeding.
मुझे नहीं पता
At least there's
क्या बोल
already a bit
सकता है
more
वो?
on the
Let's
attack
guess.
side, though. When we saw this pause come in
ये
earlier,
अंकिता दिमाग खा
on
रही है
Icebox, it definitely felt like it was a bit frantic. And it
क्या हुआ
proved to be
स्लेट सारे मैसेज
as the
भेज
map
के
went on.
रिट्रैक्ट कर रहे हो?
Loud had them read like a book. This time around, EDG can't afford to have that happen again, but there's a major difference, which is that Concon is online.
सीधे
I
पीछे
think
फोकस हो
now
रहा है
they've sharpened their
कौन
weapon
सा
from the
टाइप
last
पर
map. They just need to find the
ठीक
crack in that armor to take these players down.
तो
There's not
पे
been
फोकस
too
कहाँ
many
पे रेजर
weaknesses
लिखा था
on
उस पे
display
फोकस
for
हो रहा
Loud
है
in this
इधर
series.
कौन सा
They've only lost 4 rounds so far.
Their retakes on the A side have been sublime, so much so that they were pretty happy
the percentage
to actually
cutting है
give it up. And then their hold on the B side with less at the back of it have also been
कैमरा में तो
fantastic.
कुछ भी
He's only
दिखा
there
है
with
तो
3
प्रोडक्शन
kills,
के
but
ऊपर है
it's just the counter utility that comes out, too easy the support that's there.
उसका
And
सर्वे
then
कट हो
obviously
गया
at
ना
times QCK just
10%.
taking that aggressive
कौन सा
position.
माउस
As
पैड
we've
यूज कर
said,
रहे हैं?
throughout this tournament,
आर्टिजन
he
का
has been one
ये
of those
वो
players
यूज
that's
करता है
under the
आर्टिजन का सेम
microscope. He's replacing
हाँ.
big shoes, whether that player didn't make it to this event or not. He's a talking point, and in the last 2 maps, honestly, he's
भैया
been
को क्या हो
sublime.
गया?
He has
परेशान से
been
लग रहे हैं वो मेरे
a
से परेशान ही
nuisance
रहता
for
है.
EDG to deal with. Top of the board right now. Here we go. EDG with an investment, rifles onto the board. As said, A-site has been a good place for them to get in. The problem is, the retakes from Loud have been on point.
This is it, Tom. Like, you know, Tui's posted on this angle up in hand. Game hasn't really got started for EDG yet. An opportunity to claim this A side as their own, and oh no, right away. The timing is found, the space is taken, and Tui's is right back out of there. He's set up again for another angle. It's going to be smoked off. But my goodness, Tom, this is not an ideal start for EDG. No. Nobody down. They're not going to have a lot of info on the way through.
But the thing is as well, Loud aren't just sitting there. They've already taken B main control, realizing there's no one there, so the rest of the team are able to rotate in early. They're able to claim so much space because the fact is the lurks from Chichu
अरे तू जा रे.
So they're already there, just pounding utility into these players. Chichu's desperately hoping to try and find something, but you expect it to be searched for, and it may not even be needed. The flash from QCK is also just perfect. Howdong low, and they're waiting.
Ooh.
Les is just watching. He knows that Chichu's eventually going to try and make his move. The fact is, Loud at this point are just reading the script. A paranoia
Oh
into the back, a
no!
blinded player stuck, a Molotov that they step into. This is all just perfect. Loud can do no wrong, and Howdong, he has to wipe the entire squad at QCK.
भाई क्या रूट
on the trade. They're
ब्रेक
running a
इधर
clinic
में
on
जा
EDG at the
हाँ
moment.
बंदा राइट से निकलेगा तो इधर पे बंदा
Just fantastic from Loud.
Run it back, and Viper's Pit online for next.
Boot
2
camp
away
हो,
from
हाँ.
the Rolling Thunder on Cow and Zine with 7 rounds on the board.
9-2
Near no promise for the side of EDG to get back into this series. The door is being shut on them, Tom. And every single piece of this replay is so good. You mentioned the push-up on B main. It gave them a little bit of information, but from there, the rotate comes in. Les leaves B main, moves to mid, waits for the lurk. I mean, if they had the coaches
अच्छा लगता है यार मेरे को एक चेयर दे देते ना इन लोग पिंक नहीं तो ब्लैक में भी चलेगा मुझे एक चेयर दे दो.
You never know. They're a team of many talents at this stage. 2E's maybe in a little bit more trouble than we've seen before as they look to put the pressure on much faster. I don't mind this approach from EDG. The fact is, a lot of the time they've been given this control by Loud. They're already going to spot the Sadak is here. Again, though, when you have a run it back in play, you're more than happy to just go for a retake. Hunter's Fury thrown out. Nobody just desperately trying to find an opening kill. That's
लग गया उसको लग गया.
EDG have pretty much failed to get in almost every single round.
no!
Fucking spam! From Kawazine! He just predicted where his opponent was going to go. Run it back now in. Utility set up to try and
कितनी अल्ट आती है भाई? अरे!
but he still takes down Kankan.
क्यों पीक लिया वो प्लान?
That advantage was never had. The spam almost eliminating Howdong. Wallbang in. It's just one left. They're cleaning house. Loud making this look so easy. Another bonus round to make it 8-2.
It's a hard one to find hope in, but I can swing it. Hope for EDG? Maybe not. Hope for Loud in the future of this tournament? Yeah. Oh, hell yes.
If they keep playing like this, they're back in contention, because that's been the thing that's sort of been a bit shaky for them so far, is they've not looked bad, but they've not looked like Loud.
No, he is at my place, exciting end.
A champions winner. This is looking like a team that has been in many events before.
They have looked like Loud. They've just looked like Loud at a Masters event, not Loud at any other event. But now, finally, we're seeing this team at a Masters be able to put up numbers. One map already secured. Yeah. More than halfway to getting this one, and EDG, they haven't even got off the starting point. 2 rounds on their attack. One player already lost to start this, and it's Chichu. This is why you're going to see those breaks pumped way down. They have to watch B, they have to watch A pushes, and with those extremities being watched, there's only one man you're going to rely on to try to punch through this defense. It was Kankan, sent through for spams, finds nothing. They are just looking for an opportunity right now.
Do you know, I wonder if, like, Genji is out there going, well, we can't play them again, right? Because we already played them. And then Senna going, well, they're from our region, so we can't play them again, right? It's just like, both seeing like the better excuse as to why they don't want to play Loud, because I wouldn't want to face them. Of all the teams I see, look to make it to the playoffs.
अरे गया कांगकांग गया पीछे तो देखो.
Sadak, I think there might have even been a flicker of a knife in his head for just a moment. 30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow. The flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK!
A quick 3. Not a quick
remaining of EDG. Any questions that were being asked of this man now? Gone. 18 and 5. He's had a field day on the defensive side. Phoenix.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about him struggling to break.
Look at breach आ गया था, मैं तेरे पे भरोसा नहीं है. but जिधर मार नहीं पाया तो मार.
I'd call this. He's just shooting people. He's
playing attack on defense.
18 and 5.
मेरा हो गया भाई.
9-2. EDG one last chance to put a round on the board here. Make it 9-3 at the half. It's not a lot of hope, but it's a damn side better than what they'll be facing otherwise. Coming into it, they're up against a Viper's Pit. They're up against a Rolling Thunder. As well as just what Loud have been bringing to the table again and again.
Let's actually use the Viper's Pit the whole half. I think he just used it now because he was like...
Loud को देख या
when did they need
EDG को देख
No, exactly.
Unless you're going to lock down B main, which again hasn't really been
दोनों को देख के Ankkita का gameplay आ गया.
Certainly not successfully from EDG. There's been no pressure, zero pressure from this squad.
You know the little like challenge. He's just like, oh, I've got to do my challenge, so I'll just use my ult in the last round.
Yeah, got to use one more ult to get my points.
He's trying to complete the battle pass, guys. Come on.
I mean,
okay.
Ambitious.
Let's go.
This is going to be big. That's caught quite a lot of players, even towards Elbow. It's keeping Con in position. The ult was used. Smoggy can be revived. So Loud might want to compete for mid control. Maybe this can work out for EDG to force another fight.
Today, AdiRank had the cutest after himself in this team. What do you think?
That's what EDG wanted. The man advantage sits in their favor as they move towards B, and they're bypassing Viper's Pit entirely. Sadik needs to be careful here. He's playing a risky game up against
Cutie
Con.
रहता है ऐसे लगता है शायद में करके छोटे भाइयों के साथ खेलते हैं
ऐसे लगता है मेरे भाई नहीं सब गर्लफ्रेंड जैसे कुछ कुछ रखना पड़ता है.
Cuties ऐसा इसके team.
Sadik can stop it.
He's been expected, and even still, it's looking like they might finally get another round. Not quite anything for Sadik, and now it's left on to less. Finally.
9-3 cards
from the board. We do see another round, the last round of the half, go the way of EDG. But let's be real, Mitch, this has not been a pleasant outing for them.
No, it absolutely hasn't. EDG coming up against Loud. I think we were all expecting this to be a close one. After what we saw from EDG in this tournament so far, the PRX game, for God's sake.
That's a good
but here
positive
is Loud,
thing.
a team we talked about being a weak in form. 9 rounds set to close this series out 2-0. EDG need a lot of hope. I'm not the one to find it. Maybe we can hear some words of encouragement from Haodong after his last game.
Hey everyone, I'm Anna from EDG. Yeah. I'm the IG and the controller of the team. I thought you didn't want to come in.
一直是一成不变的吧，我个人感觉是这样的。但是其实今天的失败的原因是来源于我们自身吧。
मुझे क्यूटी वाला तो
很简单，首先我觉得失利首先是从游戏内容里面抓问题，然后再从游戏外面再抓心态上面的问题。
साइड में तो स्क्रैच नहीं आएगा लाइक तुम्हारे पास ब्लू ब्लैक नहीं तुम्हारे तरफ ब्लू नहीं है ना स्क्रैचेस में विजिबल नहीं नेचुरल टाइट
失败就把整个人击垮的这种人吧
It's beautiful. मेरे को वो एक क्यूटी वाला तो
Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps.
每次打世界赛吧，大家本身抱有的心态就是这其实是最后一次世界赛，大家每次都是带。
Even in the next match, in yesterday's match against PRX, we approached it with the mindset that it could be our last VCT match. Every match is our last match. What I mean is that throughout a professional career, players may participate in VCT many times, but every time I actually feel like VCT could be the last one for all 5 of us on the same team. I think always cherish every opportunity and treat each one as if it's the last time.
如果说这样的话，就是个人觉得是更能发挥。
With this mindset, personally, I feel like I can unleash my full potential.
Well, learning from defeat for EDG, they'll certainly have a lot to learn
I don't
from
think
this
he
series so
that
far, Tom.
they
It's
want
not a
to,
defeat yet. 9-3.
They're so good, but they're so toxic. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't.
Will it be a QCK 2-0?
Oh, a quick 2-0. I like it.
So they've mastered puns.
Especially because he's got quick 1 in his name as well. Would it be a quick 1? That would have been good as well, but it's fine.
There we go. Leading the charge is QCK. He has been fantastic in this match.
Okay,
18-6.
Come on, guys, let's go A.
Completely under their control. Now the same idea.
Okay, guys,
is in play from EDG.
we got A. Let's plant here. Yeah, we do an open plant.
Still available. Shock darts, an extra flash for Smoggy.
Blanca
They have the utility to do it.
The
question is,
the
Loud even let them get that far?
Well, there's certainly been a lot of promise on the Loud retakes, like you said. EDG look to capture some of that magic. Smokes are down. The retake's underway. Flank spotted as well. Loud have a good idea of exactly what EDG are trying to do. The crunch comes in and they're ready. Fight back. EDG still have some life in them with Smoggy picking up another. It's down to a 2v2, but QCK stands strong. Nice shot by Smoggy, but the molly at his feet. Too hot to handle. 10 rounds for Loud.
He's looking like a different beast.
Thank you,
today,
Pratik.
like,
Thank you.
genuinely.
Pratik is
This
saying nice
QCK is
contribution by
someone that-
me.
Well, was clearly seen, but that's the thing. At this point, I think
9-3
that
cards
he's
भी नहीं
gonna
हो रहा,
give
guys.
Sadak anybody, and if he goes, yeah, he's good to go. We've just got to believe it. It wouldn't matter who it is at this point. I think he
Mark
could
your
bring
teammates,
back
yeah.
some like 40-year-old FPS player. Maybe he could bring back Lothar. No, sorry.
Yes, player. I don't know about that. If it was
Hey, he plays Valorant.
It was a card game version, sure.
Wow, toxic. I believe in you, Lothar. Here we go. 10-3. This flash.
दोनों फ्लैश लेके रेडी थे बट अभी एक ही फ्लैश डाल रहा है.
Well played. Kawasi's just taking down the two players who were lined up ready. QCK is looking to try and heal himself back up. Bear in mind, Konkan has actually invested. An interesting one. I didn't expect to see a Spectre light shields, but I guess just the
परसों को
scenario is
Slade.
so bleak. He was hoping that maybe he could bridge the gap with some. Not even that. A hero Spectre. I don't know if that's ever been said. And well, I understand what he was going for there. Trying to time
11-3.
the player droning, but it's safe to say Sadak had friends waiting
Looks
by.
like a quick one.
Well, the pistol
No
rounds have
sniper,
been
but
going
equal
to
on the way.
Loud again and again. This time, though, they're able to build on the back of it. This is the real tragic thing. Just look at the timeline there. Round 2.
So I was
and 3
saying it would be
went to EDG.
easy
They
को
upset
PRX
them
यार फिर
on
अगर
the
jinx
second
मत कर
round.
यार.
I even remember
EDG को 2-1 ऐसे किया था उसने.
on our hands, didn't I? I had to say that. Here we are. And for EDG, you know, there's a lot to talk about in their previous games. In this one, though, 5 rounds across the series so far. Loud have just had complete control. Their buy round here represents a chance to put the foot down, at least make this scoreline a little bit closer.
Quick
But
one.
again, the man
Box
winning those
down.
opening duels doesn't change.
Oi.
He's taken damage and now finally dropped. Kankan's made it out.
But yeah, put it in.
Unseen's dead to the nade. He just stood in it. Smoggy's taken down less. Okay. Well, it started out poorly, but it's been recovered. It was starting to be recovered nicely by the side of EDG. Not again. Not in rounds like this. Chichu
Okay.
pushes a smoke against him, and he wins it. Come on. Loud just can't
Gonna?
lose.
No, not a third
The
time.
script
Not a
is
third
not,
time.
and it's not for EDG.
Got 3 kills pushing through
Yeah.
smoke.
12 to 3.
कैसे?
I could chop up every one of those kills and say EDG were unlucky in every single one. They should have won that
What the
round.
fuck?
I can't believe the 2Es just got away with that. That's absurd. Like every single one of these is him just peeking into an angle, puts a smoke down, runs out the smoke, kills the guy, goes back into the smoke, runs back out the smoke again, and kills another guy. And it just... Even Sadak's face is like, that was just dirty. Oh, I feel a little bit ill. 12-3.
दोनों मैप्स मिला के
How
5
do you think
राउंड
EDG feel on that stage?
Well, we've casted fast best of 3s in the past.
Had our fair share.
Yeah. Gambit versus
अच्छी खेलती है और ये लोग.
Raccoon. That
हाँ,
was-
वही
that was
तो.
fun to remember.
देख रहा था यार दिन का.
That was maybe even a little bit quicker than this.
Occupies a very small slot of
ये
memory.
देखो इनको.
Here we go.
Oh,
$2 USB. Well,
45,000 people are watching.
9 chances to close it out based on what we've seen so far. You know, Tom, it's anyone's game.
सबसे ज़्यादा views टैरिक को आते हैं ना वो
This
देखते
has got to be the one time it's
फिर बहुत जन करते टैरिक फ्रॉम सब वॉच पार्टी के लोगों
conclusion
को
this time out from EDG. I definitely admire them for taking
और
it.
चाइनीज इसके लिए चाइनीज ऐप्स है
No.
वो लोग तो यूजुअली ना वो लोग नॉर्मल फेसबुक पे यूज नहीं करते ना तो अलग चाइनीज ऐप्स करते हैं तो स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए भी चाइना में अलग ऐप्स है VLR पे दिखेगा आई थिंक
EDG won my
जो
heart.
जो
I even remember on the desk yesterday I said
वो लोग के
this is a
लैंग्वेज पे
team I've
कास्ट कर
massively
क्या बोल रहे
underestimated.
हो उन
The
लोग अभी
second I stop underestimating them.
फास्टर से बायस हूं
Yeah. But I
That's what
think,
you-
as you said earlier, the one
नहीं,
real
audio.
benefit, well, the
Yeah.
one only benefit, is the fact that we are seeing Loud in terrifying form and looking to make their way through to the playoffs. Playoffs that
और उसकी
well, we
अंधिया के
definitely
रहती है
want to
यार.
see them.
हां और प्लेयर मार
They're
रहे
going to continue up their run like this. Smoggy, flash is good, but less is there. Playing counter once again.
Honestly, bro,
Under some serious pressure. They're trying to counter out QCK, but he ain't stopping. He knows there's a guy stuck in the corner, and he's going to clear him out and take out Karkan as well. This man has started off this map in real form, and he's looking to finish it in the same way. Kawazi is going to put another in the dirt. It's left all up to nobody. And the fact is, nobody is standing in Loud's way, closing out this series. Obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Thank you guys. Second match.
Broken for their Masters runs.
Thank you for
They
having
made
me.
it deep into the tournament. Top 4. And
Yeah,
it
हमारा
looks so
special
damn
handshake.
good doing it.
Sorry.
We talk about teams looking weaker. Loud were top of the list coming into this event. We thought they would do well. They struggled, they stumbled, but my God, they found their feet. On the other side, EDG, GG and well played indeed. This tournament has been remarkable from this squad so far. A shame to close out their final series like this, but it's definitely not representative of what they've been able to bring to the international scene. I think Kankan will be a name most teams are scared of in the future.
NT guys, NT.
Especially when we know what the next Masters is going to be. I think he's going to be a name that everybody is going to be shouting. Unfortunately, after victories versus PRX, a close game versus Genji, it wasn't quite to be today. This was a statement matchup. They came in a team that had beaten them before in a Masters, a team they beat in a close series at Champions. They have obliterated them in this matchup and now look to go through into the playoffs. And as said, if I'm one of those top-seeded teams, I don't want to match up against Loud.
Well, thanks to their Phoenix, this most certainly was a quick one. 24-7. A player that we've highlighted on the desk throughout this event as having struggled. That's what the community has been fitting into his role. Say he looks pretty damn comfortable now and terrifying for anyone facing this wild team. Moving on in the tournament. And moving on with our games for today, it's time to throw this one over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, guys. I mean, a quick day of work, you know? Not bad at all. Goodness gracious. I genuinely blown away. Let's just jump right into this real fast, go into our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because it is going to be QCK. We're going to give this man his flowers finally on the broadcast, Mimi. He had a lights
यार men's
out
clothing
game.
कितना बढ़िया होता है
I mean,
यार.
it seemed too easy for him, the way this guy was playing. When he was on the Phoenix, he was working into these retakes incredibly well, setting up his flashes with his squad, and also just fragging individually, and it was the same on the Jet. This guy has a lot of doubters, for good reason. I'll admit, I was one of them, but I think he's dispelled a lot of that criticism with his performance today, especially if he can keep this up into the playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, most importantly for this instance here, right? Especially for QCK having like this
Well played यार Loud, बढ़िया खेली आज.
a massive uplift for them, right? Because we constantly talk about Aspas was the playmaker for the team. Was QCK going to be that guy? And he didn't necessarily need to be that guy, but I felt like we finally
But he's
got that
finding
here
who
today.
he is,
Yes,
and I think that's what really matters for Loud, finding who they are themselves in 2024.
Yeah, this is going to be super fun to see what Loud can do in the playoffs, but of course that means we have to say goodbye to EDG, Edward Gaming. An exit that I genuinely did not expect.
Shagnik उसका real name है श्रेष्ठ.
Rounds won by the number
Helef
one
उसका end game name है.
That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, and this is a team, again, we talked so much about it in the pre-show.
Hi,
How
Divyam.
this team just kept getting better and better, but they
Amandeep,
really fell apart in these
same.
last two matches. The mental was crumbling, the rounds weren't sticking together,
What do you
and
think
they
it
were
was?
up against
What would you chalk it to?
It's so hard to place.
Yeah.
I really think that they just somehow, after that Gen G game, lost faith in the system, lost faith in themselves, and didn't find it in themselves to bounce back after. Unfortunately, they're home, but Loud, looking good.
What a day. But let's go ahead and hear from the man of the hour. It's Sadak standing by with Kukuka.
Y estamos aquí con Sadak. Vamos a hacer esta entrevista en español porque la ocasión lo merece
Post-match
y obviamente
interview with the one and only Sadak.
after that
Toma
brilliant
Krios,
performance coming in from Loud. So the first question is going to be, what a brilliant performance there on Icebox. EDG picked that map, but you definitely show them how it's played. Did you imagine that it was going to be such a dominant performance? Sé que me has entendido, pero te repito la pregunta. Menuda performance que habéis tenido en ese Icebox. Ellos lo escogen, pero vosotros les dais una lección, impartís cátedra. ¿Cómo ha sido eso?
Y la verdad, cuando vimos que ellos escogieron Icebox, dijimos, buenísimo, o sea, es nuestro mapa, nos sentimos muy cómodos, así que entramos con mucha confianza y la verdad salió todo bien.
Basically, when we saw
क्यों United क्या प्रॉब्लम है तेरे को? लाउड जीता यहाँ से दान 2-0. हाय अदिति, हम किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? अभी हम PRX को सपोर्ट करेंगे.
About QCK, about Quick. Many people have had questions about, you know, who he's replacing and yada yada. I know that he has not had an easy day, and I want you to tell us.
श्रेष्ठ प्राइस रेंज क्या है?
How do you see his performance on the big stage? Ya sabemos que no ha tenido un día facilito. Quiero que me digas tú, como su IGL y uno de sus mentores, ¿cómo estás viendo su performance y qué tal está él?
Y la verdad, yo estoy muy orgulloso de él. Para quien no sabe, él durmió solamente 2 horas. Esta noche se la pasó vomitando. Tuvo que ir al hospital, la pasó muy mal y le dijimos, quédate tranquilo, haz tu mejor. Lo que pasa es que el mejor del muchacho es muy bueno, la verdad. Así que estoy muy orgulloso, es un guerrero. La verdad que muy, muy orgulloso.
Okay, so basically for those of you who didn't know, QCK was sick. He only slept for 2 hours. They were telling him, hear me out, just do as good as you can. Nobody's going to look down on you if you don't perform. The bad thing is that the worst of this player is actually pretty damn good. Well, with this, thank you very much. We will see you in playoffs. Anybody that you want to face off particularly?
Realmente no quería enfrentar al otro equipo de Américas, a Sentinels. Después el resto, buenísimo. Así nos vemos en la final, quién sabe.
He doesn't want to play against Sentinels until the finals, so we'll wait and see it there. Don't go anywhere, we have another matchup, KC versus PRX, right after this.
They will do autograph signing.
It's the rubber band match between two teams that could very well go the distance.
Two teams synonymous with their regions. EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
Oh, Devon, thank you.
Be careful. Tui's needs to time this just right. Over for 4v3, might be down to just one. Very few defenders left standing. In fact, now just one. Smoggy's
Oh, long time hater है United. ठीक है. Understandable. Have a great day. Hi. Energy. More passion. More passion. More energy. More energy.
In the tournament, they are one step away from making it to the top 4.
We've hit a reset point. We've gone into sunset. Man, am I worried about EDG.
This is a confident-looking Kankan.
Combat, Howdong though wants to take down less, forced forward, and Tui's was waiting. A quick double for him, a triple in fact.
The spam almost eliminating Howdong, wallbang in, it's just one left. They're cleaning house. It's left all onto nobody, and the fact is nobody is standing in Loud's way, closing out this series. A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
अदिति वो शागनी की टीम है, हेलेफ जो टीम में है वो ट्रू रिपर्स है उनका नाम. अब बताओ PRX यार, PRX यार, ऑफ कोर्स प्रशम. मैच पेपर देने जाने से पहले यही बोल रहा था, मोर पैशन, मोर एनर्जी, मोर पैशन. यार ये चेयर दिला दो. अगर मेरे मॉड सोचे कि मुझे कुछ गिफ्ट करना चाहते हैं, यू नो, तो ये मेरे को चेयर मिलके गिफ्ट कर सकते हैं. सब 100-200 लोग मिलके गिफ्ट कर दो प्लीज. दो 200 लोग तो कर सकते हैं मिलके. प्रोनाउंसिएशन शाग्निक है, बट स्पेलिंग SAGNIK है. नहीं, मैं से 1-2 जन नहीं बोल रही हूँ. 100-200 लोग मिलके गिफ्ट कर सकते हैं. 200 लोग मिलके, समझ रहे हो?
Song that never got a hit.
तेरे वास्ते है तुझे जैसा प्रेम कहानी प्यार से जो भी पिंक पिंक करके भिजवाना फुलाइटेड पिंक कलर करके भिजवाना चलिए मुंबई के भी सोते ही रहते हैं हाँ बाहर सोता नहीं है ना यहीं पे आके सोता है वो बेचारा है ना शाग्निक अच्छा बैग है ये शाग्निक हाँ जो तुमने लिंक भेजा है नहीं वो हार्ड है तो फिर ठीक है ये सॉफ्ट है क्योंकि बाहर से मटेरियल देखो जैसे ये जैसा है ये ऐसा सीधा ही रहता है क्रम्पल नहीं होता है मोरों के साथ से ले लेना मेरे साथ से ला देना अरे पफ बोलना इनको तुम लोग 200 जन मिलके कंट्रीब्यूट करो ना डिवाइड करने दो मुझे 550 ठीक है उसमें अभी थोड़ा शिपिंग विपिंग सब काउंट करिए अगर मैं 700 भी काउंट कर लूँ डिवाइड बाय 200 तो 3.5 इंटू 280 रुपीज पर पर्सन होएगा यार बट वो तुमको कैरी करने ये होएगा पूरा टाइम ऐसा अगर शिपिंग विपिंग कुछ एक्स्ट्रा हुआ पेन होता है शोल्डर मेरे पास भी है ऐसा वो तुम्हारा हैवी है बैक पैक ही रखो ट्वेंटी मैंने बर्गर खा लिया आज अरे तो अगले महीने का निकाल लेना 280 रुपीज अगर $700 मैं बोल रही हूँ ये सीक्रेट इसका जो चेयर है $550 का है बट अगर उसमें शिपिंग विपिंग कुछ कैलकुलेट करे कस्टम वस्टम $700 भी हो गया अगर और 200 लोग मिलके गिफ्ट करे तो 280 रुपीज पर पर्सन होता है रुपीज तो 200 लोग मिलके तो कर ही सकते हो यार मोरन उसको मैंने अलग ऑर्डर प्लेस किया हुआ है समझ रहे हो
I think a lot of people were very much selling PRX very short going into their matchup against Heretics yesterday, and we
किस चीज के लिए बैग चाहिए अरे
rejuvenated, energetic PRX, Mimi.
सब इन लोगों को किट कैरी करना होता है ना अपना माउस पैड माउस हेडसेट सब तो उसके लिए और $46 पर मंथ या और ऑन यूनाइटेड ऑन EMI
I'm people. I was the one who was doubting PRX for good reason.
How dare you people?
Because they have not looked like themselves this entire tournament. But Heretics awoke the beast. Benji Fishy was standing up, was yelling at them, telling them to sit down. And
इंडिया में मंगा सकते क्या लेकिन?
The wildest comebacks I have seen. Finally, this team was back PRXing, right? All the individuals were popping up. They were flooding back into sight. They were making magic happen. It felt like the honestly just the mystique of PRX of how they win this was back for the first time in ages.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, जिनके भी पिंक कीबोर्ड दिखे ना सबसे ट्विटर पे पूछना ब्रो व्हाट इज योर कीबोर्ड प्लीज
Absolutely. As we were just watching, like the reaction is unanimous also on the side of PRX. It would be so easy because after what was it 4K in 4 rounds in a row, like Heretics was just.
I mean, they were getting stomped the first half.
Literally, and then they're like.
कैमरा बैग सजेस्ट कर सकता हूँ उसको थोड़ा हाइट वाला चाहिए ताकि वो माउस पैड फिट करे सजेस्ट करो श्रेष्ठ से फोटोग्राफर को उसके पास कैमरा बैग के ऑप्शन है हेवी बैग नीचे उसको
Forsaken came into this event saying,
मेरा टैक्स ज़्यादा हो जाएगा ना?
6 out of 10. We asked Alex what
मेरे
he
पिज़्ज़ा का लिए
thought
500
coming
करे
into
अगले
this
मंथ
event
कर
paper is
लो.
gonna be. What did he say?
He said 6 out of 10.
Like they feel like they're coming into this event like so mid, and then they end up walking on that stage
But
just
again,
clapping.
they were. This
तेरे
is the
फोन को
first
क्या
time
हुआ
that they have
United
been
अभी?
more than that 6 out of 10. You look at the rest of that
Brother.
Heretics game, and there was mistakes being made. Heretics was the better team for the majority of that one, but they have this wild ability to activate sometimes and come back, and that's what makes them such a scary opponent against a team like Carmen Core,
There
who
is something
plays very similar.
Sorry, there
to
is something
Heretics, that is.
there is something that makes teams like PRX, teams that have been in so many international events different from the others, and is that they have the ability to peak when and where they need it most.
It's very similar to Loud, honestly, in that
Exactly, right. It's a very good simile because many teams will peak, their peak is out of their control, right? They will have
Okay,
like a
Amazon
brilliant,
India में भी
outstanding
ऐसे ही
performance,
club
and
होते हैं.
maybe they fell a bit lackluster,
अच्छा,
like for
ना
example
available.
what we saw from EDG. Most teams cannot control it. If you're able to control it, that is more than just an ace under your sleeve.
Well, you know, we
Limited
talked
time
about
पर
this, but
$90 off है.
was
Oh
one, yet he
भाई.
was the guy who
And
got up and
$20
let
off है
everyone
अगर
know
तुम
who
मेलिंग
was
लिस्ट में
boss.
जाओ
Thankfully, we
कभी.
got a chance to speak to him because Mika Fabs is standing by with him.
Hey,
क्योंकि
Monya, can
इसमें
you come over
small
here
size
really
भी
quickly?
है यार.
Just a really
देखो
quick
ना.
question. So yesterday, your performance, that was a really strong statement coming from you. So what do you plan on doing on keeping the momentum going against KC?
Nothing special actually. I just want to win today because if we lose today, me and Davai will lose the laundry at our hotel.
Is that so? You lose the laundry?
Yeah, because if you lose, like you're going to leave tomorrow, you know.
Oh no, stakes are definitely high then. All right, best of luck to you.
Brother, I get it.
Dude, they're winning the tournament. They're winning the tournament. They need to get the
Blood's got to get his laundry back,
Hear me
okay?
out. We're all like here, the Furies. Wow, the performance chiming in, just being unreal
They're playing
for the
for a
team.
pair of socks.
Meanwhile, in their minds, man, I have my mom's t-shirt. She's gonna kill me if I go back and I lose the t-shirt and it stays in the hotel.
They're playing for some clean draws. I respect that very much so. All right, well, we'll see, though. Now, the thing is, you know, when you talk about PRX, you always have to talk about something.
What did he order?
Him, the player. The guy. The guy. Something.
I know you ordered something.
I don't.
I heard the Google Pay notice.
The thing is, though, something definitely was a question mark for us.
Sounds
Because we
in the
were seeing
China.
him a few times, especially on that Gecko. It just wasn't really clicking the way. I know Mitch is somewhere around happy that I mentioned
But
it.
तेरे फोन को हुआ क्या?
I'm wondering here
टाइटल
is,
चेंज कौन करेगा? ये बैठा है ना चैट में फुनाटे टाइटल अपडेट करना टीम्स कौन सी खेल रही है अभी?
into this because it feels like he has now just found that next gear that he really needed.
I mean, we have to say that in Lotus and in that split, I think that he came back to life. He had to be like some of the in this series compared to what he was
Tell
doing
me
previous in the
something
tournament.
मेरी जान कर ले हमसे एक बार प्यार की मीठी बातें चारों सोनिए
playing the game, whatever. And then map 2 and 3 against Heretics. He's something again. He's winning every first duel he takes. He's out there dominating them. This guy's an absolute superstar, and he wasn't playing like it for most of the event. But he locks Jet 2 maps in a row, and he's enabled very well by his team. PRX is the team where we have to talk about the individuals. We have to talk about the confidence, because that's what gets them going. They have these ideas of how they want to play the comps, of how they want to do it. But it does not work unless you have individuals like this team does. Seeing them online now makes them a very dangerous team for KC to deal with today.
Incredibly fast, incredibly literally on your face. There are some of the things that, as you're saying, not
भाई ये चेयर का इधर ये जो सपोर्ट आता है ये और ये हेड का वो सब भी अलग से पैसे भरना होता है
action happens in like 10, 15, 20 seconds, and if you're not up to speed, you're going to be
भी है इनके
All right,
पास.
well, let's go ahead and shift focus to their opponents on the other side of the stage. It's going to be Carmine Core. Now, they're going to be looking for redemption here because they had to, unfortunately, swallow a tough defeat against the Sentinels. But this is a team that really met a brick wall, right, in Sen. And now, coming into this one, Kukuka, we get to see what this KC team is made of as they have to dig deep, which is something that, well, we have only seen once before. Isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly. We know that
These are so cute.
just because it's a very new team, they have only lost that one time, right?
Yep.
But we saw them
Flashy
play,
भी है.
against Team Heretics back in EMEA. But after that loss, they went on a streak and just kept winning and winning until they got their revenge against them in the final there at kickoff.
Yeah, in the last match we watched them, they were playing a team who just went into playoffs looking fantastic. Sentinels, and it really came down to the wire. I think the make or break in that game, though, was counter-stratting and the read that Kaplan and Sentinels had ahead of time. Here's one example to take a look at on their split, where they go for this Yoru play that we see from them a lot, where they set up this paranoia.
Oh, they don't ship to our country. Oh, not a problem.
So here's the thing, Ankkita is completely ready. I love that we're seeing it also in this lower speed. So basically, as you're saying it, he's going to be using the Euro ultimate, and he spots 1, 2, 3, minimum, I would say 3 to 4 players. The thing is that instead of going back, instead of saying this is not
जीते क्या हम लोग
there's a
प्रशांत?
high likelihood that I'm going to
ये
go down,
search करो.
they commit to it. So we're in a part in the tournament that is going to be a before and an after when we go into playoffs.
Yeah.
Set plays will get you this far. If you want to go into playoffs and actually be a great contender to winning this trophy, you have to see beyond.
And this is the turning point.
Thank you, Rakesh.
Like EMEA
No,
kickoff,
he doesn't
where
want a
they
duffel
take that
bag
loss,
puff.
They learn from it and they go on a run from there on out. Or will it be like many a promising team that have come to international events before, hit that roadblock and fallen? That's the question for today.
Both looks like you're never gonna study, Clifford.
To make it out of groups.
I'm sorry
one of these squads has been under that pressure before.
about your
Of
exams.
course, we have Mika standing by. She's
Title
gonna get
change
the
हो
word
गया
with
United?
14. Let's see what's going on there.
Hey Magnum, can we pull you aside for a really quick question?
अब भी DM कर
So,
चुपचाप.
a lot of IGLs, a lot of coaches say that PRX is a tough team to play against, especially for the first time. So how did you prep for this match?
So hello. Yeah, I agree. I think their playstyle is quite annoying, but I don't think it's the playstyle. I think it's their individual.
इसने हुडी के ऊपर blazer डाला है.
insane. But like we prepare like for all of the other teams, and I think we are ready.
All right, good luck to
Try
the team.
करूँगी मैं भी.
All right, well, this is going to be a tall task here without a doubt for both of these teams, but they know
Time
the
मैं भी थोड़ा
challenge
देती.
is at stake here for the both.
Yeah, and I mean, that is really the question today. He can give an answer, but it only comes down to showing in the server. PRX is the hardest team for new IGLs to play against because they play like no one else. You can prepare for how their util combos work, for the plays the players make, but they will take risks that no one else will. And today isn't going to be about the prep, going to be about what fantastic counter strat Eng came up with ahead of time. This has to be about Magnum, about this team, and how one of the youngest rosters we have here can adapt to the most chaotic team, the hardest team to play for the first time in VCT.
Yeah, exactly. And there's many answers that you can give to this question, right? Are we going to give them the space? Are we going to fight them? Are we going to give that chaos a little bit more? If you just look at the compositions, you might think that KC is the kind of team that is going to fight fire with fire, right?
Sure, for
but
sure.
for when you see them play, you see a different kind. You see that they interpret the utility in a different
The one
way.
I sent you, it looks too
and
big.
For
You don't need
them
that.
to have different outcomes. So I'm really looking
Thank you,
forward to seeing what
Varun.
Magnum is able to do.
All right, well, we got a few
Second
more
language यार
seconds
English,
on
हिंदी और
the
मराठी
so I
तीन
wanna
थे.
get real quick predictions.
Second कुछ नहीं
haven't
था.
really done this in a while, so how you guys feeling? You PRX, KC,
English क्योंकि English medium, हिंदी तो हिंदी और मराठी तो दो language तो you know.
To the adaptation. I think that their map pool is stronger. They tend to have better reads. PRX is still playing a lot of comps that are kind of weird, off kilter. They're still figuring themselves out, but there's a real chance PRX win. However,
Thank you,
the
United.
necessity
Thank you.
is they need to be playing like the second half of split last
Venetic
night.
membership
If they can
बच्चे
continue
देके
that
cancel
energy,
किया.
this is
क्यों
gonna be a
आप
damn
बच्चे
hard
नहीं
game
हो?
for KC.
बड़े
Hear me
बच्चे
out,
हो.
we're in Madrid. I
बड़े
cannot
बच्चे बन
see
जाओ.
this going any other way. Casey has to make it onto the playoffs to say the very least. We already have Genji there. I think that they, at least deserve it.
Yeah, I'm
Just
totally with you
हिंदी
guys. It would
नहीं
be,
यार.
a heartbreaker as
महाराष्ट्र में
well
रह के
to not
मराठी is a
have,
language that is
any
taught, no?
EMEA team in the
For
playoffs,
either of
especially.
these teams, though, imagine another playoffs without PRX. What would
I
that
thought
be?
जो state में रह रहे वो state का language तो school में सिखाते ही है.
There's still so many more questions. Thankfully, we do have the map selection
ऐसे से.
ready to go. So let's see where we're headed for this epic confrontation.
All right, welcome to Map Select, presented by Omen for match 2 of the day. Based on the draw order, KC, you are higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So PRX, you'll be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Icebox.
Icebox, your ban?
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. Map number 1 from PRX.
Bind.
Bind. Side on bind.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2?
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with PRX, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Split.
Ben split.
Ban Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. Map number 3 by default is going to be Ascent. Paper X, side on Ascent.
Bind Lotus Ascent.
Play attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
Paper X ने bind, KC Lotus, Decider Ascent. चलो तीनों अलग मैप देखेंगे पहले वाले से. क्या? They're walking, they're on stage, they're here, they're clapping, they're smiling, they're ooh. Fine. Guys smiling with Alex. अरे एलेक्स भाई आप टेंशन ना लो. आज बीएम किया तो हम बहुत बीएम करेंगे रिटर्न. Alex looked so happy before the other coach came professionally. He was like, "मैं तो मस्त खड़ा था, फिर वो आके ऐसा professionally खड़ा हुआ तो मेरे को भी ऐसे खड़ा होना पड़ा." Serious case के साथ. Physics is nice, हाँ ना.
For PRX, they're a squad that really rides the momentum of the moment.
आता मतलब मूला है.
Carmine Core, is it about being drilled? The structure.
भगवान के सामने सब हमेशा बच्चे ही रहते हैं.
Whether or not PRX.
We are always kids. आज मजा आ गया मैप से अच्छे चूज किया. हाँ ना मैप्स में ही खुश है हम लोग. गेम तो अच्छे ही जाएंगे. Shagging, they're doing team huddle.
This is the day where they have to figure out
they are
if they
shagging
can adapt to a
team
team
huddle.
like PRX.
We were thinking and saying that 2024 might be the year for the rookies. Well, KC should be the one trying to prove that. Of course, we
यार क्वालिफाई होके जाना होता है श्रेष्ठ. ऐसा नहीं है.
for a very, very long time. People were also saying a tournament without Fnatic, without Energy, without all of those heavy hitters, especially PRX. Yes, exactly. When is going to be PRX's moment to lift the trophy?
That's a great question because it's been some time. Remember, this is a squad that was runner-up at champs last year, right? They have had so many great opportunities in their career here, but to get Monnier a trophy lift, for this team to have that moment would be huge.
I think it's almost more about Monnier getting it for the rest of his team, stepping up, filling those shoes, bringing this PRX squad back to those finals they've made before. But let's talk about the map, Vito, because I think this is where it gets really interesting. Both these teams play very off-kilter comps. You're not going to see the same head-to-head of the default comps we always get in a match like this. We're starting on Bind, and last time PRX played this, they lost this map, but I actually liked a lot of the things they were showing with this Harbor Raze composition, with Arena in there too. I think they have really creative ways of executing the site and of kind of pathing their way around and setting up their Raze player on the dive.
So here's the thing, right? I do disagree with one part. I was not very surprised because I like the Harbor, I like the intention, you know, of doing something different. To me, the Reina was very lackluster. Sure. Like I did not
Let's go. For second कौन सा keyboard use करता है?
Choose Reina above something else.
But you did.
But इधर नहीं मंगा
Sorry, that was dreadful.
Sorry, I didn't
वही
do
तो.
But the thing is, you don't understand why they choose Serena until something has a.
इसके white की caps है, उसने सब change कर दिया है इसमें.
Last two maps yesterday, I think it's not the optimal.
की caps दूसरा लगाएंगे तो भी setting वही रहेगी ना, जो करेंगे.
Dangerous pick for KC
हाँ?
to go up against. Things for this team to watch out for is how aggressive PRX is with this fast site hits.
Something Reina, PRX, Monnier, Trace, Mindfreak, Brim, Device, Sky, something Reina, Forsaken, Harbor. In Bind.
Exactly, it's the shower controls that in the
सामने Shin, Omen, Thomas, Viper, Magnum, Sky, Martin, Yoru, and Nereid, Raze.
And specifically Martin has to be the one finding those holes and actually taking advantage of the situation.
We talk so much about these PRX individuals, but the two youngsters, Nere and Martin, have been electric in Madrid thus far. If they can keep that up, if they can compete with PRX, there's no doubt that KC would be a player in the playoffs.
It's time for our final match of the Swiss stage and to find out who will be remaining in the playoffs. This is going to be a game with a lot of fireworks, so I think we're going to need to bring out the big guns. We got Pansy and IPOC.
That's incredibly kind of you, GB.
योरू जिनको खेलने आता है वो निकाल लेते हैं प्रशम बाकी एजेंट तो सारे अच्छे हैं खेलना आना चाहिए अभी योरू जिसने खेलना सीख लिया
It's a really interesting matchup in terms of kind of the style of both these, right? Without a Fnatic of old, without an EG of last year, this is the chaos meets structure, really the best. We're probably gonna get it at this at this event. We get straight into the pistol round here. Martin, typical position here, gonna take a deep peek on the shore. Something a mind freak here, seemingly aware of the possibility.
And looks like Martin not afraid to particularly show presence, so that's going to be that.
Narrate 48 HP.
Removed from the initial start, but again, this to me is just purely I have to wait and see what we see from these two teams, which sounds silly, right? It almost sounds like obviously that's what you're going to do, but because there's been such a disparity.
Something half shield classic hai.
Up to this point.
And also taking into account yesterday's performance, right?
Yes, of course.
It's the old.
Huh.
If you can carry that momentum across to today.
Wow. I mean, then you summoned the PRX of old, right? Or the one that strikes fear into every.
तो Ghost और Flash नहीं लेते.
They're hard to handle. And it looks like Shin's going to have to try and deal with it. I'm going to try and depend a little on Magnum too, but he's already forced away. Pressure on the site, and it's Monnier there. Shin's gone down. The site is somewhat under PRX's hands. Can they confirm it though? Can they get that plant down with any threat? Looks good so far. Gain that control. Plants in time on their side, but there is presence on long here.
Through two towards long, one still outside Martin here, outside Hookah, and actually Mindfreak going walkabouts here. Going to be punished for that. Magnum giving up a lot of space here, but PRX can't really find it. Thomas, he's already on the defuse.
Yeah, they need to get a challenge on that, and they do. Forsaken knows what he's up against, trying to do the damage. And Monnier is firing off today. That's what you want to be seeing as well. Magnum, the last one alive, trying to play it back in from CT, but they didn't achieve half on the defuse earlier. A tap on the spike will confirm he's no longer on it. Something with that wide swing around. PRX, good beginning here.
Comfortable here. And really, with this flank coming through the TP, I think maybe Carmine are thinking there's two, potentially three bodies. I mean, with a lack of information, and Magnum taking such a deep position.
भरोसा रखो भाई मेरे पे. Hi Mandeep, thank you.
Yeah. And one of the caveats to me is Monnier. Now, we've seen his performance not quite to the highest echelons yet. He's had some very good games when activated, but I mean, we all noted Benji Fishy calling him out, and then what happened. But regardless, good to see him off to a very strong start. And Mind Freak, yeah, farming. Read it well. Dealing with Magnum and Martin.
Oh, मेरे बच्चों heal लो.
Healing over here. Just going to be going through the motions. They've already done a great deal of damage. I don't need to particularly over-commit anywhere. Just need to be a little careful on the way back in case anyone's trying to fill that space behind them after the contact towards B-Long.
Okay, timing पकड़ा है.
Give it up here, Narrate. Going to be played in on the Frank.
कहाँ जा रहा है?
To maybe apply some pressure. Taking the long way around though. PRX will get a clean plant.
Let's see if any of those potentials could come in. Nah, it's looking good. Narrate's been caught. Last two, not really entertaining much of an attempt. So Shin and Tomasi are going to have to just kind of accept that this is going the way it's going. But again, for PRX, this is good composure shown here in this second round. They should keep all those weapons standing, especially that prized possession in the hands of something. That's the key component.
हाँ वही बोला था अंकुर के मैप के हिसाब से लोग लेते हैं ब्रेम.
Likes of that. Bulldog still in play as well. A couple of little bits and pieces. Going to really bolster that going into the bonus. For PRX, this is a good start. Cool, calm, collected. No threats found here. I'm going to give it up to the spike just to ensure none of those orbs could have been farmed on them.
Right there. Across all this weaponry as well, so I think round three very interesting for PRX. Only really Martin will progress towards the ultimate. See whether or not they're going to take a proactive approach here to the defense, take the fight to PRX.
Even the sentence.
A tall order, yeah.
Like, as soon as you say it, it's like, whoa. I want to see if they're up to something with that bonus as well. Do they have something in mind? I hate the fact that there's a player called something because it makes me constantly say it. It's like if you can't.
Oh bhai, something bhai ने जाके smoke के through one tap दे दिया narrate को.
Removed. He got to look at this round and then it was just taken away. Unlucky. And now the sight hit comes in off the back. Already big pressure from Monye. Gap closing perfectly to Massey. Just massacred. That's perfect. Great work from Monye. Gets the upgrade. Sits back towards showers. Job done.
Monye ने सिंगर लेके डबल सैचुरेट करके वो ग्रीन बॉक्स से ऊपर जाके दो कूद के दो मार के वंडर उठा गया.
Form across to today. That explosiveness still remains for sure. Only two left. Obviously, Shin and Martin going to give this one up.
Device fail.
A little bit of a something stunned. Another moment where you just wish you had comms.
I know, wouldn't it be great?
That was a nudge to production.
I think it's a seriously shooting.
But yeah, we'll pray. Does Carmine Core get to keep these rifles? I think they will. Definitely no one close enough towards Martin, but I was curious if Shin was maybe going to get a challenge on that, but no. All good, no harm, no foul. But for PRX, look at this gap close coming from Monye. The fact he gets away with this, and there was no awareness coming out from Magnum there, just seemingly swept aside by that.
Something बोल रहे हैं भाई. भाई स्टेज पे ऐसा मत कर, मैं पीछे मुड़ा लोग बोलेंगे कि अपना टीममेट भी नहीं पहचाना.
Oh, it's broken the back of Carmine Core. And if you're the Carmine Core fans out there, right, you're kind of hoping that they came out with a strong start. Maybe correct a little bit, maybe that confidence deficit they would have been playing with after being kind of pushed around. A lot of people saying they've been performing under expectation, which I think is a fair critique. Because there was such high hopes for this team coming out of kickoff, and they looked exceptional, but hasn't quite lived up to that. And again, the pace is unrelenting. Look at this, Monye and something instantly dominating the space, and it's going to force them to respect this. I would say Magnum is a little behind enemy lines, but can he make anything of it?
It's going to be tough. With only a sheriff in hand yet. Oh, yeah, we'll land.
Are they going? Yeah, the gap closing now. Monye going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monye just popping off. Yeah, even spotting the right there. Shybox, this guy's on front.
Glitch करता है वो तुमको. ए? उसका मैं उसका से आके.
Any questions you had, Lauren? The opening 5 rounds here. Definitely a statement being sent. Carmine Core would argue MEA counterpart setting them up for failure today, stoking the fire.
ये देखो एस देखो 2 3 4
कंफर्टेबल हो रहा है
5 हाँ कल जो उठ के बोलते हैं और क्या और ये सब कर रहा था वो देख के लगा मेरे को क्या थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आया इसमें.
How dare you give it, you know?
Neilzinho hate club has just grown exponentially.
Poor old Neilzinho, man. Oh, God bless him. Well, let's see, does, I think it's Martin there on the other side, yep. Lovely early protocols. Again, we often kind of compliment Carmine Core and other teams with that, you know, the protocol list, and oh, you've got Eng in there, you know, you've really got, you know, those glimmers of Gambit, all of that.
इसे इन लोग अटैक में इतना ऑफ लेके जाते हैं ना.
Yeah, but they're a little bit more
रैंक में तो उठाने तो चाल वाले गए. ब्रो अटैक में आप मत ले अपने को एंट्री चाहिए यार. क्या कर रहे हो ब्रो?
Very diligent about any of these clears.
Bro, what are you doing, bro?
That's the definition of the chaos. They're able to create it and benefit from it. A few other teams have. Slow down here at least by the poison orb. Snakebite to follow up.
Right there.
Yeah, chomping at the bit. Taking a very aggressive angle here.
Well, he's had Magnum's number.
उसको फ्लैश नहीं था क्या मैग्नम पे?
Either. He's absolutely been dominating this site. Now they're going to try and play in a little bit mid-tempo almost. Carmine Core try and take a little bit of space back here, but there's going to be no reason to fear them. They've been sweeping them every time.
अल्ट भी कर दिया, वॉल भी
He's just a demon. You can't get away from him everywhere they go. It's only Shin to bite back so far, and even then, just about converting onto Monye, but there's the back lines. There's still something with that operator. Still willing to take a chance. Does Martin get any more play on this?
समझ नहीं रहा इतना फास्ट चल रहे हैं ना बड़े वाले.
One close, yeah.
जब प्राइस सब जगह भाग रहे थे लोग समझ नहीं रहे. यूं में ऐसा नहीं होता ना, यूं में धीरे-धीरे आराम से.
No, expecting a timeout pretty
ये
soon.
लोग भी सोच के कर
Carmine Court to take
हाँ
stock
धीरे सोच के
and maybe
टाइम लगे
come up with a way to really try and control the early
लेकिन
round here
10
because
सेकंड के
PRX,
बाद
one of the worst things you can do is give them freedom, give them space
flash
to
में आके नहीं आया
do
मैं
what Monya's doing here. Take
एक
really,
तो
really
flash होगा
aggro
ना
pathing with your satchels, get up in the faces
op
and bring the fight to you. It's very hard to sit back and play retake versus a team like PRX. Because they always convert this space into a kill, maybe two, but there's very few options, to be honest with you, other than fight fire with fire.
Yeah, it is that choice, isn't it? Okay, we can sit super deep, play full retake, but we
PRX will keep pushing.
Of course,
you give them back. You give them backside, they go spawn. They go deeper and deeper.
So take space elsewhere, try and hold some part of it, but it's easier said than done. Teams with even bigger experience of struggle in this case. A lot of people, and when we talk bigger picture, Mike, while we're in this timeout, a lot of people look at Loud and go, okay, are they in championship form? You know, and how do they fare in this? You can't turn that gaze away from PRX either, because they're the ones who got to champs finals. They're one of the old gods at this tournament. They've still held on. Yes, there's been some roster changes. That's not a surprise. But still, they have that potential, and it scares me because round by round, kill by kill,
हाँ
I feel
पिंक
like
ना
they're getting closer
वो
to
देखा
what
मैंने
makes them
वो ही है
almost untouchable.
मेरे को भी चाहिए
Carmine Court's
अभी
certainly
नहीं
not touching
जब
it right now.
Yeah. Monya leading the charge 10-2. Looking fired up once again today.
सिर्फ माउस और माउस पैड दे दो मुझे ठीक है
Coming
कीबोर्ड
online
अभी
here for Carmine Court. Martin still sitting on his, but
अभी
away from the Seekers. Showstopper around the corner as well, potentially. The next
you
buy
need to
round for
switch to
KC.
earphones. This is not your age to start balding from here. We are both balding.
More towards B long here. Now Martin does have a TP, but
Take my
it's very
earphones.
quickly going to get cancelled out. Yeah, he's cancelled out himself.
One of
here.
us needs to have
Pace
hair.
change for PRX.
Different site too. We've seen them hammering that A side. A little bit of the stack was in play. Nice from Shin, but
खा गया उसको.
teeth marks left in the corpse. Down to 4 apiece. A little bit of a pause here. Maybe trying to identify where some of these players may be. They've got to have a good
No way
idea.
they're taking the TP, right?
What was that?
1 minute. Yee!
They're just in full troll mode here in this anti-eco. Left one posted up here, Mind Freak. Try and police these weapons. I mean, it's an operator, so you know KC are going to want it. Narrate
हाँ ना
the
पोल
first
तो अपना पुराना ही चल रहा है.
identify Mind Freak's
क्या
position.
मॉडिंग कर रहा है United?
Yeah, KC now.
They're running. They're just
thinking better of it.
I mean, the guy's the Iceman. You know what I mean? You don't mess with that kid. He's just wild.
Yeah,
But at this point, you're looking for silver linings and small bonuses. And Magnum has connected towards Divide, but actually going for the
PRX
6 too. They're really committing on this one. Flash's turn. Something's got a little bit of a heal here, so ult's going to come in, but they're going to run low on time. Keep your mind towards Monye as well. Still in the
ये भी
case.
मेरी गलती. Of course.
He has
हाँ?
monster so
Land
far.
समझा नहीं किधर से मारा.
Magnum finds him and they seem so confused.
KC were looking towards showers.
They had no idea. Thrifty. They get away with daylight robbery on that one.
Well, even at that moment, you're questioning the investment of the Seekers from Magnum, but KC explode back into this
Replay
retake.
दिखा मैंने मिस किया. Observer production. हाँ.
Stop the momentum. Potentially, I mean,
इसका मारा है. कोई तो वाइपर को देखो. समझा नहीं किधर से मारा.
Coming out, yeah, Tomazzi, I don't know. Maybe the position wasn't relayed, but he's looking towards bench and showers here. Luckily, a second teammate to pick up the slack. Right, gonna get aggressive here. There's bodies. There are plenty down here.
Okay, we said it before, fight fire with fire, and they are setting Monye ablaze.
पोल डालते ही मैच पलटा. क्या बात कर रहे हो? ये भी मेरी गलती.
Down and dirty. Something has quelled some of that aggression by taking away Martin, but still they have the man advantage for the first
Aggressive
time.
खेलना
What
पड़ेगा इन
feels
लोग
like
के
forever.
against. हाँ.
Fast flank coming through as well. You can see already progress outside of hookah. PRX got to be conscious of that now.
Both of them, that was fortunate not to be.
और वो साइड से उन लोग घुस गए.
Very nearby. Narrate needs to be careful because they've already slipped a little ahead. He might have heard Forsaken and he definitely knows someone's close by, so maybe try and expect it.
What? He just stepped out of the cove.
I guess.
Ah!
Up.
चिल्ला रहा है वो चिल्ला रहा है. Go, take my off.
Game, but they are damn good at it themselves. And there was just some audacious moments in that.
I mean,
Against Forsaken.
it's one of those moments when Nerate's probably thinking, yeah, it'd be crazy if this guy just
no
walks
way.
out
Why
of his
would
own
he?
smoke or cove or whatever it is. Something able to get I guess, a benefit of timing here. Avoiding the boom bot, unable to get traded because of the dismiss. But Monya facing the showstopper, you hear the audio cue. It's one of those things, and Tails as old as time.
Only cycle is yours.
You can do it once, you ain't going to be able to do it
I can
twice.
use
Something
this
now
one.
holding for this aggression. You can see him chomping at the bit, though. He wants in. Tomasi. That was bold to hold that angle. Again, this is
What was
the
wrong with you?
deathmatch.
Yeah.
Welcome. This is now just.
This is the sort of thing that you want to see from K. You don't want to see them lose an opening duel and then back up and look to absorb a site hit. That's just not going to work versus PRX. If they're allowed to execute onto you, I mean, Mindfreak's going to find himself a wide open A site here. The penny, the penny has dropped after Tomazi's challenge. Again, you can't really fault it. Like I said, Tomazi's posted up, almost posturing a little bit that, yeah, we're going to fight for this site. PRX at another situation where it's just they're not willing to show any respect. Molly here, orbital strike, showstopper, plenty of post-plant possibilities here. I was just wondering actually how quick this flank's going to come through, but yeah, Mindfreak's
got to be aware of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he dropped the smoke, he's back on it now.
Yeah.
He's going to look to orbital strike just for the dog.
He's
cooked it.
Not ideal in that, and now Forsaken going to play forward. PRX still starting to thrive, going alive. Divide and Forsaken in unison. Send them packing. Carmine Court are trying. They are trying to play this scrappy game, and it just isn't working for them.
Fortunately here now, I have a lot of scoreboard pressure in this first half, a 6-round deficit. Really seen too much of a switch up here from PRX, but still seemingly a decent read on the early round. Able to punish this aggression down in short time and time again.
They've got to change this scoreline somehow. Otherwise, Carmine Core, their backs will be breaking from the heavy heart just looking at that scoreboard. It's brutal to play against mentally, because you're trying to pick yourself up to be confident, take challenges against a team who are running you down. And again, a little bit of variation coming out from PRX here, looking at trying to adjust towards that B side, or at least an early indication of it.
ये वाला कोप क्यों डाला है?
Actually, no, going to decide to back away.
Now they're almost faking that they've rotated, creating all this pressure, dumping all this util, but all it is a switch up towards B long, but Magnum's going to sniff it out.
That was good information there in the Seekers, but they are going to go on this. I'm waiting to see Monnier dive in here. They've got to know that Tomasi is still around as well. You can see the Lears there. Martin has found Mindfreak, but they've got the site control. You can already see that they've started to really place their banner on this site. Look for the flanks, look for the pressure on the back lines. We need that plant to come in for at least a little bit of safety for PRX, which they've got right about now. 4v5, it gets dicey.
Three coming through hookah.
Gonna invest that little bit of utility to try and keep them further away.
Look at the reflank though. Look at Device's position.
That could be huge.
He's got to get there quick though.
Timing, can something hold them back? Can he buy a couple of seconds here? That's all he needs, a couple of seconds. Device done so well. He does catch Shin. Forsaken then called in. It is just methodical in approach. It's a 2v2, but look at the HP. The walk-in wounded, limping towards the site. It's just Magnum left alive. And that is just not going to work out. PRX, just outstanding right now. This is them in final full form in my mind.
They have plans on plans. I mean, it's almost automatic as soon as the
हाँ ना second match का time था 12:30 पर 10 बजे तक पहला वाला खत्म हो गया 8:30 to 10 में
capitalize on that time, get ahead of the rotation of KC.
नहीं 8:30 and 12:30 time है.
Again, you can't even really fault. You look at the minimap here, and when PRX freeze on this first wave, the first pressure out towards hookah, KC are immediately rotating. They know that PRX are trying
मैं
to
जल्दी खत्म हुआ तो एक try करूँगी.
I think now PRX start to play with that a little bit. It's the pressure now. KC is so desperate to get a round win up. They want to be so active around the map that they create these holes themselves.
This is that experience in play again. You know, we can give Eng all the credit in the world.
PRX have done this to
फ्रेंड बोले थोड़ा टाइम पे तो कैसे को सोचते हैं उनके साथ होके ना हाँ
एक बार खत्म हो गया तो तुम्हारा हो जाएगा
अभी
तुम्हारा नहीं
taking A side control
अभी राइट गेम का है
yeah I'm taking A side control again
of errors.
Look at it now. Shin's smoked down long.
बस हिमांशु वालो देख रही हूँ सीख रही हूँ कि अपने गेम में जब खेलूंगी तो कैसे खेलना है अरे खाली था उधर
आज मेरा वार्म अप रूटीन नहीं किया
क्या ना मैंने शार्क का वार्म अप रूटीन भी कॉपी किया
कोई आगे चेक करेगा
कौन समथिंग ये रन के लिए गाली खाई मैंने
One of the most bizarre Mastercard thrifties you'll ever see. Something seemingly thinking he has double the.
क्या कर दिए ये खाली था अभी
कैसे पता वो लोग को भी
मैं बोल रही हूँ ना भी खाली वो लोग सुन के नहीं रहे मेरी बात
क्या क्या कर रही वो तुमको म्यूट करके रखता है वो लोग something
KC finally able to actually win out in one of those scenarios that I was saying wasn't really suiting them up until now.
Michelin star तो इसमें Michelin लिखा वो लोग सिर्फ तृप्ति जीत रहे दो तृप्ति जीत
Operator on.
तो शायद उनको सिर्फ शेल्फ पे लेना है
Something. Gonna go for it too. And now we're in a bit of a state of flux, aren't we? Things are a little bit up in the air. Are they going for those double fakes again? Are they just going to be, you know, pausing after taking maybe a little bit of space? What are they up to? Lots of question marks. This is going to put Magnum through the ringer. And already Narrate going to find something. So that's his opposing number basically removed, but the bulk of the hit is coming this way.
So Tomazi didn't actually catch the stun there. Will result in the pick coming out in response. Big ultimate to draw out this early on. Tomazi did actually take some damage there among that exchange.
डाल ननेड
Do have a third member here. Narrate has come across with the operator just to hold elbow, yeah. Problem for Shin. I don't think he's going to take too much damage here and actually rewarded.
Mavsi still trying to keep his head down.
10 HP in here.
A little bit of spam, a little bit of a shot going astray is going to at least drop the pit for them. That's a plant now.
2v3
Freaking divide.
दो अल्ट है योरू अल्ट है और रेस के भी अल्ट है इधर
Can he spot these players out? Did he see Mind Freak slip towards elbow? That's the question, because he can try and divide and conquer. The flash is sent, they know it. This is good from Carmine Corp, but can they have him? Yes! Ult upon ult, they are investing everything.
1v3 क्या लग रहा है दवाई
Now divide in a 1v.
He clutches these.
Flash still with
No flashes left.
That's about it. And yeah, that's clean from
Sorry.
Narrate there. That's fine. He'll be happy with that. And they give themselves a window to work with Mike. It's not much, but it's there.
Like I said, you come out of this with an 8-4. Feels like a bit of a miracle with how this half kicked off.
Yeah.
KC with a course correction towards the end of this first half. I mean, look at the timeline here. Very, very quick response here from PRX to apply this pressure towards Hookah, but it's the Viper's bit that really slows them down, forces PRX to reconsider their approach. And a crucial 4K from Narrate. Really the superstar, I guess, overall so far here in Madrid for KC.
Guy's a standout player.
Thank you.
चलो 9-3 let's go we get these
shot rush
a shot rushing let's go डालो वो दो स्मोक ऐसा हार्बर का वॉल और घुसो अंदर good job वो हार्बर का वॉल नहीं आया नॉर्मल वाला और स्मोक भी
But he's not going to be alone. Narrate's trying to close the gap a little here. Might deny Forsaken, he does. Good work. Boombot to follow, but there is a squad of 3 staring him down. The Cove is keeping them safe. Another satchel, another denial. Rotations coming in. This is great.
This text.
That capability before to this, but the rotation, Mike, they're taking the TP. They've got a free site.
Yeah, something's looking for the back.
जाओ मेरी कॉल सुनो जाओ You're my call go
from spawn here. Narrate, does he consider the possibility?
He's got to, right? We've seen this.
He's so conscious of taking that TP.
Oh,
बोलते अरे इसके अल्ट आ गई तेरा माइंड ओके
from Divide.
अभी आएगा हील लेगा नहीं
And now the problems for the final two trying to play it back towards the site. Team looking to try and take control with that operator. Look through, see if he can spot someone out. But again, they're playing deep. They're going to make him work for it. Spots something. Over towards long. Spots divide. They've seen both of the players. Can they close down on them though?
They
do swing ahead. I mean, it's PRX, and apparently Narray can see you just fine. Carmine Core
4-8.
just about back in this, Mike.
Something unfortunately locked out of the site here with an SMG. No real possibility for him to get much done, but a beautiful recovery. I hate to say that at an 8-4 scoreline, but a recovery nonetheless for Carmine Court. See if the approach continues here for PRX in the second half. Apply that same sort of aggression once again, Lauren.
Can they keep it up? Can they keep that tempo up? Carmine Core scraping together those 4 critical rounds. Is it going to be enough?
That is the question that is on our minds, because
We
they
do per
started
second when
off
something
quite
like
nicely for PRX, as they were able to put a sizable amount of rounds together. But this actually takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment of this particular half.
What is that?
We start things off with Meunier. Good to see him.
What is that?
Really picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, to me, these first 2 rounds were about KC figuring out how these site hits work, with this harbor wall pathing one way, and Meunier having a lot of different variants on how he paths into this site. They were really punishing KC early on. A big mistake to make is wanting to play back site to be able to
देखो कैसे गया तो यहाँ पर जाओ टिंग टुंग टिंग टुंग टिंग टुंग टिंग टुंग टिंग टुंग
But with this interesting pathing and the way that PRX plays with timings, that's almost impossible to do. So as this half developed, we started to see, I think, some good adaptation from KC, but it was only towards the end that they really figured it out, and this guy was such a big problem to solving that.
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. It looks like we're going to talk about Meunier every single day, but he deserves it. And I think that play was also a very, very good example. Low buy, you know, because it's a bonus. You have the ability to float them. That's exactly what you need to do on the side of KC. By the way, I was saying the Reyna not completely sold, and I forgot for 1 second that it is something, and he only needs to be on the operator. So of course, I'm still looking at him for this defense side, because of the reason why you would play Reyna is to deny those traits potentially when you have the operator. If he has the same effect that he had as another map,
Please tell him.
it was a tough half for KC, but they've rallied at least 4. If they can win this pistol round, build some momentum on this half, they can be strong. Their comp is really good at fighting for those extremities and having really fast rotations with the Yoru. They're comfortable here. They have their confidence now. This should be a much closer half.
Yeah, I see a KC that has woken up a little bit. I'm sure these fans are definitely adding to that momentum. But let's see if PRX quells the fire. We're going to send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
8-4.
कौन सी buff?
Did kick this off.
नहीं अर्जुन नहीं हर रहा था और अभी उस पे दिख रहा है कॉन्फिडेंस है उसको ये टीम के साथ ना लैंड पे खेल के
They found a solution, and he got them 4 rounds in pocket. But Mike, do you reckon they can hold on to this?
I mean, it depends really on PRX's willingness to apply the same sort of pressure here. No, hang on.
Look at the flank. There's 4
It's so fast.
Tomasi's got to have heard. Yeah, he's heard all of this. He's just trying to keep his head down, trying not to be spotted. Oh no, he's just eating the paranoia.
He into the lead.
Oh, it's the lead.
हाँ
Sweet.
4 बंदे शॉट आए.
Oh dear. Flawless.
Absolutely shut down on this pistol round.
Oh, run it back for me one time, because what on earth?
लोग बोले हमसे डिफेंस नहीं हो रही है ना हम ए शॉट में एंट्री अच्छा कर रहे थे हम ए शॉट चलते थे.
But stays alive long enough where this 4-man flank. I mean, he's really.
Hello, camel out.
It's OTT if anything.
Yeah.
Sit here, no.
One enemy remaining.
Just peeks out.
Fashion
Device
over
still back
comfort.
here because he's dogged through. The Trailblazer comes through, opens up the first 3 players of PRX to come in. Tomasi just peeks out of the wrong second.
मतलब अभी तू blind spots भी देख सकता है अपने mirrors से पीछे.
Something. Oh, the judge. Devastating. I know there's going to be more pressure, but he's down low, so he's got to be a little bit careful on the HP. Martin is already back by side, but something still doing damage. Gets the heal off and goes in for more. Carmine Core just about staying alive in this. Give themselves just a little bit of safety to get a play.
Sure, you see it's been pinged out here. The awareness is here from KC. Magnum reflanking it. Meunier, he doesn't catch them though, ahead of the smoke falling.
This timing could be awful. Yeah, that's Meunier dead. There's nothing he could have done. Mind freak now. Sitting pretty. What can you do against 3? Two towards lamps. There's too many bodies there. Carmichael.
Omen smoke, Viper smoke, Brim smoke.
Finding a little bit of
You
an
know
answer
एक
there
जगह
for
पे.
themselves, but I was a bit
Replay
worried
दिखाओ
that
मेरे को
obviously
पहले वाला
something to
kill.
judge was going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's
पहला नहीं
scrappy
दिखाया.
as anything to kick this off. Something again, I don't know what range he thinks he has with shotguns. He's jumping out here trying to find another kill. A round 2 flip here for KC.
Nice! Let's go, boys. Insane comeback starts now, yeah?
Okay. Well, he's called it.
All right.
He's called it.
God, why would you say that? That's literally how you just get swept.
So, we've had so many caught in 4K moments at this event.
Oh dear. Oh.
Something ne maar diya.
It's Martin's call
Oh
first.
no.
Oh no, no, no.
It's fine.
हो गया अरे जल्द मार.
Two Vandals.
So yeah, massive equipment advantage here.
बाद में देखेंगे match highlights.
With Monjet and Forsaken understand the shotgun range a little better than something.
He's just
Like
ambitious. He's just a little ambitious.
You can't fault ambition.
हाँ वो अच्छा खेला था हिमांशु.
Go. Now there's the pause because you can see that
KC are kind of stunned here, yeah.
They're just like, what the hell's gone on? Because they don't have a beat on the rest of the map either, right? Like the A site's completely unknown. There could be a flank on the way. They have no clue.
Well, these are the sort of compositions that this sort of playstyle from PRX does run rampant. With no sentinel, there's so many question marks.
The Bucky. How does one feel about the Bucky?
I mean, if they're playing in long, they know to try and avoid the danger zone here, but Monjet, chance to make something happen. Potentially here, I mean, he's inside the smoke. He's got the paint shell out. You can deny the plant at least.
I just feel like something's going to go wrong. I've just got a
he
weird
doesn't deny the
feeling.
plant.
Okay, went to
Viper low हो गया.
center of tube. Heal considered, but they don't really have the foundations for. Oh God! No! The Bucky!
Monjet!
Monjet's on the side. Surely not. Shin and Magnum, please. What's going on?
Monjet isn't going to get away with this now.
अरे पहले उठा लेता ना. पहले उठा लेता वो.
The right
Spectre.
click of the Bucky is useless.
तो कर लेता ना.
Shin's down at 8 HP.
Oh, I got scared.
करके आता.
There's a timeline where those right clicks are
Oh, yeah,
one-shotting Magnum.
Beaming him.
5-10 होता अगर वो उठा लिया होता ना.
Something is such a nuisance as well. You can see him just playing out perfectly.
The timing of this first kill as well.
Nice from Magnum. Oh, done to him. After almost being cursed in the pre. But
Thank you, Rocket.
Supply coming out now. This could be huge.
इधर भी one way आता है.
Seeker's available here for Carmine. So I think something. Let's have his ultimate.
ये मुझे पता नहीं था
Showers
यहाँ पे
control
one way कर.
for KC. We're expecting more aggression. I mean, 30 seconds in, seems like it's going to come, and Divine's the one with the punish here.
Martin was able to scrape by with one, but the pressure isn't just on one side of the map, it's
नहीं बाहर
everywhere.
आके मारा
Oh
ना.
my God! Why if he'd have lined that
I
up?
don't, I felt it. I got, what the hell is
Tomas.
this game? Okay, so Tomasi has space on B, right? He's got them B sites.
Problem is, Shin has about as much HP as he did last round.
Oh God!
Tomasi trying to make something work,
Yeah.
make this a little more
चलो
comfortable.
6 10. Oh.
Shin will fall as well. PRX
three.
double digits now.
3 of them left.
Thanks, Devin. Thank
Rifles, they
you.
can
Hi, Amanda.
bolster that buy around it as best they can, but this crunch, it wasn't just here though. Again, run your mind back, it was also Monjet at the same time taking this space, and it just completely caught off Narrate.
One enemy remaining.
You say don't die, Fish? You say don't die?
Because again, it's like you see,
One
you
hit,
see
one
what,
hit,
3,
one hit,
potentially
one hit.
4 people on this showers
Down,
pitch.
down,
Like, yeah,
down.
B's got to feel a little easy right now, guys.
बाकी सब एक साथ ही गए थे मानिक छोड़ के.
It's all encompassing.
तो ये
from
बाद में
PRX.
उन लोग सुनेंगे.
And their ability to punish defaults like this is it's just
मैं
it's
अभी वो
tough to
सुनाई
watch,
नहीं
but
दे
at the
रहा
same
हूँ
time,
क्या
it's beautiful.
Oh, it is. And the question
बाद
is
में
how much
सब
more
reveal
Forsaken
होगा.
are up to? He's being hounded, yeah, because the hunting squad is on the way,
Team
but they've
combo.
completely lost the A side. Fortunately, he's been trying to keep himself alive. Forsaken outplays Martin.
बोले पहली बार
The
ये
rate is there to try and keep this in their favor.
Best
The spike's
में
in
हूँ.
CT.
समझा ना इधर DP भी मत कर.
ये चेक नहीं किया.
Tomasi played in off the back of that. Now position noted, but that spike's still in CT. They might make a run for it towards B. They don't know yet. They don't know how this fight's going to favor. How does it tip the scales? You still have Monnier in this position. What is this round? And what is that shot?
How is he getting two?
He shouldn't
मैंने
be
बोला ठीक है मत आने दो
He's got Seekers to deal with
मैं
as
आगे
well.
क्लियर करता हूँ
Mindfreak's here as well. It's
ठीक है प्लांट है
They have no idea.
Belong.
Death creeping around the
You
corner as the
belong
rain now
with
called upon.
me.
This guy is damn good, but he is
You
going to
belong
go
with
whirly
me.
round here. Oh, maybe
वापस कल खाएगा ना रुका क्यों नहीं सब दोस्त ना तो पी लो ना
has to slip away. And now Divine, the 1v1, no flash, nothing. 5 bullets. Oh, and Divine's got him. Devastating. After was this close to getting KC back in this game, but it is going to be 11 cards on the board for PRX.
पैसे किधर है भाई कैसे करेंगे
Trading blows now back and forth. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And the fact that Mindfreak's in a position here to punish Shin.
रुकते ना ऐसे एक पे दूसरा
Again, it feels like this is a free sight.
मैंने बोल रही है सब वो बोलेगा
And the
बात
space to
में
get towards long. Find a more comfortable angle.
माइंड फक कर दिया मेरा माइंड
Mindfreak
Heartbreak for Narrate.
हेलो फेवरेट भाई
Almost made that
इसको मार
happen.
दो
हाय नील
Such a volatile game between these two.
Yeah.
Like normally these rounds, my mind drifts a little, but there's still stingers out, there's still sheriffs, there's still a couple of ults that could potentially come into play.
Seen both teams
Normal boost allowed
capitalizing
नहीं.
rounds like this.
क्यों allowed नहीं
Yes, here with a judge.
Our spike carrier is down.
Mindfreak's just farming
Fine.
on B
पीपी
side.
लेके चल
Can't wait for
गड़े
them
गड़े
to play
तीन
that
मार दिए
one. What the hell just happened?
It was a pretty
चौथा भी मारेगा फिर केस की को
Classic.
मैं कुछ
Might see
नहीं
the end of the round though.
हाँ ये पर सेकंड
Sharp to it. Magnum now left to try and recover. He's got
नवाज
it.
तेरे को मालूम है सिंगल लेके आ रहा है तो मालूम आ रहा है
Yeah, it's been enough to call in the ult, right? Like, this is enough.
Can he
for
get
the-
through? He slipped through just
He
four.
has.
They haven't spotted him. They didn't actually see him on the cross.
That's huge. It gives him a little bit of time, right? Like, it's not a lot, but it's enough that he might be able to get a plant down. They have no idea. He could be an elbow by them. You know, they have no idea where he is. This is massive for Magnum.
What position does he take up? He's going to push
go
back
on.
towards spawn. And actually,
अलग
Patrick's
अलग जा रहे हैं
suspecting
दोनों
he might have timing here on something.
But does something slow down? Does he wait? Does he try and play this out? He's going to note Forsaken, obviously.
तो लग रहा है
Doesn't know
दोनों
about
टीम
something
मारेंगे
yet, so he's going to have to just make a
नहीं एक शॉट से आ रहा है
best
उसको लगा
educated guess he can.
वो किस तरह का
He's
उसको
in
क्या
a
लगा
position.
क्योंकि वो शॉट देख रहा था
That might
It was
almost help
shot.
him a little. Something
लेकिन
doesn't
शॉट
full
कोई
kit
नहीं
though, so that Lear, he's going to know it now.
उसको पता है
Which way? You got to gamble. Did something note him? He's looking this way. Magnum, can you clutch this up? Can you do what Narrate couldn't? You got one to the right, one to the left. He can't do it. Forsaken there. Well played by PRX.
और
That's
स्मोक से ही जिंदा था वरना डिफिकल्ट होता है
That point on the board. Right down
और
to the
उसने
wire
उसने
once
flash
again.
उसको ये
KC
फाइट
still.
लेना था
I mean, scoreline
बहुत
aside,
होल्ड कर रहा
keeping
है
these rounds close, Lauren.
फाइट प्लान के लिए कुपड़ी
They
बैठी
said trading blow for blow here.
आज जल्दी खत्म हो गया हाँ
Farming hookah. Purchase will come
नेक्स्ट
back.
असेंट होता ना
Carmine
तो
Core,
मजा आ
showstopper to work with.
लेकिन
Away from
लोटस
the
भी
pin,
देखते
two off
हैं
the Seekers, so some tools potentially here. Can they keep Map 1 alive?
Bing bang bang bing bang bang bing.
cautious because we have seen that PRX will run, 3 men down, down B long, but we are seeing Monnier this time actually pushing up towards A short, holding that judge. How long does he stick around? I think he's siding against committing towards it. Divide. Not actually relinquishing the angle.
Yeah,
Stuck around on that, deciding not to fall back. There are 2 players behind him, Forsaken being one, and Mindfreak the other.
KC almost trying to bait out a rotation, much the same as PRX did. But the reaggress here from Hookah could be rewarded. They might even have time here. KC have turned their backs.
This is a disaster in the making. They have no idea.
No, he's looking back.
Great turn, but it doesn't matter. The executioner's here. Mindfreak gonna make something out of that. 2 big kills found, but they have a player advantage for Carmine Core. 3 to the 2.
They have a pit to work with though. Tomazzi can lock down this site.
2v3.
Monnier going to Gonna be able to find an upgrade here. Something's got ahead of the smoke.
He's in, and he's got one. Martin's gone. He couldn't do any more, but he's bought enough time for at least Monnier to get close by, get a rifle into his hands. One on sight, one towards.
Oh my God!
Unleashing fury, but he
अरे एक सेकंड और होल्ड करना था ना उसको, उससे वो जा ही रहे थे बूमबर्ड, देख ही लेते बूमबर्ड कुछ कैच कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है.
Two examples of that energy.
फोन करके बोलूंगी मैं मोनेट को ये मुझे नंबर लेके.
The approach from both something and Monnier.
ये राउंड में तेरे को एक सेकंड रुक देना.
One enemy remaining standing.
Regardless, so they are both looking absolutely electric.
एक सेकंड रुकना चाहिए. ये what the fuck मोनेट तेरे को बूमबर्ड थोड़ा समझ. ऐसा वो बोल रहे हैं. देख मैं क्या बोलूं, वो तो बोल ही रहा है. तो मैं कॉल नहीं करूंगी रैंडम.
Just still get him on a react camera.
समझ रहे हो?
I think that's just called a watch party, but still. He's not figured that one out yet, which is great. So maybe we can still steal him. As it stands, though, PRX still on the very verge of tipping the scales. This round, though, they are coming in less equipped. They do have stingers, sheriffs. They still have that rifle on something.
I mean, tools to work with as well. Showstopper potentially if one finds a kill.
You've almost got the full deck of ults on the other side, though, right? You've got everything there. There's a full play stack.
Here.
Now, traditionally, we've seen a couple of variations, but it's mostly Divide playing towards long, so maybe just him showing his hand isn't going to give away too much. That, however, should ring a couple alarm bells, maybe hoping to catch him a little further up towards long, but Carmichael patiently waiting.
The dog, not sure how many it would have spotted there. Seeker's in response here from Magnum. Everybody huddled towards his position. Smoke's about to drop here. Monnier caught in the open. Has Forsaken as well. Not traded.
Bit of damage here, and Device still around. Wait for something though. He's the final boss, and TP comes in. Yeah, nice work from Carmichael. Quick pivot. Something is trying to hunt them.
तो लॉन्ग पे लेकिन एक वैंडल भी तो है. मैं होती तो लेके आती.
The back of Shin here, depending on the timing, but still they're going to get the plant. I don't think anyone's close enough to stop that now, so that's going to go down. But the
something आ रहा है यार, से उसने ओमन को मार दिया तो अच्छा होगा.
I think it's going to catch Shin here. Orbital strike committed.
Divide goes down. Mindfreak did get the trade, but look at this. Something now getting closer down to 2 on either side. Mindfreak still only with that sheriff, but it might be enough. Martin waiting in showers. He's going to take down Mindfreak. It's all on one. Something. Can he make something out of this? An incredibly hard round to try and break back into now with these positions.
मेरे को लग रहा है नरेट थोड़ा दूर खड़ा है.
Back into the flash. No swing from Martin.
Double swing. Lovely, lovely work there in the post plant from Carmichael. They're keeping this game close, Mike. They're building back now.
खत्म करना है.
Spring in their step. 4 rounds still separate them. Frugal from both sides here in terms of investment of ultimates. Surprised to see the orbital strike come out there. PRX must have felt pretty good about things.
ये मुझे स्ट्रेस में दिखाई देता है. उसके 5 बच्चे, उसके 5 बच्चे कुछ क्राइम करने चले गए.
Seekers and the Showstopper being the headliners.
हमेशा स्ट्रेस में रहता है.
Martin now.
इसके जब आता होगा ना उधर हम लोग अलग डेस्क बनाते होंगे. बोले ये हमारा डेस्क तोड़ के हमारे ब्रांड का नाम खराब कर देगा. इधर लग रहा है. रे.
फिर से तोड़ रहा होगा.
And something. Sights now open. Martin not going to be able to convert that kill, however. And they're getting quite paranoid of the flank. They're going to pop the ult as well on top of it. Viper's pit to try and secure this.
Arjun छोड़ना.
But narrate with the spray just connects well.
इधर छोड़ना चाहिए था ना मोनी को.
This might be enough.
छोड़ना चाहिए था ना मोनी को इधर. हुक्का में. हाँ वो ही लैंप में. छोड़ना चाहिए था ना.
Now to consider the save here. So well coordinated. The value amongst these two, Narrate and Martin, to relay this information. Right, the sort of Yoru execute that PRX famed this sort of composition for. A taste of their own medicine here. Won't be able to string together much of a purchase after this. But 2 rifles nonetheless.
अभी लेना चाहिए, लोग double digit आ जाएंगे.
Carry across into the next.
लिया हुआ I think.
Good to see this man starting to really heat up here. His first half was, you know, fine, but this, they're already towards the top of the board here. Just 1 kill behind Monnier.
Yeah, well, देखो बोला था मैंने time उठाया.
Narrate's starting to feel out the game a little bit, but again, it's just so dangerous. When you're up against 12 and you're up against PRX, there is that chance they just bring out a mad round that you can't handle. So they've decided it's time for a little bit of a break, a moment to consider. PRX pumping the brakes here themselves. And to check back in.
Come back, come back,
get them to these 9 rounds.
You will fall. My pillow will fall.
I mean, every team should be having nightmares about a PRX
But baby, I will try.
Yesterday. How quickly things
You want
turned
me
around after calling a timeout.
Huh?
True.
Dinner?
Carmichael have built their way back into this map.
So cancel कर दो dinner?
Another buy round and a chance to tie things up. Force the overtime. And not many tools at their disposal.
हेलो वृंदा कमबैक हो रहा है केसी का अभी तो 12-9 चल रहा है PRX बट एक राउंड वो थोड़ा सा 2-3 राउंड हो गए वो 13 में कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहा है समझ लो और ये राउंड इको है इन लोग लेट्स ट्राई फॉर 50 2 गन है
Looking to see if they're up to anything, if we're seeing that stack
yeah
anywhere.
but
I wouldn't be surprised if some of those walkabouts, him joining them over towards B, might be somewhat indicative of it, but again, just kind of scraping together a buy to try and even out the economy a little bit, getting what they can. Something's been a little off on his purchases in that regard, but still Martin trying to test. He's going to get himself the orb there. Patient beginnings. Does that TP get taken on the other side as well? Looks like it might be if they do spot a player, but as it stands, there's only Martin considered.
Was faking a little bit here, but
dinner
should be
पेश
very
किया जाए
indicative of what's going on. In case he can read that correctly.
ठीक है उसके बाद पेश किया जाए okay
Still happy to let the clock tick away. So they might pivot back towards an A side.
hey I'm so funny
A deep smoke from Mindfreak.
A shot आया है
Potentially slowing things down. Nothing going to be found off the showstopper except for information. KC now dial up the pace towards A.
कोई नहीं उधर अच्छा A shot आया
Monet
Monet
that's
ने
taking the box now. Can they take towards the side? Mindfreak is waiting. Quick little heal, going to get them topped up here. Flank is on the way, but that's going to be watched. Shin is on flank duty. He's got to catch Monye. CT has the rest of the team coming back through. Martin clears Mindfreak, and now to fight something shoulder to shoulder.
देख लिया ना उसने
Spotted. He's going to be able to. Did he just get seen on the other side?
Yeah, he got seen on the other side.
Okay, so still, that's threat noted. Monye should be dead here. Yeah, 3-man squad waiting for him. Done. Quick turn of attention because look who's on the side. Device now here. Tomasi handles it well. Something can do nothing about this. Too many bodies, too little time. Carmine Core. They're back in the game. Double digits made. Maybe OT is now on the horizon.
Win out this buy round here. I mean, especially with the showstopper being invested. This PRX just is itching to make something happen in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it'll be tough behind this. That could give KC access to overtime.
Let's go!
Forsaken, one of his ultimate, something, Empress.
Cutting through.
Nothing else really here. The TP from Shin. Well, the TP from Shin's going to get right behind this. He's committed to it.
Spike! No! Tomasi and Martin!
क्या करे थे तुम लोग हाँ 2 जन हुक्का वॉकिंग कर देते हैं हाँ
That spike is in a disastrous place. Shin doesn't get noted by the flash, but they're so aware. Monye sweeps back through.
This is one of those rounds where PRX decide to walk on you. Round 23, by the way.
You did. Have enough.
Ridiculous. You let your foot off the gas for a minute.
A second. You thought maybe, oh, we could just cross up towards Hookah. No. No, you absolutely couldn't. And that might be the start and the end of this map. That's like being lost there. Because they can go back to their default.
I love the way the PRX have just disengaged from this as well. So they know KC have so many question marks here. They have to shift walk around the entirety of the map. Now got the spike, 40 seconds left, and limited options.
It looks like narrate be a problem, pull rotation, and pray that Magnum can outdo Forsaken. He's got one flash and a slow rotation coming his way from Monye as well, so he's in a real pickle here. Forsaken has the angle, and he's got the shot. Spike now left, it's all on one. Narrate, can you do anything? Monye is getting audacious, but PRX get to 13.
Finally, we finished it. Let's go, PRX.
Great resilience shown here from Carmine Court. It's tough to ever have to.
Finally, we finished the map, yo.
Like PRX, where every round feels demoralizing.
Load that.
Just getting out-fragged, basically.
Yeah, this is a wake-up call.
Hi, Rishi.
Carmine Court.
कलाना नहीं अभी 3 मिनट में दूसरा.
Much better.
इधर उसको ही दे.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
Is this ad of Twitch? Or, yeah. हाँ ये रहा ना अभी देखिए पुराटे तू ढूंढ रहा था ना लैपटॉप ये ले भाई हाय अभिनव
Red Bull gives you wings.
कस्टमाइज है देखा Valorant
हाँ देखा है बोला था ना 3 मिनट
ये मैप का स्कोर जो सही में गेस करेगा उसको अंकिता बैटल पास देगी
या 2-0 मैंने सही बोल दिया मैं खुद के लिए बैटल पास कर दूंगी
लोटस मैप का जो सही गेस करेगा
लोटस मैप का स्कोर जिसने सही गेस किया उसको मैं एक बैटल पास दूंगी
कौन से सीजन का वो नहीं बता
सबसे पहले जिसने गेस किया करेक्ट तो फोटो लेके रखूंगी मैं 13-11 केसी जीत रहा है लोटस में ये पफ का कैंसिल करेंगे बैटल पास 13-11 केसी जीत रहा है
इतना क्लोज नहीं है तो वीडियो ले
जल्दी करो मैं फोटो लेके रखूंगी फिर जो जीतेगा उसको चैट में टैग करूंगी
किसको भेजिए
उनको
कि मैं क्या हूँ
नोटपैड हाँ अगर 2 जन ने लिखा है कुछ तो उसमें से जो सबसे पहले गेस किया उसको मिलेगा
और भी लिख रहे हैं
हाँ ले रही हूँ ना फोटो अभी मानव तक ले
अमन चौहान अरे कजन है देखो कि पाप ने फिर से लिखा
मे भी कुछ नहीं है जो पहला काउंट है वही है मे भी क्या होता है भाई तो ले रही हूँ यार फोटो
भूल जाओगे फिर बोली कौन सा बैटल पास क्यों लिख रहे हो स्कोर तुम लोग किसने पूछा
Puff versus Hello 19-9 क्या होता है भाई
ओटी में जाएगा क्योंकि एक साइड
चलो थैंक्स फॉर द Thanks for the guesses, guys. Now we will see after this match who has won. अभिनव किसी के चैट में अगर तुम एकदम रेगुलर या कुछ रहोगे तो फिर वो
Hey guys, I'm
तुमको mod बना सकते हैं, like if you talk to them and they like you and you know everything.
Quite close.
Yeah.
It's interesting because PRX has been described as like having 5 IGLs. So how do you as a coach manage to wrangle all that?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with the way we practice. I think the most important thing is trust. Like, we trust each other a lot, and anyone can take over anytime they want. And we also do a lot of work trying to align, you know. That's pretty much it.
All right, well, so far so good on this strategy. So let's see if PRX can
Done. Thank you for the guesses, guys.
That definitely does come through with this team. We've always talked about it with PRX. They're a squad that always just kind of like rise of momentum. They communicate with one another. Their comms oftentimes don't even lean on just one individual. For me, it kind of sounds like a Halo match sometimes, but they're all just yapping at the same time. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it is wild. The first half of this game to me was quintessential PRX. They were out there PRXing all over them, dragging KC down into the chaos. And that's what I was worried about. For such a
सबका ले लिया फोटो, ठीक है, एक भी मिस नहीं हुआ है. बस हाँ बोल दिया ना. नहीं मैंने क्या बोला थे?
You haven't really played against before, and PRX thriving in that. And that was the case for quite a while. But I think we really saw a step up from both these teams to be forced to play a lot more strategically, and actually to Karmine Corp managing to gain some control in the second half.
And loving those small micro plays that we love PRX for. We're talking about the Reina denying those trade-ins is something that she can do so easily, and it fits so well to PRX, and especially to something. Some of these rounds literally made no sense, maybe.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos, but I think you're absolutely
Wow,
right.
Nishant, wow.
PRX for so long, but it's also true of what Karmine Corp was doing. I think a lot of the good in this map was when they were showing us these Yoru ult combos. They were setting themselves up after that. They definitely
Battle pass के बदले पैसे चाहिए मुझे.
PRX. It's just that this squad built themselves such a huge buffer
Battle
on that
pass
attacking side,
giveaway है.
and they're always gonna steal at least
पैसे
1 or
दूंगी.
2 rounds and a half. It's really hard to come back from a deficit against this squad.
And not only that, we saw Casey actually getting lost in the sauce. We
कुछ
were
भी.
seeing a lot of ultimates invested in just
Battle
one
pass के बदले
round,
पैसे
making
चाहिए.
through, as you mentioned, the Yoru,
Light
and the
लेके आओ कैसे
Showstopper,
भी.
everything being used at wrong timings. We see also
Hi,
Magnus struggling
Rishi.
a little bit with his own ultimate on how and
मैंने
when to use
13-10
it
बोला है,
because of
ठीक
how
है, ठीक है.
overwhelming PRX is.
And that's exactly that. They're the team who's gonna
बीबी का अचार डालूंगा मैं.
your communication, any
Good point, लेकिन अपने participate किया है. अक्षत आप अगले गिवे में आना.
They are.
Hi, Millie.
Now, going into the rest of the series for me is whether
खेलती ही नहीं मैं क्यों नहीं खेलती तू?
Karmine Corp can wrangle control of this one, because Lotus, our next map, it feels like for them that is their comfort zone, and I don't feel like these little combos, these ult combos that we talk about for PRX are as strong on this next map.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I do want to know what the coach of Karmine Corp has to say. We have Ank standing by with Mika.
Hey guys, Mika here, and now I'm with Coach Ang of KC. Now, Ang, Magna mentioned earlier that PRX can be a team that is pretty annoying to deal with. So I want to know what they were doing exactly that was so difficult to deal with, and how you guys were able to mitigate that as the side switched.
First of all, they are an amazing team, really, with amazing playstyle, a very unique playstyle. So I don't know what to say, to be honest, because of to be honest, it's a pleasure to play against them. Really, we're learning a lot from this game. So yeah, I don't know, like, but what can I say? It's hard to read them because of this like unique style, yeah. And I don't know what to say, to be honest, but we will try our best on the second map. So yeah.
That was such a wholesome answer. So let's get to it. Second map.
It almost felt like Coach Ang Kakuka was a little speechless there as well, because I mean, he has expressed praise for a lot of the players that they've met on that stage. But there is something unique and special about this PRX team.
Yeah, exactly. Ang can be as wholesome as he wants, but he's going to need much more if he wants to face off PRX now in Lotus. This is the map chosen by KC, and maybe one of the reasons is what happened yesterday.
Let's go, Lotus!
When PRX lost this map. But again, I think it's going to be a lot of what happened on that bind just replicated, and a lot of what happened against Heretics happening again on this Lotus. A mind freak that doesn't respect any timings, any position, that's just going to push through, and a lot of crazy and set plays again.
Yeah, it is absolutely a map where PRX does that same style. But for Karmine Corp, we have to talk about the history of them on this map. They've been playing the Fnatic comp. They've beat Fnatic on this map. They have beat pretty much every top team they've gone up against on Lotus. Here, this is where Magnum tends to put on a masterclass. Their attack side is decision making, the way that they call is always near perfect, quite honestly. And I actually think their style, if PRX is going for these forwards, they don't have the Reyna to combo. They don't have the same kind of util setups. It's crazy that I'm talking about Reyna as like the big util legend, but they don't have those same tools to set up these combos like they do on some of these other maps. So I think this will be a bit of an easier time for KC to punish when they're applying their attack.
So you mentioned the Lotus situation.
Breach insane है आदित्य, इसका util usage सही करोगे तो insane agent है. You should go for it.
And then you're like, oh my god, we were supposed to be good here.
Yes.
I get a little worried about the young team on that stage in that situation.
And not only that, we were talking about how Monier is doing great in this tournament. How today specifically, he's performing super well. The other way. And he's
double duelist, double controller.
That raise onto Forsaken.
Double controller.
I saw Forsaken's debut on Raze last night.
Loved it. I mean, well, debut. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And this is a crazy switch to make, but it's PRX. Rules don't matter. Agents aren't real.
I was gonna say
it's PRX. This is it for Karmine Corp. This is a team who went on a run in EMEA. From Melons to Madrid, they have done something no one could have ever expected of them. And now they're here in an elimination match, a game away from going home empty-handed. These are all young players. For all of them, this is the biggest match, maybe, except Magnum Bay back when, but it's a very different time. It's now him as a leader, and they need to come back here.
And for PRX, it's quite the opposite. They need to close this in a very good fashion if they want to be contenders for those playoffs. Genji's already waiting on the other side. It could be a great year for Pacific, especially if EMEA goes home this early.
Well, it's now time to see what this Karmine Corp team is truly made of against the game and ready PRX.
Hi, Samad.
To Pansy and Hypoc.
Let's go Casey Brunda full.
Yeah, this is putting question marks between us, right? Because that composition coming out from PRX has surprised you and me.
Yeah, not so much the swap, but it's the fact we have the Astra in here. I mean, we're still running with this guy on PRX. Again, there's some dedication towards keeping that here.
Yep.
But it's the Astra. You can switch Mindfreak and Monya between. If this is just something that they pulled out after not being happy with the Lotus here in Madrid, a real head scratcher here to see how much is really going, because Astra has a lot of utility. Obviously, open up the possibilities, especially on a map like Lotus, a three-site map. PRX early on probe towards B, but didn't really catch wind of anything on the other side of that.
देखो ना बी से जाके रश करके दरवाजा खोल के सी के बाहर जेट डैश करके ए आ गए इन लोग तब तक, बट उन लोग सारे 4 जन ए पे आ चुके हैं.
KC a little bit disconnected from B once again. Looks like PRX gonna follow through this time.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, Forsaken. Yeah.
Forsaken's in a bit of a tricky position, but Monier's got the shot on lock. Forsaken with a follow-up. PRX just pull out on the site and win out on the site.
जिंदा कैसे था भाई Forsaken में तो मेरे को समझ नहीं आया.
Just drifting on through. How does this happen?
And a beautiful setup here. The paint shell posted in between the two mollies. Placed on site. I mean,
Hi, Samad.
Insight there, call it insight. Like saying, really, what do you do? How can you prep? There's not an awful lot you can do other than the age
Hello,
kind of play your own
Kunati.
game sort of approach. But then when you come out here and there's a different composition, there's another set of question marks. Whether or not PRX really even rely on these agents to excel in terms of utility or continue to run it down. Forsaken and something on your front line, you've got to feel very confident regardless of who's on what behind that.
We're looking for that 4-play stack here. Feels like that flash was enough that PRX don't like what they're seeing, and it's actually quite well timed that they drift away.
ठीक है वापस चार्ज and C stack किए थे.
They'll note the lack of utility after last round. Magnum was there. I mean, it's not the biggest indicator, but now the fact that Forsaken has gone to the back of the site should give it away. Narrate, though, outdoes him with the classic. I do not know, but he'll be happy enough with it.
ए उसने Sentinels का classic लगाया हुआ था देखा.
Classics as well for KC. There's nothing beyond
किसने
that.
मारा अभी इसको?
There's not a ghost, there's
Thomas.
nothing. It is purely classic, so
Thomas ने
something
Sen
to take
classic
up the test
लगाया
now
था
as
ना.
well.
I think they're a little bit conscious, yeah, who's post off on heaven. Now identifying the judges there. Don't expect too many bodies to funnel in this way. Narrate punished on the second
Monnier's going to buy some
attempt
time.
here. Yeah, a lot of time bought here.
And something's on the case here, just prowling on the edges of those smokes. opting to try and clear, to farm through, to try and hunt down these final players. But Magnum again with a connection. Can they make this really costly? It looks like they're going to try and exit through CT, which is the right call. Monye can double around. Spots them out, but hey, Carmichael making this, you know, cost a little bit. Mind Freak and Divide do manage to escape. That Bulldog's still in play.
I mean, I think narrate jumps, though, if I'm not mistaken.
That just got taken back in too, but yeah.
Didn't see exactly what the purchase was, but regardless, something straight onto the operator. So another question mark in the mix here for Carmine Court. It doesn't really even have the benefit of having the Blade Storm kind of on the brink. It has to make this work. Has Devi got anything? Oh, well, Sheriff now. Drifting really deep onto the
Shin और Narek दोनों classic use करते हैं
from KC on the other side, unless Magnum was spotted.
Yeah. He was jump
तुम ना
spotted
तो
Yeah.
तुम ना तो
That might have to be taken away from the repertoire. I'm worried that someone else might be going to go narrate very nearby to this.
Gaming नहीं यार.
They've noted that operator. No bullets have been fired, but if they'd seen anything, you can't do it. You can see them trying to toy with it. Daring anyone to try and peek a little further forward, but no one is. Good control being shown by Carmine Court. Mind Freak getting very close. Should have been considered here by Narrate, and he has been. They're really putting bodies behind this.
The gap towards B is not committed either way. So PRX might resort to that now. I mean, it's only really Shin that's going to be able to cause any issues on the way in here. Narrate slowly creeping closer and closer.
Still not noting this operator.
I mean, Spike still not committed either.
They're looking for a pick, but look how deep Carmine Core are sitting. They're not playing PRX's games right now. Right call as well. Re-smoking and the Spike trying to make it across. Does anyone catch it in the heels? No, but something's cleared so deep here. They've got to be careful of door. They've got to be careful of the flank, considering how far something is cleared towards CT.
Spike planted.
They really do, and unfortunately now a lot of questions for KC. Need to figure this out pretty quickly.
A real exchange of utility here as the retake starts to build up. Something rattling off a couple of shots, but Forsaken in a fantastic position as well. If he can hold this down, he can become such a thorn in their side. Try and maybe double up here with something, but there is the push. And look at these shots just going straight with a 1v3. Carmine Core flood in the sight, and he just can't find it. They put bodies in the right places. They time it well. They swing back through.
This is one of those situations I was crediting on the first map, really. PRX will keep pushing. You give them that space, but KC are playing in spawn. They're still in buy phase with 20 seconds left on the clock here.
Yeah.
Well, a really, really well-coordinated retake. This is after there's a gravity well to slow things down just inside Link. Don't leave it hanging. Don't leave it. Oh, no.
Narrate fist bump भी नहीं कर रहा उसको. Technique narrate के बाद वाला हाथ रख खड़ा फजूल नहीं गया इसमें.
Vibes down. Yeah. Game's lost.
Yeah, it's wraps.
Let's go, Mike. Pace change, looking like. Committed control towards Mound this time as well. And yeah, look at this. Very pacey. Gonna get the first real glimpse of this C site. Hadn't tested too much. And again, KC gonna evacuate. Why would they stick around? They've heard enough of this. Don't need any more of it. That's gonna be a plant. But look at that big flank coming out from Monye. His timing could be critical. They need to hold a fair amount of this space for it to really come to fruition.
Monye देखो कैसे लॉक कर रहा है.
In the backlines here. This is not a good face-off, an operator versus a judge. Actually, Monye pulls the trigger at just the right time.
Love seeing something swing as well, just to make sure it goes their way, and the last two being herded. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Narrate gonna try and bully his way past, but it's not just one. The whole team's gonna be here. Something gonna be careful, doesn't want to lose the operator, but they're hunting him down now. The hunter becoming the hunted as Tomasi falls. And it looks like that operator's made its way out, at least until now. The door, was it broken earlier? I believe it was. Something holding.
वापस मिस किया, something मिस किया जा रहा है.
Angle. Try to get away, Narrate. Gotta be careful though. There is the rest of the squad here now. And PRX with that pace change, working out that C site.
Couple of uncharacteristic misses here from something. if you're going to continue to invest.
Where is my Q2? Q2 is there in bed. You can see him with pillow. In the fuel
Really well coordinated here, Monya. And that potentially is the game plan for him on the Astra. Must be very disconnected from some of these sight hits. Again, that's the real benefit. If you can create this space, and KC are happy to concede it. You have something like Monya getting behind a lot of these plays. Okay, some real issues here. Forsaken punish on the first hit. KC looking to get the hell out of dodge.
You just can't aim duel against these guys. You just, even in a fair fight. And in the meantime, not only did they get the pick towards C, they've already started to make that progress towards A. Obviously, much better off in the weaponry and going to be rewarded. Monnier going to be overwhelmed though. Magnum going to get one back. That could be a weapon potentially recovered. Something on the case to keep control of it, and that's going to allow time for the plant to come in. Narrate still has that rifle, but that's about it. Beyond them, Stinger in play. Oh, that's rough. Not what he wanted there. Not what they wanted at all.
Something gets pinged off that as well. Forced back off that angle, but KC still need to get through this choke point.
I don't know what they got to go with. Prowler's already sent down. They got to just go for it, and Magnum outdoes something. Those misses starting to make a bit of a problem. Forsaken going to find one, but Force. Narrate holding this down. Can he do this? Can he really pop off here? 3 would be exceptional. He gets it to halfway. Oh, but Defy just does. This time he gets his 3. Missed it on the first, but makes up for it.
Something सारे shot miss है off के.
Clutch by his side.
What a swing back for KC. It's all but done when they get.
Hi, Mr. Timely. You are very late.
Magnum with a stinger outdoes something. Like I said, another miss coming through here.
यार की गर्मी बोल रहे रेस्ट कर लो क्योंकि मैं नजर रखने कोई परेशान तो नहीं कर रहा है. कंप्लीट में.
Alex probably not too happy about some of the overcommits here from this post plant. Not at that point where you can just swing onto them, run the clock down, force another 2 or 3 seconds off the defuse. Narrate though, flipping it on its head.
This early mountain challenge has not been going particularly well for KC. However, this time do have a little bit more, but does he get caught? Magnum going to find Monnier. That was over towards the A side of the map, so. Oh, not at all. Actually, Martin going to spot the feet of Forsaken. It's going to be him eliminated. And that's 2 picks on either side of the map. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're Carmine Core.
Looking to flash through here, but doesn't even catch Martin unaffected. The paint shell's perfect as well. To slow Mind Freak down. Martin's having a go at things now.
Yeah, starting to have a round. Something looking to make up for what's been a dreary start for him. And that's not a bad way to begin it. And suddenly they're on red alert. This went from, okay, take a fight to, hold on, it's still something. Let's relax here a little bit. There's 2 players on CT. And he wants that. He wants to take that space. Does he? He's trying to work maybe for a plant for 35 seconds. He's causing them maybe a second or 2 of doubt. But the plant's something that he wants.
30 seconds left.
No one's playing his tune though. No one's playing to his game.
Problem is with Shin still alive. Opportunity to smoke off this.
Woman blind here.
Can't really reset towards Mount with an open plant. He needs to have the Blade Storm. He needs to pick early.
And if Carmine Core is as disciplined as we've credited them, they shouldn't give him that. There should never be an opportunity.
Smoke causes issues.
Yeah,
can he under it? No, he can't.
I thought he might have had a little bit of a pixel there, but trying to play to the edge of it. And now they're grouping up. Oh my god, he's got the pick. Hold on! This is game on something. There's too much! Carmine Core, keep that control. Keep that heads up work. Playing together and getting the defuse. Scoreline all even.
See again winning out in the early round. Very early pick onto Monnier. Really hinders that sort of slow
Something तब तक seriously नहीं खेलता. Lily क्या होता है?
Martin though, getting really crispy with the operator here. Something unfortunately overwhelmed a little bit here. After finally managing to get the plant down, we'll see an early timeout from PRX. See, Alex wasn't too happy in one of the post plants. That loss over on A site to Narrate. curious if this overall is the approach that the PRX want to take with this sort of comp switch up. The problem being Divide just becomes, I don't want to say useless, but his impact is really limited in these sort of kind of slow mid to late rounds. It's not really going to cause too much pressure unless PRX win out early on towards Mound, early on towards Rubble, get themselves towards a site. And maybe Munya is on Astra to kind of counterbalance that.
Potentially, but again, it's just a lot of these questions I feel like get answered with one time and practice, and you can kind of find your way to work it out. But I don't know how much they've played this. I mean, this is a new comp to to our eyes. I don't know if they've been running it behind the scenes, if this is just a very last-minute change, if there's something they thought might work. Their traditional comp wasn't going to be the answer they needed. But to change it at this point is I mean, it's a credit to PRX to be able to do it.
The answer is to just get Forsaken on Raze.
I mean, it has worked to an extent. Maybe you have to see how that works out now. As it looks a simplistic start, but a great paranoia actually should facilitate them to the site. I don't think much is going to stop them here, apart from their own paint shot, but even then, something fancies his go of it. Going to get in there with a stinger. And look at this tempo change. Look at this. No plant, but they've drawn out the lockdown so early. Now going to go for this. Divide's going to go through.
Yeah. Oh, Monet mar gaya.
And Martin's the one to find Monye. So that lurk's been removed, and they're going to dive on in.
Oh, you didn't get caught with the stun.
दो गए. नीर वापस आ गया.
Two off the rocket, and now Martin, can he do any more? He's feeling it. He wants more. He's chomping at the bit. He wants them dead. Magnum.
गोली नहीं है उस पे.
But one more, can one man do something? Has to watch. The fuse comes in.
What a round for Martin again. The finest of margins to get past that Trailblazer. I'm not even sure. Did he pick up an empty stinger at the end there? It looked like
0-0
delay, but again, KC figuring out exactly what to do with Monya on the inside. The thing is what's the second layer?
Good, it was not open bottom, no?
Kind of tailor-made around Monya, buying time. PRX aren't really achieving what they need to make that work.
Martin and Shin, and good to see Martin finding a bit of comfort here. He's been not quite to the extent of what we saw online, or at least I say online, in the kickoff tournament. He was very much, not, I wouldn't say headline, you'd give that to Narrate, but he was right underneath him, very close by. Good to see a little bit of that form starting to really kick in here for him. And a quick adjustment for PRX, eyeing up that A site after an early test towards Mount. And away they go. Forsaken gonna be cut off at the door though. And a quick adjust, looking to potentially pressure. Maybe gets the timing right on this. They are all going towards CT.
And for Narrate here to post a nightfall.
I'm waiting to see that pressure come back
Spike's
through.
still not planted.
No, and something is screwed. Magnum clears him with ease, and Forsaken finally strikes. But the rest of the team took a moment to back away, but it's Narrate on the punish towards Monye. They're losing out on numbers. Forsaken can only find so much impact, surely. They need to scramble away from here. The pit might almost act as a hindrance, because Mindfreak can hold this.
Now there's massive question marks outside this, but it's all four members of KC.
They're flying through! Martin finds Mindfreak, and that spike is over on C. It's going the longest way possible. So you're going to need
Forsaken लोग प्लांट करके अभी इसका अल्ट आएगा इसका दवाई का.
10 seconds left.
लेकिन Forsaken किधर जा रहे थे कि ना चारों आ रहे वहाँ से कैसे मारेगा?
He's going to hear him this time shine. He's good for one, but Martin was so quick with the response. Divine next. In line here. Jump on the first to draw the fire. Falls back. Flash. Buys a second. They've still got to clear him. Does he get noted? Yes, he does. Oh, he's dead to rights. Carmine Core showing diligence now, starting to really get a grip on PRX.
This is rough. Timing a little off, I guess the synergy a little off between Divine Forsaken here. Forsaken commits to that early peak. That's the showstopper. You almost want them to come into this choke point here. Out towards KC's spawn. Maybe a little bit lost in comms there, but
हम लोग करेंगे अभी.
Beautiful recovery from KC. It looked like they were Gonna lose out initially, but Narrate's ultimate really the one to give them access back onto A side. I'm carrying on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There.
You?
There's some temptation, but no, you're right, because look at this start. Look at Forsaken, right off the rip. Trying to get the
Forsaken ने खुला मार दिया.
Forsaken the hell up. Not even going to get a voice line off.
इधर आके हेड खुला doors के सामने.
And now what do they do?
और Martin ऑफ लगा
They've
के
lost
रखा
out
था.
on that early chance. You're down to 4. Something's position's going to be noted. Already early rotation from Narrate. And this map just doesn't look kind to PRX now, Mike.
It doesn't. KC definitely in control here at the tempo. This first half. Magnum will potentially be called upon, spotted here on the cross. Something. Maybe the dash across though. Unscathed so far. One will be uncontested. One yet disconnected once again.
Look कर रहा है मोनिये.
He's been read so often though. He's playing very late here. Exceedingly late. So putting a lot of faith in the boys on the side. They can hold back this flood that's coming in right about now. 1-for-1 trade, but it's not enough considering they're down to 2.
नहीं यार. Oh, nice mind trick.
Mind Freak bites
2v2.
right back. And now Monye needs to come forward here. Needs to be part of this. Narrate down low. Mind Freak toying with the TP. Monye can't hit the shot on the cross, and now it's all on Mind Freak. What a way to come back in. Come on, Core.
क्या हो गया? क्या हो गया PRX?
Get the job done. They are starting to really tip the scales here, Mike.
PRX really struggling. I mean, this almost has
क्यों था यो?
बोला
था टाइमर ले ले.
versus PRX on this map. Concede all the space,
You know,
happy to
guys.
play the retake.
Take it
And
back.
PRX were just left scratching their heads in that series. Carmine Court look like they've taken a leaf out of that book.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, typically you credit for PRX's ability to convert space into success. And this sort of play style, not really the approach to make, but PRX really struggling.
They are.
Second time out called, round 10.
Says quite a lot, just that in a fact, right? So, again, when we talk about this map-wise, it did sit quite nicely with Carmichael. We credited them very highly on this map. This is one that kind of put them not necessarily on our radar, but it very much solidified what a lot of people were looking at. But the fact, as I said, that they're doing this to PRX after was a very good first map.
उन्हें तेरी एक गलती की वजह से तू हमेशा के लिए नाइटबॉट के पीछे आ गया.
Back to where they should be mentally, because a lot of us kind of discussed this coming into this event as well. If they don't start off with a confident beginning,
एक members only करनी पड़ेगी अब मेरे को अगर तेरे को आगे आना है तो.
I guess
Oh, so cute शादी की शादी हो रही है.
but so far it's looking absolutely on money here. This could certainly
Date
spur them
पे.
on as they go forward. But the timeout
कोई
came in.
cute.
A couple more rounds
मुझे
to
भी
play
एक
with
बाद में
full
flower
purchase
डालना
here
है.
for PRX.
With the TP for Shin. Free off the showstopper. Again, Martin not really been relying on that too much with how he's been hitting. Equator definitely a more valuable investment in his hands than something so far. Bit of a pace change here. PRX, no secrets about this on the way in. No slow creep.
First time it feels like all 5 are
कितने
actually
ऊपर तक ना range है
something
AJ का?
Monye was disconnected, but this time they're playing somewhat close to the pack here. Plan's going to come in. You can see Magnum creeps a little closer. Prowler going to come through. They know Narrate's nearby. Massey still up. Flash there. Something trying to play ahead. Does really well with that. Takes down Tomasi and wants a bit more, but he's not going to be able to get back up that rope here. Forsaken going to be forced away as well. They're still trying to stand their ground. Almost belligerent in approach, but it's divided by Magnum. Forsaken to answer one right back. Can they sweep the site? Narrate what you got for us now. You pulled off a 1v3 before. This is a lot though. And he ain't got much time with this one.
Ice now.
Going to try and hold on to the opera. Oh, hang on. Still got back down rope here.
इसको बता दो.
PRX think he's saving. Oh, I mean, it's a star down regardless on the spike.
ये कैसे भाग
Do
रहा?
some further damage to the economy, but
जान रेड से कर जाओ.
I think running the risk, he should be safe to get out here. Don't think he's got time to get back in and get that operator, so PRX, a slight adjustment in pace coming out of the timeout. Get themselves a round win. Yeah, we haven't seen this sort of play coming out so far. I think the real thing to notice is PRX have forced back in their shells a little bit. Yeah, again, you can read this pretty well. It's like, yeah, as 5, they're sitting back, they're in CT, they're getting ready to retake. Usually PRX will be like, cool, let's send 2 people in there. Let's throw a flash in there. Let's get a little deeper, but we haven't really seen that.
That could have been one of the timeout. Okay. You are lucky to be alive, Forsaken. That looked like it was about to be Raps and Mod. Come on! Still good for it. They're just taking straight up aim duels. They're standing here and fighting. I've got your Which team is which? It almost felt like it was PRX doing that sort of stuff.
You gotta be careful.
9 HP.
Shin, no HP.
And he was the last line of defense on this A site. A quick TP, but look who's reading it. Magnum. Great.
Oh my god.
Yeah, mine
no idea. Magnum just reads him like a book.
I mean, there's almost an eternity that passes after these Seekers identify where Magnum is.
Divide, this is tough. Shin's vulnerable, but now you've got Magnum with his entirety of his setup here. Spike, his position. Divide can't cross this without being spotted.
56 HP as well. Yep.
Here it is. Paranoia getting prepped.
Blinded.
Free fire, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, bye-bye. Divide. Gonna go for the dog here. Couldn't quite close the gap, though, noting that they'd fallen away from that close angle, but he's got 20 seconds. I think he knows this one. Yeah, just gonna slip through the fingertips here.
I'm not sure if I missaw that, but I thought the Seeker went to the left. It's invested from rubble. Obviously, Shin took a ton of damage inside tree, but I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to see that on the replay, but the timing's just way off here. I believe if the door's broken, yeah, Magnum's broken the door. So I don't know if that information's just lost in the exchange or what. But a real gamble to take this TP.
Come on, PRX 5-7. Hi Tasin. तुम्हारे बाजू में जो है मैं उसकी सब्सक्राइबर बताओ कौन है?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happens here because I was focused on it. Well, I've missed it there.
Yeah.
I know Shin took a ton of damage inside tree. Maybe they're thinking, yeah, we've tagged up the A site player, so surely Magnum's gonna commit towards helping his teammate.
Right, yeah. Critical issue there. Hey, Magnum! They're just taking mad challenges! Carmine Core, this is very out of character, but it's worked very well. Completely surprising PRX with a change of pace, taking a somewhat late duel over by Mound. And it worked very well for themselves. Shin on fire, they're taking down Divide. Monye, noted.
Nice.
Carmine Core. You've seen real different shades of this team in this half alone.
Yeah, and winning out in that sort of round where PRX are looking to get feisty, get up in your face, take an engagement. Squashed. KC happy to throw bodies on the line.
Let's go! Let's go, boys! Energy into it.
Definite. Yes, energy booster, confidence booster for Carmine Core.
And now a chance to listen to one of the players who's really stepped up here, Martin.
Hello, I'm Martin and I play for Carmine Corp. Even though we know we can win against anyone, when our form is
Ping समझाना Brunda.
there at the moment, and I think the whole team is not feeling the well. We are not playing at the same level as we did in kickoff, and the team play and comms are just not on the spot. And then honestly, we just choked. So I think that Magnum obviously is a new IGL, but he's learning very fast, and I think his balls are very good. I don't think he fell short from Ankkita. I think it was a team problem, not Magnum's problem. We for sure are better than that.
15 seconds less, 10, just no chance, surely. Anything tap sits hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and open! Unbelievable! This time! Unbelievable! Endless seconds available!
Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble.
Narrate, 9 bullets!
For me, as a duelist, I just need to not do stupid stuff, even though I'm having a bad game. I still need to make space and calm. If I ever don't do that, then the game is very hard for the others. So I think it's just me being calm, because it's just another match. People shouldn't think that it's death or do match, because it just adds on the pressure. It's just about us not having the greatest team play right now, and we're trying to work on it.
Hi Sakshi, how are you?
8-4, Carmine Court, showing us a little of what really enamored us with them during that kickoff phase. Those retakes being very, very solid. Starting to see some of that individual flair coming out from not just Narrate, but also Martine as well. Some great reads from Magnum, a lot of those key elements. Now, on the other side here, flipping the script a little, PRX, it felt like a last-minute change coming in with this comp. I'd be happy to be proven wrong if they say, hey, no, this is where we intend to be, but it didn't quite land where I wanted it to. No, and I think there's an opportunity to really, I guess, demonstrate it in the second half here, but it feels like in the mid-round, these slow, drawn-out rounds where KC are happy to concede space, not use any utility, they're always going to win out. You see, now Carmine Court are going to approach.
Calling my bot.
Get themselves up mound pretty quickly. The rest of PRX making their way past Rubble right now. Looking for Monyet to just disconnect, but Martine down to 20 HP already.
He's trying to stay maybe a little postured just to look a little more threatening than he is by a couple more seconds, but that flash should be noted.
It's an open path, so KC looking to potentially reset towards mound, but actually no, they're pushing spawn.
Again, the turret's been dealt with quickly. They should have an idea that everyone's here. They've seen 3 different pieces of utility, and they're just going to flood CT. But already something's going to catch Shin. Can they try and disrupt these final players? There's going to be a playthrough back on short as well. Magnum going to be flashed off the angle. You can already see the smokes be coming up here. The diffuser going to be starting. It does get denied. Going to be dragged away. Monyet, something. PRX looking for no way. Come off it. Come off it. You got 5 rounds. Relax a little.
Monyet ने करने नहीं दिया.
What are they up to?
It's always the same PRX underneath. It's just...
What is
Hi Leo.
that?
By Monyet ने हटा दिया वरना वो live हो रहा था.
It almost looks like that's the plan, that's the call. Somebody's saying that. Like, I gotta reload. Oh, I'm gonna knife him. I'm gonna knife him.
Look at him! Look at him! Screaming. I can't believe it.
Well, that's how they kick off the second half.
Oh no, I'm nervous now. They're just gonna do PRX things like,
ooh,
hello.
Martine unconfirmed, but a ton of damage to Monyet.
Oh God.
Mindfreak caught on, I don't know what he was caught on there. Have a smoke out, something?
I don't know, but he looked lost in the sauce. Monyet, fortunately, though, going to make up for it and kind of bail out the player by door as well. This is... Do you know what, Mike? I'll leave you to the analysis on this one.
There's action coming now.
No, look, it's time.
Plant's going to come through. Martine looking for something, but...
Find something.
Going to happen. Yeah, find something on the other end of it. The raid post up close to it. Just yet could do some damage.
And again, good damage. Oh dear. Falls to divide. These rounds are getting weird. Shin left in a 1v2. Can he make something out of it? He might just be able to.
1v1.
Something with a judge and Shin with a dream. He knows it. He knows he's close by. What the hell can Shin do? Oh, nice try. Something. Making sure he's dead, by the way.
It's just cleared about 8 different angles in half a second here. It's such an awkward spot here underneath C site. But yeah, was Mindfree looking to smoke something because he's out in the middle of nowhere on
yeah,
B
just
side.
drifting.
Sending a smoke somewhere. So it looked like he was reloading, but that was him just pulling back out the bulldog.
Yeah, that was really weird on B. I don't know what happened. That whole round was just, you know, all out there. 8-6.
Carmichael looking to continue pressuring towards Mound here. It's a switch up, something on the other side of this.
Well, I don't feel like something's going to do some nasty work here.
He's hanging around.
Yeah, okay, just...
Yeah,
run.
Get out!
What the hell is going on? A late smoke towards main, but they might just disrespect it. They know they can. Something down a little low, but he's still trying to be ferocious about this. Shin trying to play ahead of it, but it's Magnum to find him.
Nice shot by Monyet.
With a belting shot on Martine. Still going to find value even just with that Sheriff. Where the hell's the rest of the squad, though?
For a crunch back through the door here, potentially. KC in the danger zone. As soon as this opens up, though, it's a two-way street.
Magnum could get played in on this. It's Shin with the spam to catch him. And now the odds are looking less and less likely for PRX to close that gap, but you can never write these guys out. Shin just controlling on the site, though, really keeping a firm grip. Magnum denies the door. And the options for Mind Freak have pretty much dissipated for those last couple of kills.
Yeah, and going to be weird coming out of this round as well, because it's Monyet and Divide to have some credits left in the bank, but KC's round win here almost gives them a huge opportunity to double down on this. Knocking on the door of double digits as well. First ult cycle just about coming on for a few members of Carmine. So yeah, narrate 2 away, Shin 1 off the TP. Magnum and Martin about halfway. Something expecting to have the Blade Storm at least here, buying down to 550, and looks like actually, considering throwing everything in here, it's forsaken us to concern that far away from the showstopper as well. He's only got a Sheriff. Switch up here from KC though.
Good luck, Divide. There is hightailing it away, which is probably the right call. Now, if you're Carmine Core, you're still going to do somewhat of a diligent clear. You can't be too lackadaisical about it, but there's a pace to them. They want to get this early starting quite quickly. Going to note the player towards topside CT. There is a lot more there now. Narrate, though, going to take away something. He's just holding the line. He's willing for a fight. This guy's almost welcoming the fight. They haven't gone for the plant yet, so this is getting a little dicey, but they're holding for maybe this reaggress.
I know that PRX is going to try and pre-take the site here, but it's punished. It's picked apart by Carmine Core. And it's a flawless round to find double digits. Money coming into question
good night.
For PRX. Yeah. We know there's no timeouts. There's no opportunity to take a breather. Carmine Core really starting to dial up the pressure here.
Well, I feel like this echoes back to almost our starting point of this entire matchup. It's the question of form. We've seen what PRX can look like in map 1 when it's terrifying, when they are in that full fight and flight mode, just flying at you across the map. And here, missing a little bit in that regard, whereas KC starting to hit towards where they'd want. Late swing comes out and they're hunting them down. Already PRX not going to take the foot off the gas by any means. Also, this drift from...
Oh,
dear. Guy's got to be careful, though.
Yeah, no chance to get that weapon cycled across. Should have a ton of information of how much presence there was towards C. PRX haven't necessarily rotated just yet. Now, actually, yeah, the rifle is retrieved, so Monyet has that in hand now.
And with the loss of Magnum, there is a chance for some of these flanks to work, maybe, but they've decided against it, right? Opting against. Side's going to get cleared. No
रोटेशन घुमा दिए साइड पे, लेकिन स्पाइक से ही जा रहा है.
You're going to see something try and maybe thread the needle, but look at the spike. Look where it's heading.
Hook, line,
Great
and
read.
sinker.
Great read here.
Yeah, PRX have taken the bait. And enough time will pass here where they have a chance to at least get back on, as long as KC are quick about this one. Yeah, finally coming through. An open plant towards Mound. And plenty of opportunities. Shin now in a position to play spoiler. Ooh, a glance from something, but not noted.
4 through door, though. That's a lot of players there. Martin this time in the position Magnum was in before, but again, they don't have the weaponry to really close this down. You can see that late look does get handled, but they've had no success elsewhere. I'm just eyeing up Monyet. Hold on, I'm eyeing up Monyet. What is this man up to? He's got to beat Martin, and he's got to do it fast. Yeah, absolutely not. What is the plan here? There's no time for this.
1v2.
This feels...
Oh, Nihali! Yeah!
Wait.
Oh.
Is there time for this? No, it's not.
No.
Close, but no cigar.
What?
Yeah, not even.
I'm
I thought it was way more than that.
I know.
I was like,
Yeah.
off here. Huh? KC find 11 though.
Bloody hell,
Yeah.
what a game. This is... Got a little close, didn't it?
Yeah. A little touch and go. I mean, if anything else happens here and it's Martin to fall first, then actually that divide pays off.
Yeah, right. Go back in, this time with a buy though. Just coming out for PRX, but still, it's sticking
My
the
too
landing.
close,
This is the hard
man.
part. TP gets taken and committed to, so you're gonna have
Go down,
shit towards
James,
CT.
go.
He can confirm site's clear. Just gotta be careful over towards that waterfall side. Seeker's gonna come through as the answer as well, so Plant gonna be going down uncontested.
Pressure's going to be coming back through spawn here. The paranoia a little off kilter. And Shin will punish. Second touch is beautiful, but he's found
मार रे बे
Shin is just unleashing.
हाँ साइड में केस वाले मार रहे ना
Stunning from Shin. 3 back-to-back. Full control in CT.
He fancied a bit more, didn't he? But something gonna quell that aggression.
सॉरी मुझे असेंट देखना था यार
And they don't have step to side. They don't have the ability to clear these deeper position players. And I wonder if Magnum might have caught an audio cue or two there. But still, this is looking like 12. Carmine Court. Maybe giving us a game here. Hoping map 3 could be that highlight between these two. As Narrate does take away Mind Freak. There's just no mercy in these players. After map 1, after what was being done to them, they've come back with an answer.
But a much more convincing map victory it will feel like as well.
Yes.
I mean, Eng saying, you know, yeah, you don't know what to do. We don't know what to do versus a team like this. We've never been tested like this. To still come out of map 1 with a 13-10 and then play like this on Lotus. You've got to be feeling fantastic.
Puts faith back in the system, doesn't it? Stepping up to the plate here. This map, you could argue, was one of the crowning jewels of their map pool throughout regular play, but still, actually might get a bit of a fight here. First time we're seeing a bit more pressure put in by PRX over towards this rubble side. So Carmine Core may not get the complete run of the house. They absolutely don't. Forsaken gonna take down Shin. Not gonna get the bomb. Oh my god, there's a lot of players. Only gonna get
so
one.
much damage.
But he can't make it away. Martin, yes, left low. Narrate down low. And something is behind them. Martin, excellent work from him. Heads up work from Martin. And now
1v3 हो गया इसके पास जज है
Monye with a judge and 3 players.
Yeah, not going to get played in either.
No.
Have to try and recover a weapon here. Fully reset for the 1v3 elsewhere. And Martin down to 56, Narrate on 42. Definitely a chance. I mean, he's got the right read on this as well. He's going to be in a position pretty close by when this plant does come through.
Yeah, he's not a million miles away. That doesn't really help matters for him.
No, he's going to be on the outside of it, though. Oh my god, where did that just go?
I don't know, but Monye's got him played in here. That's a freebie! And now there's problem. Oh,
Arre.
Martin! He's caught him. He just got a grip on him at the end there. Because there was a window of chance, Mike. But 13-6. Carmine Core are in the server. We might actually have a game on our hands. I want this to go to the distance.
13-6 को नहीं बोला था 13-8 बोला था ना
I think we definitely do, Lauren. I mean,
Let me check.
Narrate and Martin, the two to really step up, stretch their legs on this map too. And like I said, if you're KC, you've got to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, let's find out how this goes. Map 3 unlocked and on the horizon.
13-6 KC ना 13-6 PRX बोला था 13-7 है भाई
13-5 अक्षर था लिखे
13-6 KC कोई भी नहीं है
कोई नहीं नेक्स्ट मैप का कर दो क्लोज वन ना
बहुत क्लोज था वो 13-7 है but 13-6 नहीं है 13-5 और 13-7 है 13-6 नहीं है नहीं उसने डिलीट करके फिर उसके बाद PRX दिया था 13-5 None of you won Hi, pineapple. वाह लक्ष्य यहाँ बोलना था. एक सेकंड. क्या खा रहे हो? स्ट्यू राइस खा लिया मैंने. वो लास्ट का पार्ट ना थोड़ा सा सिप लेना था मेरे को, तो ऑफ कोर्स स्क्रीन पे थोड़ा अच्छा ही लगता. वाह पूरा डेढ़ वाह.
Carmine Core managed to bring it back 13-6, and it felt like PRX were all out of sorts because Carmine Core just put them in their place. Now we get ready for a map 3, and we'll see what both of these teams opt to bring out. This is it, do or die now, right? It's now BO1. No, nothing. You got to forget about game 1. You got to forget about game 2. It's all about what's ahead. Of course, Golden Boy Hero, Mimi, and Kukuka. I mean, just this game is just.
अच्छा ना ये था. I'm actually excited for a set. मेरे को देखना था इसे. Secretly मैंने एलेक्स को फोन किया था कि यार प्लीज तुम लोग कर वाला गेम प्ले एक बार दिखा दो यार. एलेक्स ने बोला of course अभी करवाते हैं प्रबंध.
Very good understanding what is necessary in the map, and also more specifically understanding of how to break this composition that has so many holes. You're playing on a map.
कल बोला था शागिद ने मैं पूरे दिन बैठूंगा कल.
You don't even have a Viper, right? You're playing that
एक बार नहीं आके बैठा चेयर पे.
controller, but it's Omen and Astra. There was a lot of things that were lacking on that defensive side. The PRX could only surpass by doing one thing, and is being aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like that fundamentally a lot of the issues with PRX come back to this composition, and in particular, I think that Carmine Core called a really excellent defensive side around it. They were playing these really passive style, letting PRX get onto these sites, knowing that they only have that Sky Youth, so they have nothing to stall you out.
अब ascent है guys, अभी ascent होगा.
Been playing these beautiful set retakes, and most of the time, honestly, PRX they're not the most disciplined team. They're going to be fighting forward. They're going to be taking risks into you, and Carmine Core was capitalizing off of that, and then fighting back in and winning these rounds. Even the last two of the half, throwing in some forward aggression to spice things up. I thought this was a beautiful set of calls from Magnum, and I mean, yeah, just look at it. When you have this comp, you just don't have the util to fight back through against these really oppressive retakes. And I mean, the poor guy didn't even know he had no.
funny था बे मार्टिन का गन में गोली नहीं थी भाई जी भाई.
Pushing with his ultimate.
0-0 उसने उठा ली स्किन कर 0-0 वाली मजा आ
Let me
गया.
get a kill with this. Shoots into the other gun, and it's not until the smoke is there.
To me, for me, I got pulled into the allure of PRX. These last two maps we've watched of them. Last night on Split, this first map as well. These guys are so good. They can run around. They can play any comp. They can kill anyone. They're the best team in the world. And then you remember that they play double duelist, no sentinel, no viper on Lotus, and they're playing one of the best Lotus teams in the world.
जाओ ना गेम में जाओ ना अब तक लॉग में बैठे जाओ चालू करो.
A little bit, right? Because for all of the you get shot, you die, sometimes you get outcalled and you pick a comp that is outclassed by your opponent.
I would love to ask them what made them make this last moment change, right? The go in and swapping things around a little bit on this map, and actually taking it this direction out of all the directions that it could have gone. Why this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed seemed like the direction that they were going in were straight into the
ascent,
to the gun, to the bullets.
कोई नहीं guys, chill करो, आराम से match देखो, enjoy करो.
Directly to his
मेरी
set.
चालू
Let's talk
करो.
about Narrate. Young man is going up on that stage right now and really lighting it up. He's currently top fragging in the server across both games right at this current time, and that is what is expected out of this star player.
This guy's been so good. Remember the NA Tier 2 star showing up to EMEA, winning there, and honestly, he's been so good at the International as well. In map 1, playing the Raze, following up off of his teammates Eurowalls, and here as well, I mean, just ruining Alex's day with some of these clutches.
I am loving this montage because it's just Narrate playing with such an important Ankkita. The information deafening their opponents, and Alex just losing at every single round. There were some rounds the PRX were winning, and Alex was just not having this was not what I thought. But definitely something that we need to keep in mind is that, okay, that happened, it is over. It is surprising that it has been this one-sided, and I would say both maps have been this one-sided, and still the scores do not resemble it as good. But then in Ascent, I feel that we also have bigger questions for both of these teams, right? Because Casey only played it once during the kickoff, and it was a very funky composition, very much in the PRX style.
Yes.
That doesn't really suit them, right? So the question is, moving into this third map, what composition are we going to see?
Let's see it. Do they continue with the crazy comp we saw, or do they go to normalcy? No, something different. They're playing a triple initiator comp. We've seen this in the past. PRX ran this comp. In Tier 2 NA, M80 nearly won Ascension playing this comp. It is a very strong composition built off these util combos, and if you're a team not expecting it, it's honestly really hard to play against. Very aggressive, extremity reclears on defense, and very, very strong retakes.
Yeah, exactly. Look at it. The Omen, the Breach, the KO, so much utility. Even Tomasi, right? Everything to help Martin in this situation. Narrate, we know what he can do in all of this initiators, but for me, this map for them is a new frontier. As I'm saying, no Sentinel for either of these teams. Yes, PRX has that Viper.
Well, it's been a comeback already for Common Core on this second map. The squad who impressed everyone in EMEA has made it this far. Now they're in an elimination game. It's either them or PRX for that last spot in the final, in the playoffs.
Darn
right. Meanwhile, we only doing short stream and watch party.
Yeah, the final map of the series coming up between these two. Only one can carry on forward, of course, it being final.
जैसे कभी लोगों ने promise में सब तो तारीख.
Match itself, which
ऐसा लगा था मैंने कहा
losing one of these two, such high hopes for Carmine Core coming into this, and PRX almost just a legacy team.
Yeah, the seasoned veterans really of this matchup here. Carmine Core definitely looking for their first big international scalp to really claim. And what an accolade it will be.
Triple initiator, Carmine Core.
To come out on top in an elimination game.
अपने पे फ्लैशेस सिर्फ ये इसके है गेको का है उनके पास ब्रीच के हो
Okay, really eyes on Magnum to be that mid-round swing for KC in this composition.
And look at that pitch.
Perfect.
But still, they get damage done, to be fair, but it feels like they were able to at least keep some alive. That looked almost like a death wish going through. Sight looking at least able to have a plant towards it, but the pop flash through the smoke was so good. Lovely work from Narrate there. There's just one left alive. Paint shell could be good, actually. Gonna leave him scrambling. Yeah, there's opportunity. But the one player who's not affected is really shit. All eyes. Oh, perfect. Come on, you gotta get a... Oh! Show me something! Oh, I believed for a moment there with the HP being lower. A chance beckoned. Wasn't to be. Carmine Core gonna get the first here.
The problem is, with this composition, KC have so many opportunities to re-engage, to catch your timing, catch PRX off guard. In round one, definitely.
What do you think, Sharnik? Are we winning this? Mr. Hellas.
Got to have their wits about them. Like you said, in that chaos, able to get a trade back, but so there's just a ton of utility to work with here. Might be a little bit of an exchange here towards A main. It's orb retrieved here. Monnier. Back on the Raze again, and questions about just how turbulent some of these composition changes are.
it must be brutal as a player to be kind of, you know, almost getting whiplash from this sort of back and forth role-wise. But again, Monye map 1 was exceptional. Really highlight credit to his capability. But map 2, I mean, wasn't exactly the headline star, but they've actually got themselves a site here.
Look where Monye's got himself into as well. Tucked into market.
Still waiting.
Tomasi, the timing on the reveal here. Gonna have his hands full. Gotta be careful.
Yeah. Did he hear anything as he considered it? Yeah, I think he's very aware. No naughtiness here.
Spike planted.
Now, all of the PRX players are going to be locked on that site.
Here.
Any kit, one paranoia. Oh. No
Outlaw
uncertainty
too.
about that. Forsaken falls. This is just going to get very difficult. They can't really springboard off the back of that utility either. Yeah, just outgunned, overwhelmed, 5 alive, and a defuse on the board.
And tough for Monye, really gets himself into a very dangerous position here, but weaponry and well played by Tomasi to back up, concede once again, which has been the approach time and time again for Carmine Corp. Allow this PRX play style to really fizzle out.
Guys, yaar, kya hai?
Looking clinical on the retake. I'll throw some weapons in the mix now. Rifles for PRX. See what they can get done. And proactivity potentially here from KC. Confirmation on the other side now. Martin.
नहीं check किया उसने वो इससे brawler से.
To consider it, surely, right? I feel like they're not going to continue on that pathing, but a little bit of a glance there from Martin. Not going to see anything, so kind of frees him up in position, right? Store comes in towards short. Shin going to hear enough that he notes there's more than one player here. Owl's not finding some of the players in the corner, but it doesn't matter. Top middle is the end goal, and Martin's waiting. They actually outdo him there. A nice opportunity, but it closes, and Shin just going to try and play forward. Paranoia landed, but
still nearly wins
it. Yeah, thought he had that one. Not the case. PRX. 5 standing, couple of them lower, but it's going to be Tomasi the first to draw blood. Something on the trade out, and now Narrate sweeps his way through middle.
It's a 2v3 Magnum if he can win out here, betrayed by Forsaken. Now Narrate finds himself in a 1v2. Forsaken tagged up something at 72 HP as well.
Narrate's been good. He's been very good, and Forsaken has to respect
Look at the respect being shown, yeah.
No one's on stairs or close by. Considers main now, considers lane. He's going through all those options. Just a flash to try and get him on the cross there, but Forsaken, I think, was unaffected by it. So just sits fine, plays patient, and you're right, there's respect being shown there and knowing who you're up against.
Only 2 rifles maintained through this, but Monye, great progress towards the showstopper here. And KC in a position really with, I guess, some of this utility invested towards short. They know it's a fake. KC know that this is the plan all along. Looking to potentially get a little aggressive towards mid.
Tomasi.
पानी भी भर देना दोनों
Run, and he's quite alone here. Oh, the backup! Perfect timing from Martin, holding them at the door. This is nice from him. Starting to heat up throughout this series, starting to find his footing. These international events looking much better. Now Tomasi gets to play back in once that pressure got taken away. 3 in this round. Wants a 4th, gets a 4th. Flawless for Carmine Core in map 3.
Table पे रख के जाओ.
So Magnum really the power player in this composition. Going to apply so much supportive utility to both sides. In this position towards Fountain, towards Spawn, and another example already. Martin just really coming into his own now.
How did you see that last one?
Yeah, you are.
Almost fell off the stage.
Look at.
Don't worry.
So many 4K moments.
I know, this game's been provided.
Who was it that fell off at EMEA? Was it Magnum that fell off his chair? It was.
बड़े-बड़े हाथ दिए भगवान ने किस
Yes. that Kakuka confirming?
That was
Thank
Bayer
you.
shouting yes.
That's what the analyst desk is there for. That sort of information coming in hot. Appreciate you. I was trying to read that sign, didn't make it in time. But there has been a timeout.
Electricity bundle cheat, ठीक है भाई.
So they don't have a grip on this one, and I've got to say, in my mind,
a recurring trend, honestly, of
Yes.
early timeouts.
Yes.
They're almost hitting the panic button, not letting wanting things to spiral out of control.
But also in my mind, this wasn't a map that I'd really seen Carmine Core lean on throughout regular season.
No, I mean, EMEA, what was it? It was a hard
3-1 चल रहा है.
versus Vitality with a different composition, yes.
So
But definitely not something you look at as a comfort pick, but potentially if this is the composition that, I mean, it has a lot of potential.
Yeah. A nasty little comp.
Seen the breach toyed with elsewhere.
Right there.
I mean, 4 rounds have passed,
Right
Magnum
there.
at 6 assists. You can already see in some of these situations just how much value that pick can have.
I want to see if they start getting a little bit more creative here. Got to be careful in this sort of round though. Narrate's really sticking to this fight. Didn't want to back away, but has to be cautious. The sheriffs are out, and that rifle would have been a prized possession to bring into the clutches, but slow work in middle and a pop flash to follow. That's what I like to see. Just that tempered aggression every now and then thrown in. A dash of it. Controls mid, and Narrate feeling this, confident now, willing to fight and willing to win. 2 big picks. Even Mind Freak and Forsaken not really in a position to make much of this. Losing one
कैसे हो सकता है?
doesn't give you a great deal of forward play here. Magnum got it too. It was Shin in the end to actually claim it. He's all assists.
Breach की चोटी कितनी?
1v5 with a Bulldog. Looking like it might be another flawless, and it is. Speaking of recurring trends, flawless so far by KC. Barring that one blip in round 3. Feeling very, very comfortable for them. Ultimate's coming online now for PRX. Forsaken Monye and something. Divide one off the TP as well, but I mean, the other side, I think Carmine as well. Bladestorm, the null command, something to really shut down a fast.
जा रहा है मार्टिन आगे मारने. शायद नहीं देखो ब्रीच स्टन दे रहा है.
In that regard as
और
well.
ये आगे जा रहा है मारने.
Ray is in range.
And willingness to challenge here. Martin unafraid. A
That's
little bit of a fight he does have, of course, Magnum there with him, but it's not just one.
मेरे बच्चा.
This is dangerous.
उल्टू कैसे बैठा है देखो मम्मी के लिए
Oh,
उधर.
there's something over here. What the hell was that? The paranoia is going to go. Was one of the players ahead of it? I'm waiting to see. Oh my God!
No! Come off him! What is going on? Monye flies through the air, finds all 3 of them, and the site's theirs! I can't believe it! This guy is just unreal! What a
चलो एक
round!
राउंड निकला अपना.
A flawless in response. The null command actually gets popped there. I'm not sure of the exact timing. The showstopper went off, right? Did he get an extra boost in midair from the showstopper being shot down?
रुको अभी मैं लाइव हूँ.
Show me this again.
हाँ मैसेज कर
Yeah,
देना.
he got an extra boost off it.
ओ क्या?
That is wild.
हाँ तो हम लोग बिजी थे ना वोल्ट को देखने में.
Almost like a
मैं
second
वोल्ट चोटी लग रहा था ना तो लेके दिए ऐसा मारना.
That laugh is terrifying. That scared me to my core. What a way to nullify that confidence, put him back. Potentially a good position to work forward. Martin just got caught at the end of that. That's going to remove his ability to find impact and maybe paint a little picture of the adjustment he was going for on short.
मैं भी ऐसा सेटअप सीखना चाहती हूँ.
Something to be rewarded here. And these re-clearances through main started around 30 seconds in here. Like you said, KC happy to post up for these fights. Tomazi lucky to get away. Something creeping closer and closer. PRX almost attempted to take both sides here. Magnum will finally fall.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Some more space cleared through here for PRX.
देखो ना शॉर्ट से अल्ट भी हो रही.
Information garnered on the back of that as well.
Oh God, do it again! Do it again!
अबे यार ये मिस करता है मुझे बहुत गुस्सा आता है समथिंग पे.
3v3.
Alex को भी आता
Fill
होगा.
that void and he does it well. What can these players do though? Shin down low, takes it. Okay, that probably wasn't the plan, but Tomasi just gonna follow suit, falls, and PRX
only to एक last moment में घूम के मार दी.
and just springboarding on the back of that flawless round.
They're beautifully done. An opportunity to find a way back in. I think maybe Shin thinking that Tomasi had cut enough audio that he could get away with such a TP. Oh, that's where the first comes onto Magnum.
Oh, see that jump shot. Yeah, that's lovely.
Came straight out of 2021, that peak. Wrong agent, but something still making it work.
What is up?
Acting here.
Carmine pumping the brakes right back in. Eng feeling it's time to slow things down a little, have a chat, check back in. And again, if you watch the regular season so far, at least kickoff, you would know that if there's a call coming that he didn't like from Magnum potentially, or they made a choice before, they didn't quite like the direction they were leaning in, he'd happily try and chime in and offer his opinion instead. And Eng is one of those respected, but it does seem as though it's mostly the players having a chat. Eng's very quiet in this. Yeah, mostly coming out from Magnum
Yeah,
then.
Magnum leading the discussion. And awareness shown here from PRX, the way something's creeping up mid here to try and isolate Magnum.
ये तुम जैसे वापस आए hello
See, they're trying to rectify the issue.
My baby.
I guess negate some of that
Who's
mid-round
smiling? Come on, show your smile.
power that they have
Smile
with this
for me.
composition.
You noted those 6 assists earlier, he hasn't had one since. So he's losing a little bit of that efficiency in
अरे
these
तुमको
rounds.
smile करते
At the
देखना
start
है,
when he
that
was
smile करो.
felt almost omnipresent, right? Like everywhere.
Hello, की girlfriend, do you want to see him smile on stream or not? बताओ.
The approaches for PRX again. Spike not committed, so makes me feel as if it's going to be a slow approach here. Try and put this operator into the mix. Oh, well, say that. Monier's all the way up short now. Boombot will go in, but won't spot Narrate, but a wide swing will. Narrate caught completely off guard by this aggression.
And Tomasi, I just invested that, so you're going to be off with the timing a little, maybe feeling a false sense of security as PRX are just around that corner. Something clearing as he goes. Worried about CT, but it's Tomasi close by. That Prowler is very indicative of presence. He knows they're on the way. Bailout! Martin going to find the mid-presence. Monnier falls. Tomasi didn't get that timing right. Divide already over towards lane. And the sun will be waving PRX's banner as the plant's going to come in uncontested here.
Still got somebody disconnected as well. A couple more players, something. The operator posting up here. He wins out. It's Martin to find another pick.
This guy's on it. Gonna lean on in, he needs help. Oh, I thought he had that. I thought he might have had it. Forsaken's trying to hit up though in a 1v1. Forsaken up against Magnum. Forsaken's read him. He's ahead of it. Oh, he's just got him in.
Girl.
Forsaken gonna bring that
Even out
scoreline
कर दिया.
right back up. Carmine Core thought they had maybe this map on wrap, but it's absolutely not the case. 3 in a row now. Hard to handle the aggression from Monnier coming out. The rest of the team starting to heat up. We're seeing PRX find their footing.
Nani?
Kills from Martin here. Winning out on that
वो बोल रहा है
operator
मैंने.
1v1. Says he's completely caught off guard by Mindfreak's position, I believe. Nonetheless, KC doing everything right on the way back into that retake.
And it's no difference. Rinse, repeat. This time, Martin reads. Starting to calibrate what's going on in these rounds. Starting to assess what they're up against. But it's not just one attempt, it's 2, potentially 3 more presents on short. Martin, has he got more? Not this time. Shin now left wondering, do I swing it, do I wait? But the Prowler goes past, but Device still checks. Just such good heads-up work. Narrate can only do so much. And even against numbers, Mike, they break through on short again.
Really, Spike?
Well, no, the TP comes through regardless. Mindfreak.
मैं बोली स्पाइक छोड़ा हुआ है ओमन के पास अल्ट है वो उधर से स्पाइक ले लो.
स्पाइक के ऊपर से आया समथिंग फिर ले लिया बग था.
नहीं दवाई ने अल्ट करके स्पाइक उठाई है बेस से साइड में जाके. उसने स्पाइक छोड़ा वहाँ पे कि ओमन साइड पहुँच गए तो वो स्पाइक लेके प्लांट कर देगा. उसका अल्ट है. तो उसने साइड ले लिया है ना लेकिन बाकी दो को पता है ना बी और मिड घूम के बाकी के किधर है क्योंकि उन लोग थे वो साइड पे. Shut up! I'm smarter than you. This proves.
KC have been relying on some sort of indicator.
See how I explained around to him.
Relying on PRX to show presence first.
Mortin बोल रहा हूँ.
And trying to play very reactive based on Magnum's utility.
This looks good. Yeah, Monet just sweeps past Narrate, decides there's lots more present on towards short, though that could prove a problem on the
मुझे भी
cross
करना है,
potentially,
लेकिन मजा आ
but
रहा है देख के.
yeah, door's going to be shut, so there's going to be that safety net put into place. Plant's now down. And already in a 5v4, this is difficult.
आज intentional training थी या coincidence?
Well, Martin's found an open, and he's found a second.
Martin.
Full.
मच्छर है क्या?
That was advantage now.
आप राइटेड मच्छर बोल रहा है इनको.
क्या कर रहे हो?
What do you think you're doing? And Shin is there, converting on towards Mind Freak. Where is this final player? Forsaken. They flood him. Who had that round?
It looked wrapped, but
Alex.
Martin with the Sheriff picks apart PRX.
Alex को दिखा.
Converts a MasterCard Thrifty.
Show me Alex.
And ties things up 5 apiece.
And it felt almost
वो कौन सी इससे आता है वो यूनिको का?
I mean, he was back
कौन
on
सी
another
गन से
one of
मारने
those
का
jump
पोटेंशियल
peaks.
है वो? भाई क्या मारा है लेकिन शॉट्स है इसने अच्छे शॉट्स
ये
मारे.
देखो इसको देखो.
Yeah, Mind Freak in a position that's not considered, but strength in numbers here for KC on the back of Martin's heroics.
And Martin was one of the missing pieces of the KC puzzle in some of their weaker games. We had an off game that wasn't quite feeling the same, but he's starting to spark a little here. But again, that was around in a drought. Shin's got to evacuate. Early utility going to force that open engagement. And Martin waiting. This guy's been on it. Does he get another chance here? He can't stick around too long.
पीछे चले गए OTP करके उसको पता था कि इन लोग फास्ट
Well, that was an attempt from Monye, but there's too much presence there.
Hang on, the pin comes through onto Shin. A ton of reveals going through, but it's actually Narrate to find the spam. The Nogmar's popped as well.
This is just
Spike's
such
not down yet.
A bloody battle, both sides just taking chunks out of each other. It's only Mind Freak left alive, and you're right, there was no plan. He doesn't even have the time on his side. He's looking for a fair fight, and he's not going to get too many of them. That opportunity probably just slipping away with Magnum now getting support, and Martin.
दोनों गेम नहीं वो वाले 8
on the
4 7
cake.
5.
KC back in the lead now.
The 6 5.
As well, Mind Freak's got the pit there. Nobody from PRX able to get the
Six
plant
kando,
down.
yeah.
Obviously, once that pit comes through, it's that blanket of security. KC able to get ahead of the curve here. Again, the doors removed so quickly that was it. 3 players huddled onto switch here.
Let's
go. Keep the energy up. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Nice shit.
Nice stuff.
Clawed their way back in here and a chance to actually flip this on its head, get themselves a 7-5 half.
बहुत ज़्यादा ही कर रहे
Weaponry available
हैं.
from PRX. Do have the pit as mentioned, but no other tools.
क्या क्या है?
Close affair, but Martin could get his opportunity to shine again. Playing towards middle here.
Record करता है तो गेम के बाद सुनाता है.
Noting presence. There is late pressure towards A main potentially as well. This is hard to read. Hard to gamble on. But does Martin get his play in? Doesn't look like it just yet. It might be Tomasi. Again, how do you read this? You've noted a lot now towards that B side of the map.
Sorry, Tomasi committed towards this anchor once again on B.
तुमने जरा साइड लो ना केसी का. Actually नहीं पिछले में केसी जीत गई थी. केसी का साइड मत लेना तुम इस टाइम. तुम actually किसी का भी साइड मत लेना. तुम पूरा गेम एंजॉय करो.
Sticking to a 3-man hold on A side. I mean, Tomasi just needs to one and done really is enough for him.
Yeah.
In this situation.
He can get the help from the TP, right? That's not too surprising.
30 seconds left.
But can he get any help on the cross? They're backing. Look at the spike. Look where the spike's going.
Not a lot of time for this.
No,
I mean, they have players on site, so they know that the plant's not coming on B. If somebody can get across the A site and deny it,
they're going
come off on short.
Yeah, Magnum, this is it, that's stall.
That is huge.
That's everything they need. What a moment for Magnum. Come on, Core, keeping this in their favor.
एक 250 rupees का utility.
And because nothing else has really gone on in this round, Magnum has
नहीं वो मारा ना उसने
to
वो.
close the door on short. PRX getting lost in the clock here.
हाँ लेकिन
Potentially going to be behind this.
250 रुपीस का है ना आफ्टर शॉक
But
से
it's
पूरा
absolutely beautiful.
That's dreamy for Magnum there, isn't it? So they
Round after
keep
shock
the
से निकालना
lead
लोग
on
इधर
the
उधर
half.
मैच
7-5. It's a close
टर्न
affair.
हुए
It's what we
आफ्टर शॉक में भी
wanted.
मरा
The
आफ्टर
map
शॉक को
3
डॉज
between
करते हुए
these
साइड
two.
में आए
We'll be back in just a second.
और आफ्टर शॉक को फायदा नहीं होता, सब निकल जाते।
अरे लेकिन आफ्टर शॉक नहीं जब सिर्फ स्टन था तो जिंदा के रहते ना उनके कॉर्नर में जो लेकिन कॉर्नर
11 सेकंड बाकी था।
Talk in front of
कुछ
his
फायदा
face
नहीं
kind of
होता,
stuff.
काम को
I
मर
took
जाता।
it personally, so basically every time we won a
That's
round
important
in
too.
split on the
तो
third
स्टन
map,
फ्री है ना
and he's
लेकिन
like screaming or whatever stuff. I say like countdown, you know, because like the matches haven't
इसकी
ended
सुनो
yet,
मत
so yeah. I mean, it's part of the game. I mean, he tried his best.
वो आफ्टर शॉक इंपॉर्टेंट था
Personally, I don't really bother at all because I was just like smiling
एक ही
at
रात
him.
की जीत मुझे ना
Players, plenty of
जाओगे तो
them.
बात
Ready for the targets here. Heads could pop and heads could come clean off. Still watching and damage. Low enough. One shot in the chamber. Monye sends it.
The bottom line was we're just not informed like last year. We had this conversation like yesterday or 2 days ago. That's why our split today was a little bit better because we changed the comp for second play race. Monyet said that he doesn't comfortable playing race in split. So yeah, I think we definitely improved like a bit because now I think everyone playing their comfortable role. And I feel like it's a good match because maybe people trying to underestimate us, but in the end of the day we take the W.
कल परसों कोई मैचेस नहीं है ना अदिति फ्राइडे कल और परसों कुछ नहीं है ना 21st से आई थिंक
This is the final map I was hoping for, Mike. I want a game from both of these where we see the best of their capability, seeing Carmine Core picking up afterwards. A little bit of an issue there, tipping the scales right back in their hands, but PRX still feisty, still fired up. This is an elimination game. Only one of these two teams will carry on forward. So everything has to come out in this half. This is the final half of play, unless we get OT.
Let's go, PRX.
KC look to apply his composition in the second half here. Martin is revealed here. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. I don't think anybody else was spotted. Only him marked. We're going to force a rotation early on. We'll draw
Yes, Aditi, mostly.
So just Monye looking to shoulder that. A bit of a standoff here. The 60-second marker approaches. KC drift towards what looks like a B-site execute here for the pistol.
High flash for the front part of sight. C's did come in, didn't connect. Right there, try and reveal who's towards the back of the site itself, and he's going to get one, so they don't quite know about who is it. It's Forsaken. Yeah, that's a surprise. They didn't get the information on. Great trade for Narrate, but Mindfreak now takes that time to play out. Really playing with the push and pull of the round, and the cross now isn't safe. The support's here. Martin trying to clear back in, spike back in hand, but with 25 seconds, where are you going to go?
I mean, this is exactly the same amount of time that's left on the clock for PRX to make the same rotation in the last round of the first half. Martin tagged up down to 51, Shin at 74, but they might just get the plant ahead of Mindfreak here.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to get the plant down. Mindfreak close, but not close enough. 40 HP, but he's here. He's going to spot one.
Spotted.
And now has to peel away for a second. I think right choice to wait for something to get close enough by to maybe work on some of the picks they get potentially. That door got shut. What do they do about it now? Spamming out towards CT. You hear the door going down. Shin turns his attention, spots him. Sharp, clean work. Carmine Core starting off the second half here with a bang.
Getting enough damage done to make something, and Mindfreak's chances of closing this out, I guess flipping this back in their favor, a little too difficult. Carmine Core very cautious of PRX starting off the second half explosively. Always got to be the consideration for them. To win this one out in the end. We'll switch up here just to Mazzy, go towards B. Information gather towards mid and outside B main, but Nothing confirmed just yet. Draw of A site wide open though. Just divide over towards short.
They've pretty much cleared everything else, so they should be pretty heads up that short was the only pressure point. But a late plant has allowed for rotation to come in. They've got it down now. PRX make anything of this. The two sheriffs I'm keeping my eyes on with Mindfreak and Divide. They're going to get themselves into that smoke. They've at least crossed that first threshold, and attack the spike reveals the position. No chance to really close down on the two players in hell. So Divide, the only one to draw blood. Mindfreak now, last one to try and pull something across the line, but not getting much play. Yeah, this is looking done for. Yeah, cool. Carmine caught. Convert the second.
Into the third round as well. Decent inventory. A couple of rifles on the board. Martin going to be the one to lead the charge here. Threw away from the blade sword as well, so good early progress. PRX need to answer back. Need an early response from them. KC already knocking on the door of double digits. Looks like it might be exactly the same setup here. Now, do PRX look to explore outside B main? I mean, with the Odin, you'd imagine not in the hands of Forsaken.
चल मैं स्ट्रीम पे हूँ बाय
behind this Viper wall.
See you, good night advance हो जाओ
Suppressed actually. Martin looking to close the gap as well.
Sleep time now, good night.
Yeah, just about kind of evading detection on the other side of it, but Monnier going to be feeling that scrutiny on the side though, playing behind dice. He's got to be careful that they can move up towards Jen, but
look at this though. KC getting very aggressive towards short here.
on the other side though, that flash looking very good there. There's the retake towards short. Monnier turns attention and keeps his life. Mindfreak keeping him safe. PRX really dealing with that very unorthodox pressure very well.
Yeah, felt very comfortable for PRX to back up here. KC making the right noises, getting aggressive towards short, pushing all the way through tree, but unable to convert that. I think it's a crucial kill here from Monnier. Yeah, Shin TP in the open. Sure, we thought he was going to get across the wine there, but
Nice boys, let's go boys.
little bit of a slip up.
जो हारेगा वो बाहर है, हाँ जो जीतेगा playoff.
And if you PRX, you'll take it with both hands. A lot of the early round, I've got to say, Carmine have been having their way really though. There hasn't been much play back in now. Starting to see maybe at least a test towards A main, but that's it. And just jump spotting towards middle. Be something. It does look like a 3-2 split.
Hello, David. Very careful.
Difference being you've got divide towards wine. You're going to have a little bit of an adjusted setup here, but the close down going to try and come in. Martin gets dealt with. Quelled and slowed down, and Monnier not really backing away either. Still keeping them both in their place, and Mindfreak just demolishing them on short. The spots here. They're down to 2 and they're nowhere close to the mark.
बच सकता था वो अगर नहीं जाता तो
ton of damage done. Still 4 standing for PRX. Magnum's going to try and find some elsewhere on the map, but
he actually
might just find something. Yeah, he's already made his way across towards B. Shin spotted here with a jump peek as well. PRX looking very, very well coordinated here in the second half, Lauren.
Yeah. Bye-bye. He found him. Not in the way he wanted, I'm sure, but Shin now forced to save. There's no good outcome for him in that scenario. But yeah, this is looking different now. PRX starting to get a little bit more of a read.
ये 20
feels like a little more comfort here.
40
For the first couple of rounds, it was
20 सेकंड और 40 सेकंड total.
Uncomfortable viewing.
He has stopped. Oh no, sorry.
PRX.
Left take man.
10 seconds left.
पैसे नहीं है, hunt पे जा.
Keeping the rifle in hand. 5 more seconds.
तो वो लोग कुछ नहीं है.
He'll get out with what he came in with 7. Oh dear. Oh dear, don't go that side. Something's there, something's there. Shin keeps it, but that was getting a little scary as well.
Yeah.
9-7, Mike. We've had 2 now consecutive rounds. That has forced Carmine Core into a timeout.
I think PRX will have the upper hand in terms of these first ultimates coming online as well, but another example of a very comfortable hold on A side, particularly towards short, where the focal point seems to be for Carmine Core. There's Monnier on the other side of this as well to counterbalance that, shutting down A main. happy to stand his ground and
Against
fight.
two.
Yeah. They just can't dislodge him.
No. And the way he was able to offset the timing with that was just fantastic. Allowed them all to clear back through short, give them that full focus once they swept back through. It's what you'd be after. Now this time you can see Eng being far more involved. Last round it was Magnum being far more vocal. This time Eng is getting involved here, which again, if you're maybe not watching EMEA, original coach of Gambit, you know, he's coming with a big CV here. He's got some big names behind him, very highly revered in his job. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with as the next question mark for Carmine Core to try and work on.
So maybe a strategic adjustment here instead. Zeng to take charge of the timeout. Blade Storm burnt up, not necessarily a massive issue. Fun's still there to support some weaponry for Carmine Court. On the other side of things, actually, Monnier and Mindfree building up towards their ultimate. Something to, like I said, the advantage in that regard.
Right there.
Gonna see, I mean, maybe not particularly a switch up. Something does generally play towards middle, but at the very start, still trying to support Forsaken here. Early utility, that's a problem. Monty just about gets in front of it and tries to keep his head down, not to be connected on. And that's a lot of information, and that's, again, no damage. Ooh, what? He just slingshot over it? This is ridiculous. Something's still alive, but he's nervous, and you know why. He's just seen a whole lot of players coming towards his site. Has his ult, has Monnier, and he's just popped his ult as well.
Spike's down on lane.
Oh god, that's a problem. Devi's gonna at least isolate that final man from Massey.
Main pe छोड़ा
They have
उसको
no
पता नहीं
idea
side
where he
में
is.
क्या?
Hello? Turn around! Tomasi doesn't
He wasn't even expecting that. How can he not even expect?
And now a fair 1v1.
Die.
Reveal back as well.
This is everything. You can see Monnier tries to evade it, tries to keep undetected. Tomasi so close to the corner. Monnier's got it. Paper X take another step closer.
Right down
How
to
is
the
he not
wire
even
though.
expecting?
Tomasi slipping the net. And it's perfect timing here.
देखा था एक को जाते
Two
हुए.
ridiculous kills to stop this pressure flooding all the way down lane towards site, bailing something out.
क्या हो गया?
Paper X bring it within one now. Carmine Core back on a purchase. And with that investment in the previous, you got to say the advantage now lies with them in terms of the ultimates. Something on an operator.
I'll tell you a secret.
Noted very early on in the round. Tomasi commanding a lot of this space over towards B. I guess with the operator showing its hand early on, they feel like maybe something's rotated elsewhere.
मेरे रूम में तुमको सीक्रेट लग सकता हूँ.
This KC will stack up outside
Huh?
his side.
Black को सीक्रेट.
हाँ.
We'll show it to the Prowler.
तो बेटर है.
Well, the C's actually landed
Great.
there.
Yeah, that's really lucky timing to slow this
He
down.
used spam on
And
you.
the follow-up, especially on the rate of all players.
वापस मारना सारा.
is so fortunate.
Nice spam.
Something
Please do it
gonna
again.
smoke or get smoked off on the cross. Remember the Something dips his toes in, catches Magnum. But now the counter-strike back. They start running back, winning these fights. Paper X, that flash, they've got to try and make the most of it. That was so good to Massey. Invest in the open. Look at Monnier. A step or two closer, but the eyes have turned to Massey. The penny dropped. The plant's in, but does he consider it? There's the swing. Oh, it's exceptional from Tomasi. And something will be surely forced to save here.
Wow.
Surely.
He's going back in for this. Feeling confident, down to 500 credits, not an awful lot left in the bank. Not revealed up, but going to try and find the kill onto Tomasi. No, thinks better of it now. What a ridiculous opener from Forsaken. And even with all of that success, still KC steady the ship and find themselves double digits here on map 3.
Go up.
I've got to see that again from Forsaken's POV.
Yeah. I want to see the whole round again. Just it felt so.
The C's lands it, it completely takes the punch out of this execution. He then shuts down the raid.
Who had his ult, by the way, going at that point. Here we go. Oh, counter ult comes out.
Muh pe bum डाले.
We're so ready for it.
So ready.
That's wild.
It's one of those random shorty purchases that you're just like, wow.
Maybe. Oh, Tomasi had a round too.
Yeah.
That kind of pressure he brought over towards Market, taking that space away, making them so uncomfortable for the retake. So valuable there. That's unlocked 10 on the board for Casey. Double digits is huge. PRX got to start firing up here. This is tournament life. This is everything. And that's what they needed. Monye gives them two. Backs away. That's Narrate gone again. That's what the stinger.
Aftershock.
Yeah,
they get the sight. We talked
about him being completely unfazed previously. Turn this back on his head.
Vengeance served, but still tipped again in the favor of PRX with that kill from something coming out. Plant is ticking though. Something's going to get a rifle as well. That's in play.
Online lori mil rahi hai.
Start moving here. Magnum turns his attention. That could be an issue. That could be an opening. Forsaken didn't note it. Oh, Magnum! Is this your moment to shine?
Not like
Mind
this,
Freak only has a classic. Can he evade the stun? Mind Freak gets the upgrade, gets the rifle, and now they get this extended 1v1. One side now locked off. It's not what he wanted there, but Magnum now feeling the pressure. He's closing it down. Ring a Rosie. Magnum playing with it. Oh, it's perfect. Magnum getting Casey up to 11. Oh, leading in game by example here.
Absolutely ice cold from Magnum.
इसका थूक उधर तक बॉक्स के पीछे तक गया था ना तो फिर भी हो सकता था
And all of these rounds just seem to start with big wins for PRX. Big wins.
Forsaken in the last round. You had Monyet this round. How much more can
Hi
they do?
Vanka. Let's go PRX यार देखना यार क्या कर रहे हैं इन लोग
They're getting pumped up. They might have PRX on the ropes here, but let's find out. Still a good purchase to play with this time around for PRX. They've got to make this count. The pressure is quick. Narrate off to a good start.
Ah yeah. Ordinary. मेरे सामने. अरे हट यार.
Answers back. Look at what remains now.
ये था ना माइंड फ्रीक यार साइड में इसको क्यों जाना था उधर? होल्ड करता अपना मिड.
What a switch around of positions.
कुछ बोलो ना यार.
They see slow things down now. They've equalized the head count. Desperate to find another piece of information, another scrap sent out by PRX.
Venka, do something.
Walk around the map.
I want PRX to win.
Divide. I mean, he's not actively
Start
doing it.
praying.
He's going to
बच्चों की सुनते हैं भगवान.
a lot of faith in Monye's position. Obviously, short is open, but that's something you'll have to respond to.
Mazin was just calling.
Oh, divide. Trade. Still a player on B.
No
Again,
way. No way Magnum catches top. No way he catches top mid here. Yeah.
Yeah, not a chance in hell, Monye. Mind Freak and another 2K kind of.
Venka says hi. Didn't say hi to
touching
Chen.
distance.
Oh my
KC
God.
aren't out of the woods just yet. Look at that run of rounds. 3 on the trot, the break back through from KC, and an instant correction. How's the money looking for Carmine Core?
Well, look too pretty. Being 2 away from the Blade Storm, so an opportunity potentially.
देखो मैंने बोला था ना.
Rising here on map 3. Only SMGs to work with here for Carmine Core.
Hi Kashyap.
Monye, definitely
Hi
something, yeah. Shut down Martin.
तुमको रिफंड आना चाहिए सैम अगर ऐसा है तो.
No chance of converting that stinger into the Blade Storm this round now.
Big opportunity for PRX here. Get a clean round, keep the weapons up, start taking back that momentum. This is huge. Cross should be catched. Yeah, perfect. Divide! Oh, and the adjust, really nice. No threats this time. Narrate, you got one. But with 18 HP and a stinger and
भाग्य Venka मेरा जो रोस्ट हो गया
this one is not
यार लेकिन तो फैक्ट से था ना.
The pings on the minimap already. I mean, something's going to hear it now.
Lovely.
Narrate looking for the round the world to try and find a cheeky kill, maybe an upgrade elsewhere, but
this is game back on, Mike.
Yeah.
This is
No
10.
bro, W
They've got
joke.
bombs
Oh.
coming online. They've got rifles coming out. They've got Carmine Core back just.
Then कौन सा चल रहा है? कौन से दिन है? X Y.
PRX, I guess, off the start of this round.
14 दिन.
Advantage here in terms of the options. Look at the right side of the scoreboard here. Yes, Carmine Core.
Sense of
on
humor
the
अच्छा है
brink.
legendration का.
This is such a key round.
It looks like the pit might actually lock down A main here.
How do they respond?
Yeah, course Carmine Core to reconsider. Let's reconsider plan A in this round. You see something counterbalance this with the operator on short.
But Onyx walked middle. What? That was a really bold
किसी देके
play
चले
to
जाता है बोल
bring out
चैकविक
there.
को.
Maybe he felt he had that support from short, but didn't get what he wanted, and that puts a problem towards B.
Yeah, Forsaken's going to have his hands full here.
He has been good for two.
Something's got the cross. He's giving it up.
Don't turn away.
अरे करना एक जट.
Back to business. There it is. Finds Tomasi. That's got to be so revealing. Oh my god.
Oh, nice shot.
Perfect. Ult now triggered. And he actually has a Magnum. That's massive.
पकड़ा उसने पीछे से नहीं. पकड़ा उसने पकड़ा.
It's everything you would have wanted for them. And now Martin being hunted down. How much resilience can one man have?
Why? What the?
Something reading it well. Checking back on that cross. And
कैसे हो गया
falling
दीदी
into
इसका?
place.
I can't believe they've tied this up. 11 apiece now.
उसको फ्लोट करते हुए पकड़ा था ना.
अब्राफ में पकड़ा था, फ्लोट करते हुए.
अरे हाँ वो अब्राफ करते हुए ये था. हाँ. तुम्हारे इसमें भी किया था ना. DM भी तो फ्लोट कर रहा था ना एक गेम.
Forsaken delivering time and time again in this B-side anchor.
मैंने अब्राफ मार दिया फ्लोट. में हमेशा फ्लोट.
Back down to SMGs, a blade storm to work with this time.
when का ऐसे अब्राफ के टाइम पे गेको ने पकड़ लिया तो फिर फ्लोट करते हैं. गिरना चाहिए ना वैसे.
A four-man probe outside A here to get the orb.
But it is an adjustment, right? They're not playing actively on the site right now. They're leaving Mind Freak towards CT. That is the only adjustment we're seeing here. They're allowing this space, maybe having enough faith in this ult. And these players are so good, right? The timing on that, obscene.
As soon as Narrate popped the ult as well.
Every time he pops his ult, it's just cursed, but Martin gonna get one back. Smokes off, maybe give them a chance on the res here too. This buys time, and it's critical. And now, PRX don't have that next springboard. How do they get to the site? This was with
हाँ तो सब एकदम पीछे चले गए ना उधर से.
Sheriffson and ult. Where is that next layer? Here it is. Here it comes.
पकड़ लिया उसने एक को. नीचे देख नीचे देख. Nice for second.
No, Forsaken puts him away. Now for
Nice something. Nice mind break. Nice.
PRX starting to sweep the site.
Who did it?
Down to Shin. Mind freak again. What's his side? But Shin can't do enough.
मैंने कहा डाली थी.
टूक दे इस पे.
टूक दे इस पे. Back side.
This game is ridiculous.
बैक साइड बोला भाई मैंने. आपके रूम में इंडिया का बेस्ट गेको है और आप मेरे से पूछ रहे हो. मैं उसको बता रही हूँ कि कर सकते हैं उसमें. ये तुमसे पूछ रहा है. देखो यार ट्रायंगल बना रखा है इधर.
What was that adjustment from something there?
वो वैसे मेरे बारे में बात कर रहा था. इंडिया की बेस्ट देखो क्योंकि तुम पूछ रहे थे ना तो मेरे होते हुए तो मैंने कहा पूछ रही हूँ. मैं हूँ इंडिया की बेस्ट देखो.
But they're not done yet. There's a buy still here for Carmine. This is not done yet, but that's big information. Martin, though, a lifeline given for Carmine Core off the back of his start. That is everything they needed, but with this man still standing, there is no safety. He could still change around. Does he read it again? The adjustment, not wanting to play from the catwalk itself, considering maybe they already thought about it, but it's his
मिस
presence
किया ना
again.
something. याद रखना.
He is the one that gatekeeps
छोड़ना
this
नहीं. पकड़े रहे
round.
उधर ही. Angle hold करे रख.
Hold this angle. He needs stage 1, 2. Is he ready for this? Are they ready for this? You can see Mind Freak moving closer as well. Starting to get curious.
See just how close it is. Something gives it up.
The timing! The
He
timing!
misses
I
those.
thought he was going to... Mind Freak?
Ah.
Mind Freak not going to be able to do much more. Martin is
Good for one.
absolutely
14
activating here. And it's all on Forsaken. A 1v4. And Jort, this deserves OT. And Martin, the hero
मैं इंडिया
of
का
the
बेस्ट
hour,
प्लेयर हूँ
the
so I
hero
understand.
of Carmine Core, getting them up to 12. And of
Of course,
course,
of course, of course, of course.
was going OT.
Absolutely fitting end to this map 3 and this series overall. Martin on the brink of 30 here. digging so deep. And KC just demonstrating such a solid understanding of how PRX are playing in some of these mid-rounds. A blank slate here. Round 25, operator in hand for something. KC back on the defense now. Absolute banger.
Man, you couldn't ask us
No
anything
card
better
बता रहा है,
than this.
memory card नहीं है
OT
ना।
now. Something.
इसको spam करके
Careful,
मार
Marty.
दो।
Forced away. That gives something the angle. And
Nice shot, something.
Are you serious?
That's something.
That's
Underestimating
something, bro.
something when given that information is a critical error.
Magnum still positioned towards pizza, but PRX very quickly disengaged. Spike not committed just yet, so PRX looking to just find these picks. Tomazzi lucky to escape with his life here. Actually gets a tag onto something. Down to 80 HP. So there was going to be a stun coming through from Magnum there, but they pulled the rotation. Look at the minimap. KC.
देखो अभी एक ओमन है वहाँ पे, ठीक है। अकेला है। जल्दी जाओ। जल्दी। रोटेशन आ रहा है। आने से पहले साइड ले लो, please. Please. I am requesting. Please. Humble.
But they weren't quick on the
Down to earth, grounded.
Dive into here, but the side will be there regardless. Do they go for almost the pre-take, or do they wait? I think they're going to have to now. Monye very close by here. He get himself propped up on Jen. Tomasi looking, maybe set something in motion here.
Send the C's through first. But actually doesn't catch it, doesn't even go over the wall.
Now that could have been big too. The paranoia is going to go through, but it's something to find a rate.
Something was on
Swing
there,
on into high. Stands and conquers. Monye seals it. First in OT is PRX's.
Switching sides. Match point.
And a punch to the gut of KC, who fought tooth and nail to take this all the way to overtime. Something really starting to heat up now with this operator.
He's a big game player.
Undeniable value found by him.
इसलिए इतना लंबा दिखा रहे हैं?
Big timeout just came in. I just caught a glimpse of it. It's Carmine Core. We're in OT, so it kind of changes it. They're going to slow things down now. That's going to be, again, Eng right back in here. Magnum, again, this is very hard. Once you get into OT, calling becomes not impossible, but it's one of the hardest things, I feel, because it goes out of the normal realms of reality. You're not playing a standard game anymore. So I think this is a good time to pump the brakes and try and check back in. Calm the nerves a little. You've still got a very young team here.
Exactly, yeah. Like we said, we talk about, obviously, KC's opportunity here to really claim one of the international titans of Valorant and a victory over them.
Yes.
Again, uncharted territory for this roster. Shin, the only real legacy really remaining from Carmine Core. Everybody else, newcomers other than Magnum to the international stage.
When का बोला man शागने के so
Lots
smart.
to consider here. Extremely tense as we enter round 26 here. PRX drawing blood first in overtime. Defense now.
Don't be
Same setup
jealous.
or similar once again.
Volt से जल रहे हो, शर्म करो.
Does the combo catch? No. It doesn't. In this position. It's been so difficult to dislodge him from there.
Oh, he's been near on prolific at his damage. How many rounds? 2 kills, 3 kills, just impact. So great adjustment and a really strong read. But there's bodies behind this, Mike. It's not just Monye, there's 2 other players, which I don't know if they're expecting that. But now, probably a lot of utility can reveal who's present on this site.
Again, the other switch up being Forsaken over towards A site. Look at the amount of space Mind Freak has.
Yeah, huge.
A ton of information.
Charnik, I called you here for a reason. I hope you remember.
Defiant and
Machhar marne
Forsaken almost committed towards a sight hold here. There's no getting out for the retake.
No, you've got to stand. You've got to try and hold that ground. Martin's in, but he didn't get what he wanted. Switching out to the shorty is Defiant Forsaken. Racking up bodies. They've held them back. PRX.
Well played. Let's go, PRX.
Alive for themselves. Take it to OT. Beating
भाई दोनों यूरोपियन टीम आउट हो गई
the European Reapers.
दोनों यूरोपियन टीम आउट
बुरा लगा
दोनों को पेपर
दोनों को पेपर चाट दिया हाँ
So as we've already said, an international veteran like PRX,
बुरा लगा
shining stars of
yeah let's go yeah
gave it their all today. What a
अब दो दिन
fantastic
छुट्टी
series from start to finish.
हाँ भाई पूरा एडिट अभी बोला ना पूरा स्ट्रीम फुल स्क्रीन करके देखा well played guys यार हम लोग बहुत
Becoming absolutely electric
जीतने पर आ गए
towards the
थे
end of
इन
this
लोग
series. Narrate
डर
as
गई
well,
थी
potentially even, even bowing out here, potentially a top 5 overall statistically performance
well
for
played
him.
Casey
Absolutely fantastic stuff.
And bigger picture, Carmichael losing to Sentinels and
मोहन
PRX
क्यों
is...
नहीं देखता है
Who's going to turn the nose up for that?
No, I give him credit where it's due, but on the other side, of course, the victors today who somehow have been almost sparked back to life. Whatever Heretics did have turned these boys back into gods.
इनको क्यों नहीं है हेडफोन हेड इन लोग सब ईयरफोन्स
The
पहनते
resilience
होंगे ना
shown, the
मेरे को लग रहा है इन लोग सब
sheer
ईयरफोन्स पहनते हैं इनको हेडफोन हेड
PRX-ness that we
नहीं
saw on map 3, right, was just like something that I feel like I hadn't
एक
seen
को भी नहीं है
before.
हेडफोन है
Some of that explosive potential, seeing just Forsaken, Monye, and seeing now
हमारे
Monye
कभी
joining
परसेकिंग से बात
the
होगी
others towards that top end of the board
इससे
is
जरा
exceptional.
हेड केयर रूटीन लेना जरा मेरे
Real
लिए
questions about the
मुझे भी
comfort
चाहिए
within this roster,
है
the composition. I mean, Alex saying yesterday in the pre-match, we need to figure something else out. Like W Gaming's in year 3 now. We need to figure something else out. But still, they just look so good at it.
They do, and Joe, again, it's so hard.
बहुत मच्छर काटा है मेरे को शार्मी एक मच्छर नहीं मार रहा है
Casey in a way, because it would have been great to see what they could do with
इतने
such a
दिन से
young
बोला था
squad,
मैंने
but
तुमको देख रहा हूँ तो
anyone who's
मच्छर
gonna
मारता
put them
पहले
home, I'm happy it was PRX. What a fantastic run from them. And
और
let's
सारी
yourselves.
प्लशीज एक साथ बैठे
talk about the game. And then we're supposed to like break it down.
I mean, I feel like all there is to say is that they've done it in the most PRX way possible. Going to map 3, we're on an Ascent game with no Sova, with no Killjoy on either
Cuties.
team. We come out here and we see them popping off towards the end of the game. Something buys it up on Gecko in overtime.
Bro,
jumps
he
and committing
swung
the kill.
mid. There was no protection. He just went for it and then got a kill. And you're like, oh, just something, just doing something things.
And that's the thing with this team. They are inexplicable. They will pick a composition that makes no sense. They will make decisions that no one can fully explain, but they will win with it because they can seemingly make it work under any circumstances. And what a way, honestly, if Casey was going to go out in groups, there's no better way than this. Playing against a great team who pulls off some ridiculous stuff in OT.
Yeah, I mean, you basically went to the wire there against a squad that is no shame in losing to. I mean, let's not forget, these are the runner-ups of the World Championship last year, for goodness sake. Only difference is, you know, they have a new player on the team. And if anything, I think that this just further confirmed for me that Monette belongs on this team, and oh, that kid's got something special. He's got that dog in him for sure.
He absolutely does.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and head down to the floor right now. We got Kuka standing by with Monette. Let's see what he's going to say with Verizon post-match.
Let's give it up for PRX one more time.
देखो किसके साथ है इंटरव्यू
Congratulations on making playoffs and making that top 4. Before we even begin with the interview, real quick, if it were up to you, Race, Omen, or Astra?
Can I pick all of them?
No, you have to choose one.
I think I'll still say Omen, but I'd say my race is picking up right now. Is the momentum.
Yes, exactly. We love
बोलता मैं Race is picking up right now in momentum.
Que ha jugado, sobre todo por cómo le vemos cómo se mueve, ¿cuál prefería? Parece ser que se queda con los controladores, pero dice que ahora mismo su race está en ascenso, así que ya lo veremos. So, in 2 days, your team has defeated the 2 EMEA and sent them home, the 2 EMEA teams. What can we expect this time around from PRX in playoffs?
You'll never know what comma we're using.
बोलता है you removed the 2 EMEA teams. What do you see yourself?
I cannot jinx it. I mean, we'll see. Like one by one, you know.
बोलता है you'll never
Le he
know our
preguntado
comp.
que qué es lo que podemos esperar de PRX después de que mandaran a casa a
And then
los
बोलता है I
dos
don't wanna jinx
equipos
it.
de EMEA. Dicen que desde luego lo que nunca vamos a saber es qué composición van a elegir y que bueno, que no quiere todavía como endemoniar, ¿no? Si van a sacar ese trofeo o no. My last question is going to be, tell us about, now that you mentioned those compositions, tell us about that composition in Lotus. Help us understand, right? You
Lotus
make
comp के
those
बारे में
changes
पूछ रही
from
है.
one day to another, right? Like now you go with the Astra. It's a Lotus comp with no Sentinel. So, you know, help us understand why you make these changes.
I mean, it's just like we're trying to what's comfortable for us, so we decided to change it to Astra Omen since Forsaken was playing well on race like yesterday, so we decided to do that after we came back from the venue.
And that's it? Did you just...
कल Forsaken ने रेस अच्छा खेला तो आज लोटस में बोले हम आस्ट्रोमन करके उसके साथ रेस
Sorry,
करते हैं.
we prepped something, but it's not like very
बोले कल हमने
big
डिसाइड किया था
preparation,
ये.
you know?
Okay. Le he preguntado también por esa
Experience.
composición que han sacado en Lotus en la que deciden estar con el doble controlador, el doble duelista, pero ni centinelas ni nada de lo que solemos ver. Dicen que lo decidieron anoche, que Forsaken...
हिंदी में भी है भाई
tuvo
इंटरव्यू हिंदी में मैं हूँ
que
ट्रांसलेट
no, estas
करने.
son las típicas decisiones que te llevan a lo más alto. Well, thank you very much. We'll see you in 3 days during playoffs, but we're not done. Todavía nos queda una cosa por hacer. We're going now to the draw, so to see who's going to be facing off against each other in 3 days.
Hola a todos chicos, estamos aquí para ver quién va a jugar en los playoffs, para ver cuáles son los primeros equipos que vamos a ver dentro de 2 días. Victoria, let's do this.
All right, so this draw is very simple and straightforward. This is for playoffs, so you have 2 teams that are 2-0, 2 teams that are 2-1. The 2-0 teams will be higher seeds. They will play one of the quote-unquote lower seeds. It is a new stage of the tournament, so there are no rules. Any matchup is good to go, and it's a double elim, so there are no separation rules. I think that's it. So if you want to just kind of, you can give me one of these, and then we'll see what the first team for the first match is.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, so the first team for the first match is going to be
10.
Oh.
First match, 10.
Sentinels, let's see.
What's
And
this?
then well, by default, we'll do this.
Okay.
By default, the first team of the second match, so they don't play each other, but the first team in the other match is going to be
Genji. 10 versus Genji.
Sentinels against Genji, dos de los equipos que se clasificaron a los playoffs los primeros.
Yeah, there's 2 outcomes, so let's see who plays Sentinels.
नहीं क्या?
¿Quién va a jugar contra Sentinels?
No, not PRX. Loud plays Sentinel.
Sentinels contra... Oh my god.
So yeah, by default, we're gonna have Genji,
Against
PRX.
PRX.
Genji, PRX.
Duelo de APAC, el
ठीक है,
Pacífico.
American Team
Primero contra
Pacific Team
segundo.
Finals.
Bueno, estos son los
Tag
equipos,
team
chicos.
पर
Nos
ये
vemos
दो
dentro de 2
Pacific.
días en los playoffs.
तो-
Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Un abrazo muy fuerte.
अरे
y
सॉरी
nos
यार
vemos.
मैं इसको वो बताते बताते कंफ्यूज हो गई.
Thank you so much for that, guys. And
That was never
was
not
bound
gonna
to happen,
There was
man.
no world where
Like-
Sentinels and Loud didn't play each other first
I mean,
round.
that's so, I was saying, I was like, you know, I'd be fine if it was like, you know, yeah, a little America's fight, a Pacific fight, America's fight, Pacific fight. No, instead we're just gonna.
It's just 2 finals.
Let's run it back. Let's run it back.
Let's run it back. Let's run our
Sorry,
original
sorry,
finals
sorry.
back. Oh my word! Firstly, Mike, good to have you here, pal. That was insane. From a
Yeah.
color commentator perspective, just so that we can give the viewers at home just a little bit of context. How fun is it to
I mean,
commentate those games?
I said this in the cast as well. It's always nice to hear that insight from Eng, where it's just like, yeah, we don't really know what
Dale.
they're gonna do. And it's like that when you're watching it. You're like, whoa,
Bro,
what is
Moniette
gonna happen
literally-
next?
Moniette literally said to Kakuka, we didn't know what we were gonna pick.
Yeah.
So it's like, how can you know what you're gonna do, what your opponent?
Exactly, and the number of times we've seen examples of this on the international stage from PaperX,
Yeah.
it just goes to show again you can't really take much away from KC. Like they played an outstanding
yeah.
series
Hell
of Valorant today.
They absolutely did. I mean, in particular,
चलो
I
गाइस
was
चलते
so
हैं हम
impressed
लोग
by that Lotus. Don't
आएंगे हम लोग 2 दिन बाद फिर 2 दिन छुट्टी है वॉच पार्टी से तो हम लोग वॉच पार्टी 2 दिन बाद करेंगे.
I did think they're calling
मैं
on
गेम
that
खेल के
balance.
देखूंगी.
At one point, we saw a lot of these players step up. The rookies, honestly, on this team, Martine and
Guys.
Airite, both having exceptional series here.
एक कॉम्पी खेल के दिखाओगे तुमको नए माउस से यूनाइटेड ये टाइटल में से हैशटैग हटाना
माउस पैड
माउस पैड चले गई। Q is disabled. क्यों disabled है? Prepare for an upcoming scheduled maintenance. मैं बोली थी ना शाम को खेल लेती हूँ।
कम खेल लेना माउस दिखा
मत हटाना टाइटल में से। जा रही हूँ सोने। अपडेट हो रहा है। कल खेले गए। कल मिलता है। कल गेम प्ले स्ट्रीम होगा। खेलेगा हम लोग। गेट दिस केयर गाइस।